there we go. Oh, okay. Surprisingly heavy. Iceni, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. Welcome to the 10-year anniversary. How are you doing? Oh man, and Meebot's like on quick draw. I can love to see it. Legend, Fearless, Watto, and welcome, friends. Come on in, come on in. Numbers, Jam, hello, Watto, greetings. Yeah, Legend, I think our threats of apocalyptic meteorites definitely put it in a state of feckery. Anyway, how are you all doing, friends? Come on in, come on in. I'm just letting the world know we're live. MDH, Watto, and welcome. Oh, hang on a second, friends. Oh, River, you're okay. You're okay. Oh, bless her. She couldn't step over the fan. Oh. On a scale of this meeting could have been an email, like how useless we talking, Legend? And Wetpaint, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. Coming in, friends, coming in. Just kind of, I guess, letting people know. Alright, check me out. I'm actually using hashtags. Those most cursed of pictures. I was trying to work out where I found this ruddy hammer. Sorry, there's a picture of me from my very first PAX, which was like the just before Rome 2's launch mode. And I'm just like, why do I have like a Scott Pilgrim versus the world-sized hammer? Where did I get that? Again, Nerd, Watto, and welcome. MDH and Wraith, Watto, and welcome. Hello. Vanderbeast, thank you for filling the pint glass. So sorry, friends. Coming in, coming in. I'm just setting up. Potential that placeholder may be here. It could happen, friends. It could happen. They've totally assured me they're definitely coming. Oh God, that's very loud.
Do not ask where the comedy-sized hammers come from. Just accept them and run with it. It's safer that way.
I thought running with hammers was bad form. Wait, no, that's running with scissors. I don't know, is there a way to like, high velocity hammer move in, Oh, yeah, no, you're right. Running with scissors was Weird Al. So who was running with hammers? Lubu, probably. No, Bacon, thank you for the bits. Sorry, I'm kind of... Usually I would say something along these lines of, like, I'm just getting up to speed and things like that, but as you'll notice, I've had coffee. I am awake. It's just... It's gonna be a big day. No, okay, this isn't gonna be like, well, I mean, it might be, who knows? Who feckin' knows? But there's a lot of feels to kind of chat through and unpack. Like, I was trying to get everything ready and set up for today, and I encountered a great photo of the first time I met the Floyds. So I had to send them a little message and just be like, "Miss you guys!" Like, I can't tell stories about Rome 2 and not tell stories about my first packs. They are wholeheartedly intertwined. And, like, as we start telling the stories, like, PAX was the absolute high point before the crushing reality of launch hit me like a half brick in a sock. Like... Anyway, I've got videos to show you all, I've got photos to show you all. It's going to be a really good day, friends. And then, Placeholder has promised that they're joining. We'll see how that pans out. And there may even be additional guests. But depending on, like, who's joining us today for a chat and a reminisce, honestly, I was thinking we'd just boot up Rome 2. Go back through it. Definitely going to snark on the UI. Definitely going to snark on the UI. What were we thinking? I know minimalism's so hot right now. I think that's probably what we were saying. So yeah, so friendos, if you want to go grab yourself a cup of tea, a cup of coffee, what have you. Actually, maybe don't bring tea, in case I have to spill it. Shitaro, Watto, and welcome. Actually, Griff, you joke, but I'm out of Yorkshire Gold. I'm out. The PR team, or the social media team over at Yorkshire Gold did try and send me a care package once, but it got bounced at customs, and I'm still mad about that. I'm still mad about that. So yeah, I figure we'll just have a random natter for a little bit, see how our potential guests are doing, and then yeah, gonna jump back into Rome 2. Fucking hell. God. I mean, Griff, I do now. It's always annoying that, like, PAX weekend and the G always kind of lined up with each other. It's always annoying. Kaolu, Watto, and welcome. So the schedule for today is, we're going to be talking about, I'd say, the last big campaign I worked on, which was Total War Rome 2. Oh, okay, no, Attila was a big campaign. Like, that had, you know, that had the full spin, but not quite to the same, like, bombastic levels that Rome 2 had. Well, MDH, I take that as a compliment. So yeah, what I wanted to talk with you all about today was, like, Rome 2, my stories from it, kind of like what I saw of that campaign and how it came together, and, I don't know, trade some tales. It's definitely one of the most seminal games that I've ever worked on, in the sense that it affected my life in such a way that I couldn't unpack who I am now from that project. So this is going to be as much like a jaunt into a 10-year-old video game as it is, I don't know, a personal quest through nonsense. Oh, Kaolu, you're actually not getting it technically mixed up. See, the official 10-year anniversary of Rome 2 will be on Sunday, but PAX is in full swing during that. And I... excuse me. I thought it was better to do this now before I'm exhausted from Paxian nonsense. But we'll get into that later. So yeah, so friendos, if you want to make yourself a cuppa and whatnot. And Griff, on the flip side, my PO box will be, fingers crossed, touch wood, will be up and running after PAX. So, if you want to pour Yorkshire tea on it, you're entirely welcome. But I am based in Seattle now, so that's not an affordable quick ship, you know. Eagle lives. I promise nothing. But it is time to talk Total War. It is time to talk CA. And I'll be saying this multiple times throughout. Like, I'm not going to be naming any names or like any of you in chat that, you know, were in or around the project and things like that. I won't be naming you personally unless you're okay with that. So, please don't think that I'm ignoring you or that I'm, like, dismissing your contributions. Because in the vague chance that Rob decides to set my tush on fire for today's stream, I don't want any of you to get in trouble. And also, Wolfgran, what? Oh, and welcome! You know what? The unboxing days were lovely. A while back, Fiona mounted a whole bunch of the cards and little like gift notices and stuff that you all had sent over the years. So I'll have to show you some of the pictures. One of them still I need to get like a front for it, but I really like those unboxing days. Absolutely never knew what was going to happen, even if most of the time it definitely involved at least one Gundam. We never did find out who the main mystery Gundam gifter was. Don't worry, Moose, we're going to be watching the unboxing today. Like, there's no way we're getting through today without me showing you Hot Pepper Gaming, the unboxing, Willimus. There's going to be a lot of Rally Point rewatching, with a little bit of behind the scenes. Aww, and Sarah, thank you kindly for the update. How are you getting on? Are you getting the chance to bond with the little nuggies? Like I had no worries that y'all were looking after them during the wildfire, but anyway, Sarah, like seriously, thank you for the update. For those who don't know, so Sarah Shea is one of the lovely individuals that adopted Pippin and Yaskir and have been looking after them and giving them all the love and attention because they're fucking cool like that. I mean, Moose, it's kind of nice that... Oh, that's way cool. Because I know especially Yaskir wouldn't... You had to kind of... I had to kind of leave his food in front of his little cave. So... No, thank you for... Seriously, thank you for the update. It's not like I'm worried that you're looking after them wrong, but, you know, I still care. But no, so Moose, like, what's wild about it is that the Longship wasn't founded post Total War. Like, sometimes when people work for a big company or a big product, like, they develop, like, a big old following. I wasn't one of those sorts. I think because I was a flailing idiot. But most of you lot found me well after the fact. So it's always quite fun showing you all the Total War stories.
Moderatus Visek Navis Diaturnith.
Yes. Un le chat under la table. Ehrman, thank you for the bits, friend. I have no idea what that means in Latin. But thank you. Thank you? And Sarah, I shall indeed. I shall indeed. Ooh. Oh, okay. That's some fancy Latin there. The only Latin that I know by heart, aside from the obvious, like Carpe Diem and the ilk, is obviously the brilliant Semper Sine Brachus, courtesy of the wonderful Soraya. Always without pants. We went through a PUBG phase, as most squads do, and it was a strictly no pants zone. Thank you, Lizzie, for the reminder, and Watto, and welcome. And Swan, I believe in the US, religions aren't taxed, but you do have to file some very, very specific paperwork. Oh, okay, Ehrman. I like that. I like that. So Ehrman was saying that that was kind of like our squad version of the SPQR. I like it. Ah. NVND. MVND. That's got a nice ring to it. And Mecha Boss, how are you doing? So before we get into stories of Rome and whatnot, if you didn't see, the trailer for Our Flag Means Death Season 2 dropped. I don't think you need me to say anything. And at some point, I am going to test your mental fortitude, friends. Now, this will only really affect those of you that have worked in video games, but if you haven't seen, the NoClip team have an archive channel where they've been digitizing old broadcast tapes of varying like video game commercials and E3 presentations and whatnot. On my birthday, I made everybody watch the infamous Ridge Racer E3 Sony presentation with what's-his-face that looks like he wishes he could be anywhere else. The gangly bald bloke. I always forget his name. And then when I say it, I say the wrong one. Giant enemy crab hit its weak spot for massive damage. This is a historical Japanese video game. Now here's the giant enemy crab attack its weak spot for massive damage. You can't see it, but English John gave me a Sony mug that, unfortunately, it's faded after years of use, but it had the giant enemy crab on. It was so good. But yeah, in the grand scheme of things to torture your video game history with, NoClip just uploaded 10 minutes of Nokia N-Gage promotional video. The N-Gage, one of the most famous disasters in video game. It's a phone. It's a games console. It's a mess.
The Beastie Boys released a new 5-part album. You can get part A through D for free, but you have to fight for your right to party.
Bravo, bravo. As a complete aside, if you ever start digging into the history of the Beastie Boys, those guys rule. Those guys rule. But no, again, Favor 6, thank you for the bits. See, numbers, and with things like that, the saga lives on. The saga lives on. Woo! That was in fact that was in fact a bug going to the Shadow Realm. And I know usually I'd have my emotional support 2000s menu music, but today's gonna be a lot for me. All right, just letting you know now. The Doomslayer doing its job. And Kimble, Watto and welcome. Kimble, I'm spilling the tea. It's Rome 2 story time. And what I will say, Favor 6, is like, if you look at where mobile phone games are now, it seems like the N-Gage was spot on, but in actuality, it was two devices, and neither one was ready to work nicely with the other. Like, the concept was there, but like no one wanted to take the battery out of their phone to replace the game. No one wants that. And also, like, a controller interface more agonizing to use than a BlackBerry. Like, nah, I'm good. Fuck. In a single phrase, Kimble just hurtled me back 10 years. I need to borrow the company credit card to feed the alien team. No, but we're getting curry. Or, like, which team's pizzas would show up first. On the plus side, though, they never ever skimped on the Domino's dip, so it's pretty good. All right. If we're gonna start with the fucking forks, like. Okay, I won't call Emma because Emma's still working at CA. We'll get fucking HR in on this. Okay, so friends, you have to understand that whilst Rome 2 was going on, so too was the development of Alien Isolation, and I can't talk about that development cycle. That's not my story to tell. But I can talk about how the different teams, both crunch and late, would have some of the most ridiculous nonsense. Where Are the Forks was a real saga. But also the inter-level Nerf Wars, the late night one shot, one kill. That was pretty good. I once made myself a fucking pillbox out of beanbags from meeting rooms. Because it's a games company, right? There has to be beanbags in one of the meeting rooms. So yeah, I made myself a little sniping post one time and just hid. God, there's some terrible pictures of like me, Craig, and Peeps just stacked up at the door like we're gonna fucking CSGO it. Nerf guns at the ready. No, so Fearless, Destiny was the year after. Destiny was 2014. Moose saying, where are the forks? It's all fun and games until Perforce admin says it. And Shitari, thank you for the 100. So much for Jamami's artfully decorated pine. Well, so one of my good buddies throughout the Rome 2 campaign was a lovely gentleman called Chris Knight. And Chris Knight was the build engineer. Because at least for Rome and stuff, like, we were using a bespoke build manager. Because it, Total War's its own homebrew engine. Okay, it seems dumb to call the Total War engine homebrew. I don't know what's it's a custom in-house fucking behemoth of awesomeness. I Kimble, if that happens, I'll have all of them. What games have I've got, God. I've got Radical Forge socks on right now, and I don't know if that's a game or a proprietary software. But the thing is like, Chris Knight was one of the other kind of like night owls, we'll say, of CA. So anytime I was working late on anytime I was working late on Rally Point and stuff, there'd be Chris. Those were good times. Those were good times. Actually, Lizzie, I don't know. Weirdly, PAX isn't a great, like, sock hoarding venue. GDC is way better. Like, this GDC, like, the Fat Shark guys are now the people to go to for socks. So I got a new round of them while I was talking to him about Dark Tide. Okay. So Favor 6, I can't talk about this, but Pete, I want to say Pete Brophy was? I said I wasn't going to name people, and I'm already name dropping. God, I'm a dingus. Anyway, a bunch of people, loads of people were still at CA on the Total War team who'd worked on Time Commanders. And they had to do so many, like, behind-the-scenes things to jank it and make it seem like it was all going down. God, it was so wild. So wild. Honestly, like, my process of getting to work on Total War was a long one. And I don't know, I look back on it and I'm still fascinated that I even ended up where I did, you know? So, I tell you what, friends, we'll natter for another, like, 10 or 15 minutes. I'll see how me guests are doing. And then we can start telling the stories. So Fearless, with Time Commanders, so far as I understand it, the AI was too aggressive at the time. So what they had to do was have people behind the scenes playing the historical formations as they happened. Oh, and Kimball, I'm real happy to hear. Like, dental stuff is the worst. Like, I know I've... Sorry, I know I've got, I know it's going to happen to me at some point, so I'm just kind of bracing myself. Okay. Oh, yeah, so, Lizzie, I am caffeinated today. So I've got some spare. I knew today was going to be a lot. Also, very quickly before we get started, I also wanted to apologize for the end of yesterday's stream. I still don't know what it was specifically in AC6 that just fecked my rig. I do think that it was that particular boss specifically messing with me, because I really think that chain gun was ready to shred face. But no, I got to do it. Oh, Lizzie, it's not going to be that kind of day. It's just wistful, you know? Like, not to bury the lead or anything, but... this... I wouldn't be sitting in this chair if I hadn't worked on Rome. And obviously, if you really want to, you can kind of extrapolate anything back, but, you know... The only reason I got to go to PAX...
WHO goes there? Oh, it's just you. What ho? I would have got here sooner, but my dungeon queue popped just before you went live.
Fucking yo.
64 cost hype reading.
Well, Catastros, thank you kindly, friend. How are you doing? How are you doing? And thank you, that's 1,000 bits. Fucking yo. Good to see you, friend. Good to see you. I would like to get back to starting at this time during streams during the day. It's just... It's a challenge. Because I have European guests today, I had to make sure I got my arse in gear. We potentially have Placeholder themselves joining us today, alongside other guests. I mean, Lizzie, they said they're coming. They said they're coming. You know, okay, yes, they haven't responded to my DMs today or since Sunday, but that's purely, I'm sure that's purely coincidental. I'm sure that's purely coincidental. Sorry, I was just chortling because it's like, it's been 10 years and so much has changed. So I got talking to Lionheart, who is a wonderful, wonderful individual. Was a YouTubian, I guess is still a YouTubian legend. One of the fucking nicest people that I've got the chance to work with. And sorry, you know what? I'm getting ahead of myself on stories. But anyway, I wanted to invite them on for today's show as well. I was going to put together a little squad, but they've got a Wii and they can't stay up until stupid o'clock in the evening for Seattle time. So I was like, okay. One potential guest has been like that they only just got back after having to deal with British train faff. And if you haven't had to deal with the British rail system, then you don't know. And Favor 6, I do. I will be showing that off, but I don't know. Until I have guests for chatting, I figure let's do the story of Rome 2. So, the introduction of Tiny Baby Will, through the campaign, through the moments, you know. I've got... I used to be an absolute dingleberry for selfies. And I'm trying to get back into that habit because, being able to go back and show people, this was the time that was. These were the stories that were, when it comes to tales like this, is real cool. Even though the resed B-side is 250 photos. It's alright, I'll just show you the highlights. Oh, God. Well, I mean, we'll get into Attila at the end of it. Sorry, Catastros was like, Rome 2? That's a bit rude to Constantinople, isn't it? Feckin' yo. So yeah, to those of you who will be watching this for future VODs, or to the CA legal team who will be scouring this video for nonsense, there's going to be pictures and snippets of things that have happened. There's going to be a few of the old Rally Point videos and stuff like that, and we're just going to be going through kind of the Rome 2 and the story that was. It was such a huge part of my life, and it's had such a huge impact that, I don't know, even if our guests don't join us, I guess I kind of want to go through it with you all, you know? I learned a lot from it, and I would go on to make a lot of industry friendos that would shape my whole fucking life, you know?
Movie announcer voice, Rome 2, Podcast Personale.
Oh. Huh. I am trying to work that out in... No, I got nothing. But Phyllis, thank you for the bids, friend. But no, Oh, Rome 2, this time it's personal. Nice. You all can understand Latin faster than I can work it out. So what to say before we get started? Like, yeah. My time at CA was pretty seminal, and a large proportion of the big moments that happened during that Rome 2 campaign that would lead on to my job at Improbable and then Rocketworks. And, you know, the friendos that I made out here in Seattle would be a big reason why I wanted to move out here, you know? That PAX was a real turning point for me. But also, so was the Resd, like, you know? The famous Resd where everyone was buying Dean Hall drinks because it was, like, right after DayZ just popped off. And he kept handing them to his producer, Matt. And we ended up getting royally drunk with Matt, who I think at last count was over at... God, I want to say... the Cycle team? God, friends, there's so many stories to go through. And friends, once we're done with tales and stories, we'll boot up Rome 2. We'll have a little potter around. I was pondering this, and the last time I streamed Rome 2 for an audience was a special event with Joey, and we tried to do a legendary Spartan campaign. And I misclicked and sent all my Spartans out to sea. We lost our one and only city immediately, and then immediately started suffering mass attrition because Spartans don't like being on boats, and we had no city to feed them. It's the fastest defeat I've ever gotten from a feckin' campaign. God. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of stories today. It's going to be a lot of banter, you know. And for as many stories as there are of, like, you know, friendos that I still have in the industry, like, also, I was a monstrous shit for a good while, and because of that, I definitely burnt a lot of cool friendships, and definitely not in a manner in which I could repair them at any point. So there are some photos as we go through this that may contain peeps that no longer wish to be associated with me. I'll try and avoid them, but again, if by any chance they see them, sorry, I'm a gobshite. I'm doing better now. All I had to do was face all the terrible things I had done, and then start streaming for a bunch of numpties on twitch.television. Yeah, that's right, friends. Y'all are my fucking redemption arc. Sorry, Kai was saying that their only and favourite Rome 2 story was when a company-wide email went out to all of CA asking everyone who tests the game to please rename their cities to safer work names. Oh god, yes. God, we had a horrendous sense of humour on so many things. God, I still remember when we got I think it was a Jimmy Savile autobiography from the feckin' charity shop and put it on Werther's desk. We didn't know it was the day that SOJ, Sega of Japan, were doing a walkthrough. Still feel a little bad for that. Apparently it got hidden beforehand, but for about an hour I was worried I had ruined my friend's career. Oh yes, no. Educated Numpty is also a valid title. So yeah, sorry, I'm just keeping an eye on potential guests. Rome 3, who framed Charlemagne? Although Rome 3 was technically Attila, and it's it's whoopsie doodle. What was it? Western Roman Empire does a whoopsie. And yeah, like I said, Kindboy, I understand what you mean. That's your story to tell. Like, you and I both know it'll all come out in the wash eventually. And honestly, like, for today, I don't have any, like, gotcha stories. Like, there isn't a big, like, I can't believe it's not butter reveal. But there were lots of little things that I haven't really talked about, which I'm looking forward to telling you all. You know? I wanted to put that, like, disclaimer at the beginning, but, like, a lot of the stories and the tales of Badwill affected, you know, people that I had worked with at that space, or, you know, people I'd come to know during that space. So that's why whenever I'm like, I'm so glad a bunch of you still put up with me. Oh. Lost Flowers, I hope so. I hope so. Okay, ladies. Okay, I won't get on the self-depreciative train. I just wanted to put that out there. Oh no, Lizzie, so many of these are going to be I was drunk at. Like, Kindball, I kept photographic evidence of Thursday night pub night. I'm trying to work out when the Thursday nights counted towards Rome 2's campaign. Because Shogun 2 will have to have its own time. But, God. Like, Kindball, I do think that I was definitely one of the people... Like, none of my city names ever ended up in any video footage because I was very careful, but for those who haven't heard my stories on this one, I developed a specific method for surviving being chronically online and front-facing, and that was to be horrendous to Craig. And Craig was horrendous to me in turn. And we basically inoculated ourselves against anything awful anyone could say to us, because we would say it to each other on the daily. But that's another story. That's another story. Or perhaps it's best to say, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Also, in terms of pre-apologies, you'll have to understand, I went through a fucking phase, right? I went through this phase of using a hipstermatic filter on my phone. So there'll be a lot of stories, there'll be a lot of banter, but you gotta understand, I was going through some stuff, and I thought the hipster filters made everything look cooler. Just trying to find a lot of the pictures because I put them all over there. There was a time, Kindball. There was a time. All right. There was a time. Okay. Alright. Apparently, the curse of placeholder is real. I haven't heard from one guest in about an hour, and I haven't heard from the other guest since Sunday. So, it might just be me today, friends. This might just be the will tells all slowly. Oh yeah, no, Kybal. Industry drunk is very different from after work drunk. And again, Rome 2 campaign, yo. Yes, Lizzie, you get a free future beer. Can't believe this has happened. I can't believe the bit has come back on itself. Fucking placeholder. Alright. Let us begin as most stories best do, at the beginning. Now, I'll be doing my best to tell a cohesive story with pictures. But, so if you're new here, Total War was one of the longest franchises that I worked on. I played Shogun the very first as a kid, because I was a massive fucking weeb. I actually didn't play Med or Med 2 before going to work at CA. I know, shocking. I did play a bit of Rome, but I was just kind of I was super into Total Annihilation at the time, so I was being an elitist knobend. Okay, yes. I still speak Weeb fluently. I have a condo in the Weebian lands. It's well documented. So, just to give you my quick intro to Will's gaming stories. So, as a teenager, I did some unpaid work at Lionhead Studios, and I did a summer there as a paid intern. It was real good. It was kind of like my entry too. But life being life, I actually ended up working in film and television for, I want to say, like 3-4 years. Having done a spree in the anime music video editing scene in my youth, told you I was a weeb, I went into film and television. That was a miserable time. Film and telly sucks. Don't do it. I mean, make cool films. Don't work in film and television. Anyway, we all got hit by the good old 2008 recession, and I kind of sat in like a no man's land of work stuff, right? Because I was trying to find this picture. Like I said, there's going to be a lot of time traveling whiplash, but you're talking about me being a hipster. This was my hipster alter ego, Kirby Jax. The red beret is because I may or may not have encountered a time traveling version of myself, and he wore a red beret, and so it was acquired for me, thus creating like a self-fulfilling time loop. I haven't traveled back in time to see Tiny Me yet, but yeah, you're talking about hipster Will. That's hipster Will. That's Kirby Jax. The man, the legend. I do have a beret somewhere. Oh. Okay, sorry, I'm already off track. Go me! Haha! So, recession kicks my ass, and I eventually swallow my pride. And stop trying to get like another job in film and telly and just apply for anything that's not nailed down. I like literally was applying for like anything under the sun. And first job I managed to net was at the local game station, a initially retro and secondhand focused games franchise in the UK. Kind of like if GameStop didn't do new releases and didn't suck. No offense to GameStop employees, they'll be the first ones to tell you it's not a happy place. The game station was. We were a little squad, you know. There was only a few shifts a week for me, so it wasn't enough to like live on, but it was a good experience. And during this time, I applied for the Creative Assembly. Wow, I have already balked my own timeline. Sorry. I applied to be a tester for Sega Europe. This involved like a mass interview with like a feckin' university entry exam type test. Like, we're talking like big empty hall with a bunch of desks and shit. It's wild. It was actually a really nice, a really nice business park in Gunnersbury in London. Like, really nice, like on-site barista type nice. It would turn out that was not where we were working. We were working at a completely different venue, which was just a big grey building with no discernible details. But anyway, so I do the interview, I beast it, woo! I do my training, which is the first time I got to go to Sega HQ, and then we were let loose. Okay, now this is the sliding doors moment. I'm sorry I've told you this story a bunch of times, but I think it is important to the Rome 2 tale. So I'm sitting on the coffee table. It is my very first shift, my very first day working for Sega. And this guy comes over and he's like, oh, hey, what's going on? With wonderful neighbors that were not horrific. Exactly, Eagle. Exactly. This guy potters over and starts asking me questions like, hey, how's it going? I was like, oh, good, fine. And he's like, oh, so like, what kind of things do you like? What would you like to work on? And I think I said like, yo, I'd love to work on anything except fucking Championship Manager. Like, I'm not having any of that. The dude looked pissed off and crestfallen in one sweep, and then kind of like small talked his way away. Turns out he was the test lead for Football Manager, and at the time, Championship Manager was the competing product, which I think Konami was putting out until it died on its arse. Anyway, so I managed to offend him by calling it the wrong game, and I was IDOS. Thank you, Wraith. It's the whole Pro Evo thing always ends up in a big old messy jumble in my brain. Anyway, so I managed to offend the test lead over on Football Manager. And then everybody came along and kind of started basically picking their testers. And I think it was, I want to say Tim, but it's all a bit wibbly wobbly wavy davy. But I did end up on the Total War project. Which at the time was I think the last 2 DLCs for Empire Total War. Now, if you don't know, Empire Total War had a bit of a rocky launch itself. Now, this was well before my time, but apparently, during development, one of the lead creatives had made a lot of promises for what was going to be in the game, and it didn't ship with those. Now, I tell you this, excuse me, because so begins. So you need to understand that the relationship between the Total War dev team and their fandom has always been a fraught one, we'll say that. Mainly because I saw, I forget who pointed it out, but my boss's boss, Rob Bartholomew, because Craig was my lead, Craig was my boss, direct. Rob had to put out a statement this week about Total War stuff, which amused me greatly. I'm sitting over here being like, how's that taste, Rob? Not so fun when you have to do it yourself, is it? Anyway, I'm getting slightly off track. Anyway, so, tail end of Empire, primarily working on DLC about the First Nation tribes of North America, creating a wonderful scenario where you can crush all Europeans who dare to visit the New World and then steal their ships and go and fight Europeans in their world. And if you're really good, you can crush them there too. Also, sorry if I keep doing this. I cracked my funny bone last night doing the laundry, and it hurt so bad. It hurt so bad. Anyway, so we go from that into Shogun 2, and Shogun 2 was feckin' great. No, we go from that into... Wait, what was straight after Empire? Napoleon! God, what is wrong with my brain today? Come on, coffee. I'm so sorry, friends. I'm so sorry. Anyway, so we go from Rome into Napoleon. I was on Napoleon at Sega off-site testing throughout the whole thing. It was great. We had a great time. We had our own shift name. We were the Total War Advanced Testers, or TWATs for short. Very proud of that. Very proud. Like, the thing you would understand about working like off-site QA is that everyone's on minimum wage, but you're all in it together. You know what I mean? Like, it's a mess, but it's our mess as a squad. And so the camaraderie of that is something that, you know, I still keep contact with a bunch of the shift testers from that era. But Napoleon comes to a close. We were one of the last teams that got zeroed down that season. Because everybody working Sega was working 0-hour contracts. So, like, we were a bit more stable. So it's basically Football Manager was the most stable product. But things like Bayonetta and, you know, Sonic Racing and things like that, Jambo Safari, and I think a few of the, like, Marvel Sega games were still in development back then. AVP was still in development back then. Like, Sega was putting out a lot of console titles, and sadly those people were, like, got zeroed well before us. What would end up happening is that, well, there was additional DLC for, I believe there was DLC for Napoleon. Or was it just Football Manager? I forget. Basically, all the rank and file testers got zeroed down, and all the leads basically used the long-running projects like Football Manager as a life raft. Which, I mean, it is what it is. Anyway. So after that, I was kind of putzing around, and one of the people on my shift, Tim, let me know that they were looking for people specifically for multiplayer testing on Shogun 2. I would find out later that the person they hired just kind of... I can't remember if they ghosted or if that was a different person. No, that was the improbable person. Anyway, there was someone before me in the lineup, but for some reason... that person just didn't end up doing it. So, I don't know. Sucks to suck. I got the job, and I was part of like a cool little squad. It was real good. Like, it was myself, Aaron, and Paul. Yeah. That formed like a little like squad cabal, primarily focused on testing for Shogun 2. Hey! Welcome, Hamsternator! It's story time with Will. So, come on in, friend, come on in. Hamsternator, how was your stream? What were you playing? Tell me your tales! Today, I'm setting the scene. I'm setting the scene for, the story of Rome 2. Because, you know, to tell you that story, I gotta tell you this. Wait, Hamsternator, did you play it co-op or just single player? Hamsternator was playing Fear 3, an infamously disastrous title. Well, It's ever so slightly not as terrible played multiplayer because the asymmetric co-op of it gets really funny really fast. But yeah, I have to say, there are some great documentaries online about how wrong Fear 3 went. So funny. Anyway, so to bring you up to speed, so I'm working at CA, I'm working as a regular tester. I get brought onto the multiplayer team for Shogun 2 to be an embedded tester. What that means is like there would be designer, programmer, programmer, and then I guess Werther's was junior designer at the time, or just regular designer. I know Ian was in charge of that little team. Anyway, so my job was to just immediately quick test things as they were like implementing them. It was real cool. One of the reasons they brought me on board is that Shogun 2 was going to have this huge interconnected like multiplayer world. The idea was that teams of people in Shogun 2 would duke it out to literally compete for pieces of Japan. You know, using this big map of like Sengoku Jidai era Japan, like different clans would fight and whoever won the most in certain areas would claim it. With this idea that the clan competition would filter upwards, kind of like a big knockout pyramid. TLDR, it was way more successful and way slower than we had anticipated. So loads more people wanted to play. Lots of teams and clans kind of popped up and then just kind of shrugged and jumped out, which made it difficult. Hang on, sorry, I'm getting way ahead of myself. So we had to make a lot of tweaks to that one. And one of the things that they wanted to do was find ways to report how the clans were doing to the community. And this is where I started to kind of like... I started to like interface with Craig and what would become the community and Marcom's team and stuff like that. So again, like I said, I got to tell you this story to tell you this one. I had experience in video production and Craig really wanted to do video stuff. So initially, whilst Shogun 2 was still in development and Rome 2 hadn't really officially begun, I started working on Rally Point with Craig. I don't know if our pilot is still kicking around. Because, God, we look young in the first one. Because you gotta understand, like, the first Rally Point that went out was 11 years ago. God, I don't know. Do you want to see super baby-faced Will and Craig? I don't know if I have a cut of the unreleased pilot of Rally Point. Because I want to find that because I look even younger there. But it would be a while before I wised up and started like saving copies of my work. Oh God, you're at Sumas. You're at Sega. Oh God, I can't even pronounce my words. You were at Sumo working on Sega Racing at that point, by the 9. Hang on, bear with me a second. Oh, yeah! Alright. So, this is where the fun starts today, friends. I found it. Sadly, there's no real audio. But it's just a couple of the production tests we did for Rally Point. Oh, Gem, and that's lovely to say. As an aside, so Rally Point was I don't know if response is the right word. Craig's definitely wanted to do something like that. But at the time, the big players in the scene were Summoner Showcase with Nika Harper. That was the gold standard for like community video stuff. And also Friday Night Primetime would come along as well. So we were really working to them. Like, I mean, I'm just super glad that we got the chance to. So this is our first little exclusive of the day. Not that anyone else is going to give a fuck. So this is a very, very young Will. Behind the... Hang on, let's bring it back. A very, very young Will from behind the scenes. We do some mock-up tests for a virtual set. The idea being that we could do things point in point. Then we went for more of a traditional setup because green screening every episode was a hot nightmare. We managed the first one green screened, and then went, nah, dude. By the time we hit episode 10, episode 2, we just used the meeting room. God. And friends, you have to understand, like, from the rest of the team's position, they're all working hard during the day. We've booked out the meeting room for a couple hours, and we're just flailing around like numpties.
Yes.
Oh god. I mean, yeah, Nick, if it was as easy to green screen things then as it was now, like if you go back, so these were the tech tests. The idea was we'd create a virtual set, and you can see the clan competition standings in the background. That's why Craig brought me on to the community team initially, was to do the multiplayer stuff, because I've been on that. But you can see here, that floating white blob was the best we could do with the stuff we had. Because I'm so feckin' pale that finding that biting point between the green screen and the white balance was just not happening. Then we had the picture-in-picture Will. Love to see it. And this was just a lot of like tech tests we did to prove that we knew what we were doing. I do like Rally Point. Placeholder GFX. The guy who did us the Rally Point logo was so cool. And gave us like not only our own little logo, but our own little graphics and stuff. So we did green screen episode 1. It was a mess, but again, the only reason I'm not showing you is it doesn't have the audio behind it, friends. There's just a backing track. And yeah, so we were immediately kicking off. No, you know what? I'm getting ahead of myself. We'll get to the saga of sneaking Elliot's face into videos later. I mean, kind of, that's why we're here. Like, office flashbacks are plenty. Ah, you know what? Feck it. Actually, feck it. I'm going to be telling stories today out of whack anyway, so... Feck it. It's my show. I'm allowed to have a nostalgia beat. Rob can't touch me. Anyway, so some great little moments. So we had like this big old community event where we just invited people in to jam out on Shogun 2. And we had to do a bunch of challenges. So like for this episode 1 was the first time CA were doing like a mobile game Total War, which was Total War Battles, which, you know what? Of all the Mobley games that I have now played over the years, Total War Battles, like the first one, was this like puzzle like auto battler, and it was, you know what? It was really fucking good. The whole time, Wraith, I've been the secret power behind the Longshipian throne. Okay, I'll explain the Elliot memes later on. Oh yeah, then we hit no... Aww. Okay, I had that shirt until I want to say like last year, that during its final wash, it gave up the ghost. But we had a contest for t-shirt designs. I got Everyday Immortal Resolving, and Craig got it was like the different eras of breakdancing. Fearless, we never did the Harlem Shake. We did do Gangnam Style. We'll be getting to that later. There's Tim Heaton. He's probably responsible for all my Yorkshire impressions. Also, friends, the view numbers are woefully out of count. So basically, this little asset was us just showing to like people around the studio and Sega, like, hey, we've been making Rally Point. It's just me and Craig doing silly stuff, and you know, it's racking up views. All right, we'll get to the res and the costumes later, but God, that was a story. There's my buddy Nick. Yeah! Nick's over at Team 17 now, and he is a fucking legend. Okay. I just need to take this moment, because I don't think we'll come over this one. So, by the time we hit episode 4, episode 3 and 4, Rome had been announced. Yes, I am in a button down, because I have the worst fucking flu right here, and I sweated through my shirt. And that was the only other thing I had to hand that would hide was pouring sweat, because we got given exclusive screenshots that weren't given to the press. It was only for community. And that was a big fucking deal at the time, you know? This screenshot was fucking bombastic, and, well, again, I'm telling the story slightly out of sync, but this was shots from the initial announcement trailer, which was about this guy giving a fucking speech inside a siege tower. God, it was so good. Alright. We went to Gamescom. This was Total War Battles winning an award. Jack is, I think, one of the lead designers now over on Total War, but he was junior at the time? I forget everybody's titles. I'm not going to try and pretend. We interviewed Jack a lot over the years. Friends, I just need you to see this next clip. You know what? Let me put this at slow-mo. Because I need you to see one of my favorite shots of Rally Point. So, alright. So Jack's doing an interview, we're having a chat. We get clocked that we're filming by Mike, and Mike's like, nah, I'm not having any of this bullshit. Just walks off. Like, whatever it was that Mike was going to do, he saw the film and went, nah, I'm not dealing with these two numpties. Every time I re-see it, I fucking love it. God. So, yeah, mocap videos. Oh, and we started doing interactive end slates as well. Oh. Okay. I never get enough of a chance to say how Peter was like the feckin' best. So, CA had, I don't know, time travel's weird, like a huge mocap warehouse. It's fucking brilliant. And we wanted to have a play around in with it, and Pete was just like, you know what, go crazy. We can do live capture. So what's great here is you see the Romans flailing about, and then us in mocap suits. That was in real time, so we could actually see ourselves. We did that. We did the Gangnam Style. That was a thing that happened. Sega Corporate would actually go on to copy our idea, and they weren't nearly as funny as we were. God, the Halloween special. You have to understand, friends, that as we get further and further into these, like, we're working longer and longer hours. Like, God, I'd say Halloween must have been post, because it was Gamescom into PAX, so this must have been post that. So we're just on pure exhaustion. single best reveal of all time, but I'll probably end up showing you that later, when Craig and I had a pumpkin carving contest. Alright, Prolo, lovely to see you, to be continued. We couldn't work out what to do for the Halloween episode, so we had a pumpkin carving contest, and that was the result. We'll come back to that one. Still proud of that Leeds Armory bit of doing a huge introduction to no one. Oh, the good old mocap times. I've not been to see a specialist about time travel nonsense, but I certainly will. Okay, so this was well before Rome dropped. Alright. Man, time travel is fucking weird. So we must have done Resd well before launch. Favor 6, it's a gift. And the episode where Craig decided to do a full, complete episode in German. Good on him. Good on him. Sorry. I'm taking the time continuum way out of whack here. Oh. I mean, Robin, I used to wear shirts quite a lot. Mainly because, like, one of the first proper retail jobs I got after I got kicked out of home was that suit hire place. So I just had a bunch of, like, shirts for like 1,000 years. Yeah, Aperio's like, yeah, you hooked me up. I'm back on it. Okay, so let me try and recap where we were. All right, so we're making Rally Point. Rome 2's coming up, and Craig brings me from the testing pool officially into the new community team. Like, the idea was Craig would head up the team. I was his first hire essentially, and over time we would build that squad. So like Joey and Nico and Mateus and loads of peeps all kind of came together. Like, it was kind of fascinating because we ended up becoming like the standard for Sega stuff. I actually still feel a bit bad because, I mean, we'll get to it later, but there was this really horrible thing that happened because of the nature of like inter-studio politics and things, that Sega of America started looking to Relic to do the same things that we were doing, but with like far less people and far less resources. And I still feel bad about that. Like, that wasn't our fault. But okay. So, story so far. So, Rome 2's big announce. Let's get that feckin' trailer going. And so you have to understand, friends, that from like the Total War community's perspective, there were two things that everybody asked for all the time. When you're making Medieval 3, when you're making Rome 2. Because Shogun 2 had kind of opened the door to more sequelization. And like, Shogun 2 wasn't huge. Like, it was kind of, okay, Shogun 2 sold great, but the size and scale of the project, I wouldn't say was quite to AAA yet. Like, during a lot of Shogun 2's, at least early promo, there was one guy, I forget his name, and he was the PR and the interview and the go to every event guy. There wasn't really until Rome 2 that a full squad of people were brought on. Like, you know, there was a brand person, there was a PR person, you know, there was Rob kind of heading up the squad, and then the community team. It was a real shift between what happened with Shogun's campaign and then Rome 2's. To announcement trailer. There we go. So we can find that. That's the live action one. Where's the... No, I don't want launch. I want announcement. Was it Carthage? Sorry, I'm trying to find the feckin' assets. No, I don't need to see custom wars. And yes, Brian Blessed did beast some people with a ballista. So many assets. Did we announce with a live action trailer? Could have sworn. Did we? Oh my word. We're those guys. I mean, it's very AAA. You wanna do a quick jaunt through memory lane? The Faces of Rome live action trailer. Oh, Favorite 6. Brian Blessed has done so many things. He is very hireable. Wraith says, "Is it really memory lane if you don't remember?" Oh wow!
I think that Hannibal is too much of a tryhard. What with him being a Carthage lord.
The puns! Alright. So, this was the asset we announced with. This was the live-action Rome 2 trailer. I could have sworn we did an asset that... Oh, it was the Carthage demo that has the guy. Shit, alright, well, we'll have a look at that one. But anyway, like, you got to understand, like, this isn't a feckin' post-Skyrim world. You know. Live action trailers were so hot right then. Also, Craig would spend the rest of the campaign telling everybody I look like the lady from the live-action trailer. Going so far as to Photoshop my face. Ah, good times, good times. And PVS, what own welcome. Sorry, and the reason why I say a post-Skyrim world is the live-action trailer for Skyrim was like the talk of game devs for so long. Yeah, you know how they like had to CGI out Henry Cavill's mustache for that that reshoot? Same thing with a beard. And that little piano stinger, also very hot at the time. Oh, also, we hadn't done the rebrand there, so the CA logo was still the old 90s logo. Good times, good times. Okay. So that was announced, and I think E3 was the Carthage trailer, right? Oh, I fucking love that Attila trailer. Man, I don't know how GameSpot always beats us to the assets. Every time I try and search for something I worked on, GameSpot's like, oh, do you want this one? And I'm like, okay, I know it's the same video, GameSpot, but I should at least give my old alma mater some... Well, I should say alma mater. My old squad. Yeah, okay. So I believe this was the trailer that got dropped for E3, because the Carthage demo was, I think, one of the earliest... Now, I can't remember if it was playable or unplayable. God, I was really hoping that that placeholder and guests were going to be here, so I'd have someone to like bounce my my memory chasms off of. But have a look at this. So this was the first proper gameplay that people got to see. And, I mean, if you want to go through the whole video, there is, like, the full 10-minute demo that people got to see.
Carthage makes a mockery of Rome. They must be punished.
Those walls can withstand any attack.
Scipio will not fail.
Fire! This will never end. They will never surrender.
Take those walls!
Gods, what have we done?
Technically an engine. Technically an engine. God, yeah. No, that can't have been E3, because E3 was the Egypt demo. Gamescom was... Oh, sorry. So, friends, whenever I'm talking about, like, campaigns and structure and things like that, one of the things that was really cool about working on Rome 2 was how the whole thing was blocked out. So, like, each big event, each big section of the campaign was based around one big fight, one big idea. So, announce and launch was all around Carthage, the Siege of Carthage. You know, this big set-piece battle. Then, I'm trying to remember the timeline. E3 was all about Egypt versus Rome, where you could play as either side, but like, I think it was like the Egyptian side was super easy and the Roman side was super hard. And for Gamescom, I can't remember where that fell, and then that would have been after. The Gamescom was the Battle of Teutoburg Forest, where the Germanic tribes just fucking ruffle-stomped the Romans. You know, the famous Missing Legion. Michael Fassbender was in a film about it. It was right good. So, like, all the way up until launch, like, each part was based on a different section. And I thought that was kind of cool. So, you know, I think it was the Egypt battle was the last big one. Okay. So many stories to tell. I don't even know where to start. Camille, no. No. Hang on, let me get some smooth jams going, because I think it's going to be picture time. So, I'm brought on the team. Rome 2 announces it's the big Carthage battle. Annoyingly, we weren't allowed to keep the historically accurate drawings of penises on the walls, which was annoying. More for like ESRB rating, but even though it was historically accurate for there to be great big phalluses graffitied over the walls, it wasn't allowed. Okay, so did announce. What was our first kind of event? I want to say the first event was Rezzed. Like, oh shit! Sorry, totally wasn't distracting myself there at all. A combination of fear and nonsense. Hey, Catastros, have yourself a lovely rest of your day, friend. To the Order of Talon, Watto and welcome. Sharing Rome 2 stories. And I'm trying to just balance out between like the timeline of telling like a cohesive story, and not being a complete numpty. But yeah, no, I think Res was the first event we did for Rome 2. Like after the big old announce. And I still feel a little bit guilty about it. Okay, so, hang on, I'll just bring this up for you. So, Rezzed was meant to be the rock, paper, shotgun convention, focusing around, like, PC games and all sorts of good stuff. So, obviously, CA was going to be a big old chunky part of that. I'm still trying to get the timeline sorted in my head. Anyway, so CA decided to have like a big old presence there. We would end up doing like live stage demos and things like that. It was real cool. That was the time where me and Craig had to pad for time for 10 minutes on stage. But sorry, I promise I will explain the chortle nonsense in just a second. You know what? I'm just going to tell the story out of whack, and I'll try and get my timeline sorted. But the TLDR was so... Craig took a regular people holiday. I don't know if you've ever heard of those, but apparently people do this thing where they don't work for like a week or two. And Craig gave me a job while he was away. He was like, "Whoa, we should dress up for PAX." I was like, "Yes." Sorry, we should dress up for Res. I was like, "Yes." I'll look into some costumes. And so I got us this. And so I got us this. Pretty fancy, right? Right? The thing was, hang on, let me find the correct picture. Like, Craig looks fucking great there, right? And I've got the whole like senatorial robe thing going on. It was cool. It was one of the stupidest, warmest summers we would experience in so long. Trying to see if I can find another good photo of it. Okay, yeah, this is a good one here, because this kind of shows I didn't check the spec on the costumes. Sorry, Amos is getting his feeties cleaned. I didn't check the spec on the costumes. So while mine is still just kind of like a toga and sash, Craig's was reenactment quality. So have a look at this picture. Like, you can see the exhaustion in his eyes. Poor bastard. Poor bastard. I'd basically ordered him, like, full-on, you could survive arrow bolts to the chest armor. And I didn't get him a submalis because I didn't know. I thought it was stage armor. Because mine was just designed to be, like, for, you know, for stage and stuff. You're right. Come on, baby boy. Yeah, Jimami, I cooked a man. Well, yeah, I had a toga on, so I was nice and easy breezy. I actually do feel guilty about this. As funny as it is, I do feel guilty. Lagmeister says the question is, why don't you stream dressed like that? Well, so Lagmeister, like, joking aside, like, I'm really enjoying telling you all these stories today. I have so many to share with you. It's going to be feckin' great. But the TLDR is that there's a certain gaucheness that some people go through when they leave a studio, but then make that studio's work their whole identity. We used to suffer from it.
Mama just cooked a man, put hot metal on his head.
Popped on the microwave, now he's dead. Mama. But no, something we used to have to contend with as part of the community team on CA was people who'd worked on Total War who had left, but would always be commenting on social media posts and forums. Because you didn't want to tell them to go fuck themselves, but you had to... a lot of DMs about you can't say that. I can't even name names as to who that was because drinking and alcohol has obliterated those memories. But I never wanted to be one of those people, so like, after I left CA, I didn't like publicly post about Total War or talk about stuff because, you know, I didn't want to make trouble for my friends who were working it, and I didn't want them to have to worry. So, hell, I honestly probably wouldn't have done a stream of Rome 2 if it wasn't the anniversary of. I never worked on Total War Warhammer, which is one of the reasons why I felt pretty confident playing through that, because I couldn't tell you diddly or squat. Because as the team grew, I got put on the historical strategy stuff, and Joey was brought on for Warhammer, because Joey was Joey had like a very successful YouTube channel for like painting and had played in a bunch of Warhammer tournaments and stuff. Like, Joey knew the stuff back to back. But that's another story. Okay, I was joking with somebody about, you know, my old boss, the one... Okay, the person above Craig. So when I say old boss, I don't mean like my direct lead, but like, he drilled into us Total War Warhammer. Total War Warhammer. And anytime in a meeting someone said Total Warhammer, he would be on them. And as much as I was joking that I am beyond his purview, I am beyond his reach now. Like, if there are beans, I can spill them. If there's tea, I can spill that as well. There's a lot of spilling going on, but I'm still afraid. There's still like a Pavlovian response. Like, I can't even get the mouthfeel around Total Warhammer. Just like, no, it absolutely does roll off the tongue better. But Rob was just militarily insistent because Total War and Warhammer are two brands and they must be forever separate. Amos running in here for shade. Bless you. I'm trying to see if I can find some more like pictures from the timeline. But hey! Watto and welcome, friend. Watto and welcome. Good old Jay Bizzle. Joey, how are you doing? How are you doing? Oh, I was just talking about you. I was just saying that someone was asking why, like, you know, I don't dress up in a toga, and I was saying that, you know, it's kind of gauche when you leave a studio to be all about that game. And the reason why I've streamed Total Warhammer in the past has been because that was the one that you worked on. And Joey, I've missed your face as well. Yeah, I was just showing people pictures of the toga and Craig's like super heavyweight armor that I accidentally ordered for him. Alright? Accidentally. Okay. So, I'm just trying to see if there's any other good... So, Joey, I'm trying to do, like, the story so far, right? So, I did a little chatting about the live action... We just looked at the live action video and then the Carthage demo. Oh, yeah! Oh, so, friends, for those who don't know, so Joey was the lovely individual I was talking about who worked on Total War Warhammer. I was also just saying, Joey, that... Hey! Favor 6, you fucking legend. Thank you. I still can't say Total Warhammer without feeling gross, because even though I'm beyond the grasp of Rob, I still... even though I'm beyond his grasp, I still feel a little weird. I won't lie. But yeah, so friends, during the, I want to say it was Warhammer, was it 1 or 2 that you got the Vampire Count's armor, which looked badass and was cosplay quality, so it wasn't a tiny oven strapped to your back. And yes, in the background, I am going through pictures of the time to try and find like the story so far. God, that was the time we won the Develop Pub quiz, and I was so drunk. No, okay, that was for Warhammer 1. But yeah, so Joey, I'm basically just telling stories of the Rome campaign, you know, the story as it was. I'm trying to find the rally point where you were about to throttle me so I can show people how hard it was working with me. Like, we're getting in. So, Joey, if you'd like to join me just on comms to chat with these lovely Mother Hubbards, you'd be very cordially welcome. But please don't feel you have to, you know. Sadly, I've not heard from Placeholder, so I now owe Lizzie a beverage. Oh yeah, and sorry, so friends, Joey was saying that we had fun. We did, and that's what working in games is about. It really is. Like, I've got like a lot of stories to tell, and especially once we get to, you know, once we get closer and closer to launch on this this long, drawn-out narrative that I've got for you all, it turns from a great story into a scary story, but. But I will say, like, and I'm not just saying this because you're here, Joey, but, like, for a good while, like, our little community team was so tight-knit. Like, we were, like, a little squad. And those were some of the feckin' best days, you know? Like, I think back to those. Those are the memories that really make me miss working in a studio, you know? Don't get me wrong, I'm very happy doing this. It's it suits me rather well, but also to those of you, so poor Joey got sat next to me for a large proportion of not only this campaign but also Attila. So friends, Joey survived having to put up with me on the daily. I'm just saying. Alright, you don't need to see Chegger's Day. I don't know if most of you even know who Keith Chegwin is, but he once mocked me while I got heat stroke and frozen at the same time. That was, sunburn and damn near hypothermia at the same time. Fuck you, Cheggers. I got beef. I can't really find too many pictures of note between, I want to say, Resident E3. God, that was a wild time. Should have prepared these stories a little better. Oh, and let me just adjust our audio. Joey, can you hear me? And Favour 6, I can tell you it was not naked cheggers. But it didn't make it any less painful.
Feeling sick and recovering from fatigue. Here's a short pun. I asked a blind pirate why he quit. He said, because I can't see anymore.
That joke is terrible, and you should feel bad. And Lizzie, I don't know if Joey is currently sorting audio or what have you.
Hello.
Hey!
Is this working?
Yeah! Joey!
Amazing.
1 million years later, how are you?
Yeah, I'm alright. How are you?
I mean, it's PAX week and the 10th anniversary of Rome all at the same fucking time. I'm feeling all the feels.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nostalgic trip, isn't it?
And feckin' then some.
Yeah. I mean, to add to your story a little bit in terms of the timeline, I joined a few months before the game launch, and I was a fresh-faced community manager. And so I think my first real hands-on was the Gamescom, which was, I want to say, the Egyptian battle.
Yeah.
And I was learning about Total War. You know, I played, obviously, but I was a Warhammer nerd. So, you know, I knew my strategy from Warhammer. And was really, it was a real hands-on learning experience in the games industry. And
yeah, you went from 0 to 1,000.
Yeah, something like that.
Lizzie was like, "Wow, your first CM role was with Will," and then like a proud salute, like.
Oh, thank you.
Let's be honest, I'm a well-documented disaster.
Hey, it was fine. I looked after you. I made sure you were hydrated and caffeinated.
I will be forever grateful for that. And what's been really funny, sorry to immediately derail the conversation, is seeing all the people who did their first Gamescom last week and watching them realise on Saturday what Saturday means.
Good Lord. I got the worst morning shifts as well after some events. I remember that much.
Yeah. I if I had known, I would have felt guilty. But for those of you who don't know, at least back when Joey and I did it for Gamescom is one of the most intense events you can do. This Gamescom just passed had 320,000 people over 5 days. But when Joey and I did it, you had the industry-only area where there was like a lounge where you could relax on your break and get like a fucking panini or a beer or a coffee. It was great. Saturday, the busiest day of the show, the industry area is completely closed. There's no break room. There's nowhere to go. There was that like duct taped square outside for the smoking area, and that was it.
In those days, it was my favourite place.
So friends, if you haven't had the chance to meet them, this is Joey. We served together on Rome 2 and side by side during the Attila Warhammer era.
Of which I made the timely joke of more horses, more resources.
I still have that meme.
Yes.
Because when you run out of...
I still tell that story.
That was first Franco Jam? I think so?
Yes, I believe it was. You'll have to excuse my muting on and off while I go and search for a charger in the age-old tale of my battery is on 10%.
No worry, no worry. Lizzie was just asking your pronouns when you get a second.
I'm a she, her, thank you.
Sorry, I'm just sharing with such wonderful, iconic memes as more horses, more resources. Because if you get hungry, you can eat your ride.
Well, that was my assumption, and I think it's a fair one to make. The problem is that this was during that controversy of a fast food, frozen food company
No, it was
using horse meat.
Tesco's. Tesco's got rumbled for horse meat.
So it was a bad time to make that joke, I think.
I mean, the stream loved it. We loved it. So I've been trying to tell like the story of Rome so far, and it was like E3 was massive, and we definitely got to do the whole like big AAA campaign because I'm pretty sure you got to do something similar for Warhammer, right? Right?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. Because I know, like, Attila kind of got the smaller treatment because it was kind of like the side sequel, and then like Warhammer was the next big one, and I was definitely, God, I think I was at Improbable by the time Warhammer launched, right? This is the problem with this, Joey. It's like a lifetime of gin and poor sleep has just shot my memory. So it's like trying to reverse engineer it all is very tricky.
Yeah, I mean, it was after the Warhammer 1 launch, I believe. Because at that point it was, I think, oh no, maybe it was before, because James and I were Team JJ doing live streams.
Yep.
And that's where the armor came into play.
I cannot imagine doing, like, long-ass streams. Although you and I did stream together, which was a lot of fun.
I think the energy that was used from both of us during those streams, I don't think there was enough caffeine for weeks to recharge that correctly, you know?
The coffee machine did break several times. We put it through its fucking paces.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't mean to be drifty. Oh, I found it! Feckin' Gamescom squad. See if I can find some really good pictures. So friends, you're just gonna have to forgive today if it's a bunch of stories leaping around, but good old Gamescom. Those incredibly awful free Saints Row flow drinks that gave me a thumping headache.
That was gross. It was a gross name.
It tasted terrible. These photos are wildly out of whack, so here's you and I at the Mad Cats event, where you blew both mine and about several people's minds by being able to braid hair with a single hand. We got sent to go babysit this event, and all it was one rig with the demo on, and a lot of business people, you know, talking peripherals in German to each other, so we just kind of drank and sat there. It's great.
That was a great event.
Definitely was not expecting the German drinking style to catch me off guard so hard. Which is half pint, like short glasses of beer, but just add infinite quantity. Trying to find a really good one. You and me behind the Rome 2 headquarter guy. Sorry, Happy Pie had to say, Joey single-handedly braided your hair? You know what I mean.
I plait hair with one hand, and I can dual wield.
It's a terrifying power. And speaking of terrifying, this is not the best quality photo, but this is just one of the halls during the Saturday. And yes, that is people as far as the eye can see. Like, because that was when Craig and I tried to go and get currywurst. That trip still haunts me. I don't think I've seen that many people in one place. Like, including, like, sports stadiums and matches. And Asari, while I cannot claim to have been the greatest professional, and certainly not the greatest professional to work with, what I will say is the enthusiasm has always been there. That's been a universal constant. There's me and Craig rocking the stage that had no stage monitors, so you couldn't hear how loud you were, and I lost my voice entirely. Good times, good times. Oh, and this one, this fancy photo of me on stage, was shortly before I got booed for giving a lass in a wheelchair a free hoodie. Gamescom crowd was brutal. God. The problem is, Joey, I know I'm missing so much in trying to... Hey! Rikami, what and welcome. Coming in. We're telling Rome 2 stories. I think rather than trying to tell a cohesive story, let's just have a natter. So, okay, what was your... I say Rome 2 to you, like, what's the seminal memory that pops up?
I think it has to be that Gamescom, you know, really, because that and Rally Point, so not just the ones that you and Craig had done, but getting in front of the camera and I don't know, doing a Rally Point show with you guys for the first time and helping do some of those Let's Play videos, you know, that I'd done video editing before for my YouTube channel, but that was like my first proper video, and that was hard to do, I think, at the time, because, you know, game code and capture, you know, that's so complex, and I think it was certainly about 10 years ago.
Oh no, it literally was.
Yeah, so it's really just Rome 2 was a trial by fire in so many ways.
You know,
as a working professional, not like the game, just to really learn immediately, you know, day one joining, how to do all of these things, and to do what our job was, which was to grow a community. And, you know, I think we definitely did that, not only with the fans of the game, but as a team ourselves. You know, it was actually a really wholesome time.
Although looking back on it now, like, I guess I hadn't stopped to think about it. Sorry, also to Rolly Rallison, Watto, and welcome. We're talking about Rome 2, because it's been 10 years since that game came out. So I'm spilling tea and bringing friends on. But no, it's like, jumping back, I hadn't really stopped to think about it until, I guess, now. Because, at least from my perspective, like, you handled it. But you went from, like, you went from zero to first games industry job, and doing Rally Point, and doing Gamescom. Fucking Gamescom! And all of this. Like, whew. Let me see if this is the one.
And I might add, as a mother of a young boy as well, having to juggle that kind of working professional life and motherhood, you know, I mean, I'm chatting to you as friend and individual, and that was certainly part of that time in my life, you know. It was genuinely a lot of work, but I loved every moment of it.
I'm trying to find the Rally Point where you look like you're about to choke me which you honestly would have been fine doing because I was being an absolute little turd during that film. That shoot. I think it was 15. Hang on, let me bring it up because I'll. Oh shush, Mark Strong, you're not in this. You have no lines in this play, Mark Strong. Also, I still like the fact that we got him to say the Rally Point stinger without knowing what it was. Oh, look at these two fresh-faced numpties. I'm trying to see, Joey, if this is the one where I kept doing the bit and you were about ready to punch me. Because it was the funniest. Oh shit, and there's the fucking Rome set. God. Now I'm just feeling 1,000 years old. Yeah. That's the one right there. I kept going, wow, every time you're trying to say something.
Yeah, there's the face. But that was, what, take 58?
Yeah. Friends, you can't understand. Hang on. Pause that for a second. You cannot understand how... When we did Rally Point shoots, what we would do is we'd have bullet points we had to talk about, but we'd just roll the camera just to keep it, natural, to keep it chatting. And I don't know why, maybe I was over caffeinated, maybe it was just being a jerk, but I kept interrupting Joey by going, wow! I think, knowing each other as well as we do now, I think you probably would have punched me in the goal.
I think so.
No one would have judged you.
No, they wouldn't have. They would have allowed it.
Yeah. Favor 6 says, I imagine wanting to kill Will is a common thing.
It was. Mostly when I was pregnant, which was during Attila. And because we sat next to each other, I don't know if you remember this bit from The Office where Pam vomits in a bucket next to Dwight and looks him right in the eyes, but I wanted to do that to you every day.
I mean, you gave me the blow-by-blow on the occasional tactical chunder. Like, you were very honest with God, why am I being overly British now? The process, skip through that.
The process works.
Yeah, the process. And yeah, I got the look. But it did mean that, making Rally Point was a lot of fun. Sadly, even with today's no holds barred, there are a few behind-the-scenes clips that I still cannot share. RoboCop the musical, unfortunately, is not safe for anywhere. Bismarck, we got into some weird headspaces during Rally Point filming.
For sure, but there's also that anxiety, isn't there? That filming anxiety.
I think I kind of had that beaten out of me, so... I will say, on the grand scheme of things, which I'm like, I am really sorry you didn't get to do the thing, definitely the Rome event. Rob should have splashed the cash and brought us all for that one. And there's little Lionheart! Look at his little face! He's a dad now. I actually invited him to join us for today, but he's got to do family stuff. Jackie giving a sub to Rally Point. So to all of your good selves, so Rally Point was monthly show? I forget. But the community team did their own YouTube show throughout Rome 2, and it continued pretty far after. We definitely threw Attila. God, because I left after Attila before Warhammer dropped, and Rally Point was still going for a while. I think they changed it into like an interview format thing now, like a blog. It's not the same.
I think it's fair to say that at that point, not only I think generally in the industry, it was a thing to be quite presenter driven, to have like,
Yes.
I don't know, faces to represent various brands across various industries, but it was about having a key face, and I think that was kind of part of it. So it was born from that concept, and kind of carried on, and then I suppose just changed with the times. You don't see that kind of thing so much anymore.
No, it is pretty rare. There's a few indie teams where like they have an person, but there isn't one person repping a lot of the big brands anymore, which is fine. Like, I was talking to this lot about it earlier, Joey, but like, we took a lot of our cues from Summoner's Showcase from League of Legends and Nika Harper, but like, Nika got burnt and thrown to the curb by by Riot. Like, they did not protect her at all. And I think the only person who really came out of that whole era of like front-facing CMs was feckin' Warframe Tenno Mum. Oh, what's her ruddy name? I'm a terrible industry friendo. It's like they're now like the community director of all of Warframe. Feck. Anyway, one of these lovely lot will know it. Yeah, there's very few people from that era that kind of came out unscathed. And like, well, so I feel in that regard, Joey, like you definitely had the edge of having done YouTube as yourself beforehand.
I think that helped with the legitimacy of being presenter viewed, because I mean it's quite let's say it's generally challenging being a lady. And then talking about something quite male dominated at that point in time as well.
Yeah, we've started to refer to it as the pre-Cavill era when it comes to Warhammer.
No,
yes.
No.
I think certainly having a bit more of a legacy YouTube history helped at that point, for sure.
But, like, despite watching a lot of people, I hadn't done anything front-facing, and I didn't get it nearly as bad as many people. But, like, we're in the happy part of the story now, friends. We'll get to the launch of Rome 2 part of the story at some point. But, yeah. Oh, Jam, what are you talking about? Total War fans can be a bit much. Psh. As an aside, Joey, I was genuinely tempted to invite TWC in today to come talk to us. Or at least come, like, hang out and chat. That place is dead as a doornail. Like, I guess they all hold...
That's kind of a shame.
A little bit, yeah.
I mean, much like the fans being a bit much, I don't think it's ever been that. I think it's always been, that's almost a love language of care, isn't it? Is that passionate aggression sometimes? And,
Yep.
that's lovely in a way, to feel strongly about something enough to be vocal. I mean, there's degrees of, manners that can be applied to things, but
that's very
I'll say
diplomatic. That's very diplomatic.
But I'd always had that in my mind, and that was always a thing from when I did Warhammer YouTubing. Is for the most part, I think a lot of that energy comes from the time and love that you put into something, and that's why people feel entitled, I suppose, to have such loud opinions. And that's always something that's come through, and I think that was true of that particular forum. They were absolutely passionate about how they felt about the game.
Yeah. It was also wild because, like, both, like, all of us, you, me, and Craig, like, we joined after the existence of TWC. Like, there were people on those forums who had seniority of it. It's wild. So I'm going to go in a really wild direction, but I wanted to show this just to show, like, how much fun we were kind of having behind the scenes for all the stress of it. So this is back to Rally Point 2. So this was green screen is gone, Will and Craig being Will and Craig. This is also... One of the things that happened when we went to Gamescom is that everybody knew Craig from having the glasses and clean shaven. And then when we started touring and we did Gamescom and then PAX, Craig got contacts and grew a beard, and no one recognized him. But we went through this whole phase for a while of just messing with Elliot, and I still don't know why. Elliot's a lovely bloke. At the time, Elliot was heading up the team who were making mod tools, so you could actually use the in-game map editor. It was real cool. Like, it was a little Rally Point exclusive. It was definitely community focused. The interview was a bit dry. We also had our friend Stephen doing some chatting and all, with the worst angled interview I've ever done of Steve talking over his shoulder. But then we just got weird with it. Sorry, Joey. I have to show this one off. I know it's a little before your time, but so we got Elliot here to do the announcement, and then we did a whole bit where we shared a bunch of footage of Elliot drunk as a skunk at the CA 20th party, and then we fake got him to sign a photo of himself with a BAFTA. We didn't tell him any of this was happening. Like, are we bad people?
You are, yeah.
Oh, that was a good party though. That was the 25 years of CA1. I was dressed as a pirate, and I got Werthers to bring in a bunch of fake poker chips because those were the beer tokens. Did I tell you about this? I must have.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Flair says I actually look whiter in the video. Take some doing.
England does it to you.
Yeah, you know, now I'm out here, I'm getting some culture in me. It's got Mexican food, it's great. So Velo, I can talk about this, because Rob can't touch me. I don't know if they'll ever do a Medieval 3, but Medieval 2 was done by CA Australia, who killed themselves making a game called Stormrise. I think Stormrise was also before your time as well, Joey. But naming no names, Stormrise was meant to be the future of console RTSs. And that was the title that CA Australia got to make after. It tanked so hard that Sega took control. They became Sega Sydney, and then were eventually evaporated. Recently, Sega put out a bunch of unreleased demos, including a attempt at the Golden Axe franchise, which what was once the Medieval 2 team is desperately putting together to try and stave off being shuttered, but it didn't work. Sega quietly killed them in a back alley. To this day, Stormrise remains a running joke amongst many circles. Naming no names, a friend nearly got a Whip Select tattoo once. If the tattoo place has been open. I do believe a couple of PR people still send each other PCs filled with copies of Stormrise, but that's not my tale to tell. See? Rob can't get me. I can tell all the stories. Yeah, so sadly, Medieval 3 is probably unlikely, but who knows? You know? One of the things that was really cool was, while I was there, Warhammer was only going to be 2 games, not 3. And now the Immortal Empires campaign is terrifyingly massive. Actually, so Joey, I haven't actually started an Immortal Empires campaign yet because I'm scared of it. No joke.
That's disgusting. How dare you?
Also, how is any faction supposed to step up to the feckin' vampire pirates?
They're the
Like,
best.
They are! They've got giant robots made out of meat and cannons. Like, what's not to like?
I just love it, you know. To round off, because my time with you is short-lived, for I've had a long day travelling, and it is 10 past my bedtime, I might add. Now I'm in my mid-30s. But, you know, I have to say that those times, Rome 2 and all of that work I did, you know, community side, were just the best. You know, I love those titles, the team, the work we did. You know, we got to do some awesome charity stuff.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Mod awards, you know, those little things that helped the kind of smaller facets of the community, but that really gave things heart.
Oh, the
Loved
fucking
it.
mod summits were so good.
Yeah.
So, friends, 1,000 years ago, Joey started running a yearly summit where like core Total War modders would be brought into the studio and get to actually just sit down and chat to the team, and not like the fanciful PR team, but like the fucking core engine peeps. And I would never get tired of seeing like Guy like quizzing these kids on like, how the fuck did you do this? You know, because I think I hate that I've forgotten his name, but I think they ended up hiring him, the kid who made a custom map for Shogun 2, right? God, I'm trying to remember.
Yes, I think so.
Okay, so Joey, before you retire, and yes, Lizzie, I do know people that sleep sensible hours. Are
It's
there...
because I have kids and I'm old.
I'm older than you!
Yeah, but I'm older in my soul.
Honestly, I can't deny. Like, I would definitely say that you had seniority on me, if that makes a weird sense.
It does, because I was team mum, you know, and not to sound cliche about it, but that was, you know, that's what I mean by it was such a fantastic time, because, you know, there was genuine care. We became, all of us, a little unit, and, you know, my mum instincts were strong, and I had to make sure everyone was hydrated, because we work in the gaming industry.
Yeah, my lack of regard for myself was probably highly noticeable. But anyway, sorry. What I wanted to say is, before we let you go, were there any like little stories from the Rome 2 era you'd like to share before trundling off to the land of Nod?
I don't know whether there's anything specific other than, you know, some of the stuff that you've mentioned about Gamescom, like, you know, the hair braiding. I feel like I got every now and then. So, and traditionally, this is true of all of the things I've done in life, tabletop Warhammer and beyond. But I'm distinctly average at these things. I've never been an amazing Warhammer player, Total War gamer, never. But every now and then, I have a beautiful fluke where all of the stars align, and I have such a smashed bat. Like, I beat James one time, and it was amazing. And James is an amazing strategist. You know, when we'd stream together, I would talk about lore, and he would talk about the strategy and some of the, you know, tactics about it. And there's just one game that I played, I think it was, we were demoing, and I just absolutely smashed it. And I can never repeat it, and it will never happen again. But one game was amazing, and there were a few people witnessing that were like, whoa. And I'm like, yep, just left, never spoke about it again.
Yeah, you got to have your Keanu Reeves moment.
Yeah, but you can't linger in it. You just have to go, and then leave.
Of course, my quick story of you and I was that one stream where we were supposed to do the legendary campaign Sparta challenge. I misclicked to send all our troops out into the fucking water, out to the sea. We lost our only city and then died of starvation.
I think that's the other time that I gave you a death glare and a strong, silent, stern face.
We had to restart the campaign. It was fine. It was fine.
I'm still shaking my head thinking about it, actually.
You know, misclicks happen to us all.
Livid.
Oh.
I'm angrier now, actually. It reminded me of this.
Hey, let no one say that I try and paper over my faults.
Fair.
Well,
But it was a great time. It's a great game, and it's an amazing team, you know.
yeah.
I couldn't have asked for a better entry into the industry and a team to help figure that all out alongside. As cheesy as that sounds,
No, I completely understand.
I promise you it's not the tiredness.
No, I mean, I'm gonna end up being cheesy as shit today because, like, it was such a great campaign to be a part of, and like, it would be what shaped me through the rest of my career. You know, it's fucking wild, and you know what, like. After everything that was done after launch, when everything kind of came together as they intended, it's a solid game, alright? Yes, Warhammer is more fun. I'm just going to say that out the bat, but, you know, but Rome slaps.
It really does, and you know, I got to be a part of almost the resurgence, like when they did the follow-on DLCs, so Rise of the Republic, Empire Divided, and those were my first projects doing kind of brand work. So separate from community management. And that was amazing. You know, that was amazing to come back to a title that I loved, that I started with, to work on the DLCs and really tie that in a bow. So, you know, and those advancements that were made by that team to the game, to the look and feel of it, it just tied it in a bow for me. It was perfect. I loved it.
Heck yeah. I wish I'd been there for that, but I'm very glad that it happened, you know. So anyway, Joey, I mean, obviously you are welcome to stay as long as you want, but you know I'm a talker. So yeah.
I will remain in the chat for a little while, but yeah, just yeah, thanks for having me.
Hey,
hopefully I provided some insights for you and a little bit of jovial chit chat on the good old days.
I absolutely did, and like I'd hoped to get like a squad of people together for this one, but also me being in Seattle time and like all of y'all having real lives certainly puts a bit of a kibosh on that.
Well, yeah, but you know, I think it's important to honor the game, the time, and as you say, I think it did really shape and mark our career trajectories and what we learned since that point. So you know, it's important.
And as is tradition, so Joey, is there anything that you're working on right now that these people can support or cheer for? The guinea pigs certainly want to know. Or if you're not allowed to talk about it, don't worry.
I'm not allowed to talk about it, so don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. You can't touch me, Rob. You can't touch me.
Only cool stuff. But I'll let you know. I'll let you know how it's going in the future. I promise.
Roger. Yeah. Don't be a stranger.
I shan't do. Thanks all. Have a lovely stream.
I shall.
Have a good reminiscing time.
I'm gonna.
Joey out.
Bye. Oh yeah, I don't know if I even flashed it, friends. Yeah, I've got my my Rome 2 promotional shirt on today, the whole shebang. So yeah, that was Joey Williams, legend, friend, and keeper of many secrets. So Rome 2 was a campaign and a half, let me fucking tell you. Jonix, God, I did think that the titular icy Slavic inspired leader of the Warhammer 3 faction did bear a striking resemblance to Joey. Just saying. So Sahan's Wolf, Rome 2. Total War Rome 2 was it's probably one of the bigger projects that I worked on, and it will be 10 years old this Sunday. But with PAX happening at the same time, I can't do PAX and do an anniversary event, so... Oh, River. Hang on a sec, friends. Gotta move this for the dog. There you go. So yeah, we're having a chat about it. I'm going to boot up the game in a little bit, but I wanted to share some behind the scenes stuff and some stories and talk about a whole bunch. Yeah, there's a whole ass video game of it. And we will get to talking about like Emperor Edition and things like that. E3 and the waggling finger of Uncle Sonic. The fact that every time I have to start my E3 presentation, because our shifts were at the same point every day, would be exactly the same time as the fucking Ubisoft dancers doing a routine to size Gentleman would start up at the same time. Drive me up the bloody wall. But, I mean, I guess the other thing that I wanted to say was like, we got put through the ringer. So like, as Joey was saying, Joey joined the team, immediately had to start doing Rally Point videos and community stuff and Gamescom. Gamescom being the most intense. Like, I was very, very lucky because like myself and Craig did most of the big events. And it's really cool. When it's your first run through events and you're like, oh wow, you know, I'm going to go to Gamescom, then I'm going to go to PAX. It's amazing. And I was just like, by the end of it, I was just a dead shell of a human. Like, I think we were in Horsham for like a day, maybe two. Just enough time to like sleep and wash clothes after Gamescom before we got sent to PAX. And right at the end of PAX was when Rome launched. But we'll get to that later. So I'm just trying to think of what else we did. Craig and I got to go to RTX because my job was to reach out to like YouTubian people and invite them to cool things. So when we did the event in Italy on the set of HBO's Rome, which was our press event, I was given budget to invite a bunch of like YouTubian individuals. Sadly, I didn't manage to get a lot of the people that I wanted, but ended up becoming friends with a lot of them because of it. But it was real fun because we invited a bunch of YouTubers, ended up getting Lionheart and Prince of Macedon? I think Prince of Macedon. I always get Prince and Carthage mixed up in my head. And it was so funny because it was like 2013. Yeah, it was 2013. It was right at a point where games journos were having to present as very po-faced due to all the nonsense that was going on. But then there was like me and Craig and Lionheart and yeah, I think it was Prince of Macedon, just running around having the best time. So excitable. God. Jonix was working on Just Dance in Newcastle at the time. Feckin' yo! And friends, I'll try and remember more like anecdotes of LA and things like that, of trying to defend our femme-presenting co-worker from a bunch of like British squaddies at the Saddle Ranch in LA. That was feckin' wild. But it was fascinating because like the Rome 2 campaign was just go, 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 go. Like, it was pretty rare for us to not be working pretty intense, like 5 days a week when we weren't doing events and stuff like that. So you gotta understand that like we were riding high on the campaign and the adrenaline. Like, we rolled right into PAX at full tilt. Just seeing what's in my my packs. Because I at least want to show you lot this, and maybe me getting attacked by dogs. Okay, what will be the timeline? So I was attacked by dogs, then we did packs, then I ate the pepper. So I guess those are the three I want to chat about. Velo. Yo, Velo, if you want to talk about Make War Not Love, I'm still good friends with Cynthia from who was working on Company of Heroes at the time. Alright, so we'll do Dog Attack, Pack Stories, then Pepper, and then we'll play some games. Alright, where are ya? Rally Point Special, let's go. So the important thing about this... Oh yeah, so Lizzie, yeah, disclaimer, the dogs are all fine in this one. The video I'm about to show you is, at least for a while, one of two videos I was known for. I do think that the Dog Attack video came out before E3, because I remember people commenting on it, but again, the timelines are wibbly-wibbly, and sadly, while Joey did join us, Placeholder has not. So, I don't have anybody to back up my gin-addled brain. But the story is very, very real in the sense of, I don't know at what point it stopped being a joke about, wouldn't it be funny if we unboxed the game while being attacked by dogs? Because war dogs were a big bullet point feature of Rome 2. Like, wouldn't it be funny if we unboxed the game while being attacked by dogs and we're actually in a facility in Swansea? Now, the place we went to specialized in attack dogs for the home. So dogs that were safe to have around kids and families, but, you know, when you said the magical word, they turn into like a beastly ass kicker. Today you will see the hard works of one Waggy. And the only condition that they made, so we didn't have to pay them for the use of the facilities or anything, because one, they were amazed that anyone would volunteer to go in the bite suit, as that's usually their punishment for whoever doesn't clean out the dog cages. But their only requirement was that we sit and spend time with the dogs. And I'm like, I fucking love dogs! Anyway, so this was a dumb thing that I did with my life. And the reason behind this was because I really, really dislike boring white glove unboxing videos. Well, Jonan, see for yourself. Just adjusting the audio levels. Look at the puppy! So this is a thing I did for my job.
Hold him! Hold him! Oh, the scroll's out! The map is out! Unboxing! Unboxing! Bring it! I got Raptor Collector's Edition! Comes with a limited edition map! And a steel case! And like a bunch of stuff! And
It's still funny!
legs! Good legs. Good boy,
Still funny.
Oh, good! Ah! Ow! That one hurt. Hold him. Good boy! Good boy!
I know I say this every time, but the dog is literally dragging me back there. That's not a bit.
Surprisingly hard to get up.
See, and then we get kisses and we hang out. It's the bestest.
There's 22,000 of these.
Special collector's edition.
And again, I know I tell this story every time we talk about this video, but there's a bit where I throw the dice, and the dog goes, "Oh, is it go time?" And apparently all the handlers were like, "Oh no."
Cool pieces. Yeah, this is the rule set for building your catapult. You'll see well in one of the rally points from the build list.
Wow.
So that was the Total War Room 2 Collector's Edition.
Yes.
And if you want to pre-order this sucker for yourselves, you can do. Just check out the links below.
But do not slow down, because there ain't many left.
So a big thank you to everyone at A1K9 Limited here in Swansea.
Thank you guys so much. This was amazing, and terrifying, and amazing.
The only thing I will say is, no matter how exhausted you are, there is a part of your brain that goes into overdrive when being chased downhill by dogs. And yeah, so for a while I was kind of known as that guy that got wiped out by an attack dog. That was my. See, here's the other thing about. Here's the other thing about like the Rome 2 campaign is that it was also the time that I got introduced to like the rest of the games industry. So like CA was a great place to work, but it's quite isolated, like nestled in Horsham. And like unless you went personally to develop or to like the games industry pub quiz or stuff like that, you didn't really meet other game devs and other studios that often. And so when we went out and did a whole bunch of this, and I went to E3 and Gamescom and stuff, and I got to meet like other community managers and other people. No, yeah, all right, yeah, it's a massive understatement. It's this strange little like atoll of game development. And it was so fascinating. Now, I'm not saying that CA does it on purpose, but let me tell you, it was only when I started like going to, especially GDC, that I realized, one, the power level of a lot of people at CA is terrifying, and that we definitely weren't being acknowledged for how badass we were. But that's another story. Yeah, well, Sophia's like, that's fucking cool, but like, you know, CA was far enough from London that that's a day trip. You couldn't just pop up to a meet. Oh, and Velo, shit. I don't know if it's still the case, but the Rome 2 card game, which was a lot of fun, there used to be a buttload of those left over. There may still be some. Like, maybe don't ask right now, because last I saw, the Total War community is very angry. But maybe when things calm down, like if you ask or email like the community team, they might actually have some sealed packs left. Well, so Lizzie, I want to do pack stories. Then I want to talk about what happened at launch, and then I want to show the hot pepper, because the hot pepper was never an intentional maneuver, but boy did it all come together. Right, that was Gamescom. That was LA. I don't think we really need to talk about E3 too much more. Here we go. So behold! My dumb face at the farmer's market in Seattle. Ironically, this was actually taken at the end of our event, not at the beginning. And so this was my first trip to Seattle, my first PAX. There's me and Craig and Becky at the very first Starbucks, because when you're being a tourist, you gotta be a tourist. There's me and Al and Julian. Julian and Al, both massive legends of both beer and industry. Al here worked at feckin' White Dwarf on OG Warhammer stuff, and then was a journo for ages before joining as, I forget what Al's specific title was, I think Legend. And Julian was an OG Sega of America badass. Forget where that was. Oh! God, this was a Mad Catz party. Shit, this was at PAX. I thought this was at E3. This was the evening that I believe I met Monty Ohm and Daigo Ihara. After this event, one of the peeps over at Mad Catz sent us like 4 fight sticks at studio. Oh, that was cool. And Captain Stephanie Barnes, it's PAX story time. There is Maddie, who worked over on Daisy at the time, being a cool legend. And there's a bunch of cosplayers playing Rome 2 and being cool about it. Before you ask, yes, that is Mr. Bastion and Lady Transistor. So Hans Wolf, Mad Cats sort of exists. Yes, sorry, I did get to meet Monty. I was a big fan of his works back when he was doing stuff for game trailers, like just animated videos, and so I'm really lucky that I got to meet him. I thought that happened at E3, so it's amazing how your brain can just kind of melt. Craig is wearing receptive ears that has a little sensor on your head there that as you kind of like frinkle and change your eyebrows, it moves the cat ears. I found both Wally and Carmen Sandiego. I'm very proud of that. I still don't know where this hammer came from, but fuck, I looked good. Also, that cardboard box in the background is the Chest of Whimsy Mark 1. We were running a campaign to win a beautiful custom PC that had like this painted Rome 2 key art on the side. And we had the whole thing set up. We had like easy tear off enter strips. We were going to do a big prize draw. And none of us had considered what these things needed to go in. So being a Homestuck fan, I declared that box to be the Chest of Whimsy and yelled about it for 4 days. My first time getting to see, I think this was Front. MC Front-A-Lot live. Mega Ran. I'd gotten to see Ran previously at a gig in the UK, but... Oh, upgraded Chest of Whimsy, Mark 2. Moose, I'm going to need to issue a yellow card for that pun. Finally getting to meet Front. Just some cool Jet Set Radio cosplayers and all the old games. Well, and so this is what Velo was talking about. So in the Rome 2 Collector's Edition, there was there was just a card game called Punic Wars, and it was a fascinating little like mini card game. We ended up having buttloads of leftovers, so we actually donated a few copies to the PAX board game and card game library. That was just a cool, scary game. And a Buki cosplayer. If I remember correctly, the dude in green is actually Tanaka, the voice of Alucard from Helsinger Bridge and a bunch of others. I had no idea at the time, so it's not like I know him, but they super duper wanted to play after the Klaxon had closed, and so I left one PC up for them to get a run in. Dice Goddess, Watto, and welcome. Like a CA Sega mixer down at the tap room, which blew my tiny mind because, you know, coming from the UK to a place that has literally 150 beers on tap is pretty rad. My hall. Oh, then was when I got to see Front and I think Super Commuter as well. You got to understand, friends, like, I was a fan of PAX before I got to go. I watched the Penny Arcade documentaries. I was a nerdcore fan. Like, I was a fan. Hey, Fred. More Sega America friendos. Different armor, which wasn't recreation. That was stage armor. And one of the two kind of cosplayers we had floating around on our booth. Oh, that guy actually managed to beast the demo on Legendary, so we took a photo with him because it was cool. There's me exhausted beyond all recognition, but being a dork around the Hatsune Miku cosplayers because my flatmate was super into the Hatsune Miku rhythm game. Like, if you look into my eyes there, you can see a level of exhaustion that only a PAX after a Gamescom can do. The free rock band stage. More people who beasted the demo. Just a cool little cross section of the kind of people who were coming to play Rome, which I thought was really important to show. This was the Total War panel. I wish I'd gotten a better photo of who was. Al was definitely on there, and a strange hidden piano. Back when Destructoid was a force of nature, there was the Rome Destructoid cross party. That is, I want to say Jonathan Holmes. It was a feckin' night. Stephanie Sterling did David Bowie. There's a few pictures from this that I'm missing that I think are in one of the other collections that I'll have to find. But like, I got to like hang with Jared and some cool people. Oh, that was Super Commuter the following night, and also, okay, so this is important, not just because you know I got to meet and end up making friends with Alex, but so this is Alex Gross, aka Octopimp. You might know him from the internet. Really fucking cool guy. I was a unbelievable fan of his work because, once again, Homestuck fan. So I really wanted to meet him at PAX because I knew he was there. I met Jared earlier on the evening, who I knew had been on Hot Pepper Gaming. And Jared introduced me to Vernon, who ran Hot Pepper Gaming. And so we're hanging in I want to say the Hyatt, but one of the varying hotel lobbies. And I've been like, I'm at that level of drunk where I've still got my compos mentis, but I'm just happy to fucking be there, right? And Jared mentions that Vernon knows Alex. I'm like, yo, do you think he'd come on down to like hang out? Because I'd love to meet him. And he was like, yeah, sure, let me text him. He came on down. And while we were waiting for Alex to come on by, Vernon pitches me on his show, his Hot Pepper Gaming, that he wants to do a new variation, which isn't a game review, but where games companies try and pitch you their game while scoffing a hot pepper. So, before this photo is taken, I have agreed that I'm going to burn my face off. Having never eaten super spicy things before, I had no idea what it was going to do to me. Let me tell you, ignorance is power. So yeah, I just need you to know that little snapshot right there. Anyway, oh, Rob sent the popo after me. Oh well, Rome 2 stream over. IP police, get down! Anyway, just a couple more photos of the booth. And just showing like how feckin' busy it was. Al helped me score some Chandra-La Magic the Gathering goggles. Cool Night Vale peoples, cool Homestuck peoples. Alright, and this is the other seminal PAX moment. These beverages right here is why I am now friends with Fred and Floydo and all of this. So, picture the scene. It is Monday. It is late. PAX is over. We have finished boxing up every PC. We have finished putting everything onto pallets. Everything is being taken away. PAX is done. And we are fucking beat. And so Julian's like, look, I know a really good place with great beer and good food. It's just up the hill called the Pine Box. And we're all like, let's fucking go. So we totter on up there on shaky, broken legs after, like, 4 days of exhaustion and nonsense. We make it up here. We have some food. It was excellent. We have some bevies. They were brilliant. And the rest of the team were showing exhaustion. And again, you have to understand, we did Gamescom, Tiny Break, PAX. But, you know, Julian was kind of like, I don't know, one of the Jedi mentors that I sort of learned from. And Al's a fucking legend. So they wanted to stay for another pint. I wanted to stay for another pint. So we're sitting here at the bar, the fucking Pine Box, and I see all of Loading Ready Run go past my peripheral. And again, you have to understand, I'm a PAX fan. So I've seen Strip Search. Hell, before they became a cesspit of horror, I was a big fan of The Escapists. Like, so I knew about Lur back when they were like an escapist main staple. So I see all of them trundle by, and I'm like, huh. I look at Julian, and we've kind of got that like exhaustion drunk confidence. So I'm like, I'm going to see what's going on over here. So I totter on over and I ask her, hey, what's going on? And they're like, oh, this is a charity beer tasting. This is a charity beer tasting. What we are doing is letting people pay like, it was either like 25 or 30 bucks. You can sample all the beers here and then vote for which you think should be served at the Child's Play charity auction later in the year. Now, I was a big fan of the Snipes Mountain Fruit Fucker IPA, based on the Seminole character. It was a red grapefruit IPA. And again, you have to understand, British lager is a tasteless journey through banality. At least it was back in the day. Like, I understand people's dislike of IPAs, or of IPA culture. That's entirely valid. But you have to understand that, you know, when you've been in a drought, a glass of water is delicious. When all you've had is a choice between Foster's, Kronenberg, and Stella, something with actual flavour is like a fucking breath of fresh air. Anyway, so I end up just camping the Fruit Fucker all night. Once the event closed, they put the keg behind the bar, and I'm just buying rounds. And that was the event where I met the Floyds. Got chatting with them. Like, I'd already expressed a little bit of interest to work with them, but we became friends there. God. Now, the funny part of this story is that I wouldn't find out this till later. The Floyds aren't really drinkers. That's not their style. But I was buying rounds because I could expense them under entertainment via Sega. But also, like, I was being very British, and they were too polite to tell me to stop buying rounds. So yeah. Oh, there was me and Julian trying the Fruit Fucker. The flight sim session. And it led to a legendary photo of 1,000 years ago. This is a 10-year-old picture. And if you wanted to point to a moment that kind of changed the trajectory of my life, it is here. The steps of the Hyatt, drunk as a skunk, hanging out with a bunch of people who would become legendary tier friends. So yeah. You know. So when I say, like, we ended PAX on a high note, we ended PAX on a massive high note. It was amazing. And you got to understand, like, at this point, like, we've been running hot. We've been doing demos of primarily the Teutoburg Forest, the Germanic Forest battle, and the Egypt battle, because that was the build that we had. We have to understand, like, we weren't in the studio that much, you know, because being on tour, recording Rally Point, being up all night, like, you know, there wasn't a lot of time for just like faffermancy. And so we didn't know how broken the launch build was going to be. Again, my job had been outreach and, like, unintentionally to be the face of enthusiasm, which I certainly was. So you have to understand, like, when we finished PAX, when we left PAX 2013 and took into the skies, we were riding high. And again, I've told this story 1,000 times, but the point where I should have known something was up, but I was too exhausted to register at the time, was the morning we were about to fly out. So the day after I met the Floyds and all of that happened, I saw one of the senior staffers at CA, who shall remain nameless, but I saw him. And he was looking at his tablet as if he was just, like, looking at, like, a war crime in progress. I don't know a better way to describe it, because, as I said, I've never seen that look on another person's face. And it held. And I was like, hey! And he took a beat and then looked at me and was like, oh, hey, Will. And he puts his tablet away, and we talked about nothing. Got some coffees. We would go to the Mopop afterwards. It was real cool. What I would find out later is that dude had just gotten, like, word of, like, the state of things. So here's the thing you have to understand, friends. Like, we take off from PAX as the game is launching, and we land just this wave of just rage. Because when Rome 2 launched, it was not in a good state. And so you've got to understand, like, the tonal whiplash of just, like, good vibes and riding high. And Velo, I do remember that. What Velo's talking about is that there was... I don't know if it was officially the Make-A-Wish Foundation or if it was just a request, but a Total War fan who had terminal cancer requested to do, like, a trip of the studio and meet everybody, and I was responsible for that. And I hope he had a good time, but he got his face digitized. He was made as a commander for the game, and sadly, he did pass away. That fucked me up more than I was ready for. You know, it seems dumb to say, but you know, I was really rooting for him. But yeah. So we launch Rome while we're in the air. We come back, and oh boy, it has gone down like a poo in a swimming pool. Like, I'm getting death threats on Twitter. The forums are, I don't know, like, I'm not saying that the opening to Attila with the fire and the blood and the screaming was based off of the Total War forums at that time, but I'm saying that one could draw parallels. And it was wild. We just immediately went into, like, triage mode. Now, I don't want to harp on too much about how fucking hardcore it was, but we did shift to a 24-hour method. So, like, we had one person manning, like, the support forums 24 hours a day. So, like, I was through the night into the morning person. I did that up until the Rome 2 rap party, where we got so drunk. But that's another story. But yeah. The reason why I bring this up is you've got to understand, friends, that, like, that thing I told you about, promising to do the hot pepper video, I promised that when we were riding high. Like, we were on cloud 9. Rome 2 was coming. It was one of the big games of the year. You know, we'd gotten Game of Show from so many publications at E3. Like, we weren't small time. This was proper, like, AAA, like, heavyweight styling. And then we come back to this, like, just fucking fire and brimstone. But a week or two passes, and, like, Vernon over at Hot Pepper Gaming is like, yo, we're going to do the thing. And I was like, you know what? Fuck it. This will be good. As Hot Pepper Gaming isn't running live anymore, I don't feel too bad for flashing this one, but... Sorry, every time I scroll through here, the amount of, like, industry friendos I see on here always makes me feel better. There's Lupu. Trying to get into the fire sale squad. Vernon on fire again. Vernon's probably still got dietary issues after doing this for his... They did this for fucking years. Sorry, I'm just trying to find the hot pepper vid. And Vanderbeast, thank you for filling the pint glass. I don't think I said thank you to whoever gave Rally Point a sub, but you're still a legend. Oh, I forgot Rami did it. Fucking hell. I'm glad Hot Pepper Gaming ended when it did, because it was definitely a snapshot in time. But, God, it was definitely a fucking vibe. Sorry, I'm still trying to find my video. I'm so sorry. Oh, Human Resources did it as part of their Kickstarter. The Planetary Annihilation Squad did it. Man. Matty Mercer, back when he was like super skinny, is on there. There are my friendos. The Company of Heroes team, which means... Oh, there's Wildstar. Where's my dumbass? There we go. Now, I got it. So Bismarck was saying, what kind of things were wrong with Rome 2? I mean, some of the documented bugs at the time were things like, we had a system where you could do amphibious battles. So if you had a naval army and they were attacking like a port, you could land the boats, the troops could get off and then attack. But the pathfinding between where the boats had to land and how the boats moved sometimes went freaking wild. And there was one, I think Angry Joe got the footage of it, of trying to land a boat on a beach, and it ends up doing like a fat wheelie through the entire city. Oh yeah, so there's another thing as well. The famous Angry Joe video, which is only really famous if you were like part of the Total War space. I organized that. Like, we were at RTX and we drove out to go hang out with Joe for an evening, and it was really cool. Like, Joe took us to a proper sawdust on the floor Texan barbecue joint, which I still dream about. It was so good. And then after that, we went back and ended up just playing, I think it was Marvel Dominion, or one of the deck building, no, DC Dominion. So it was a deck building game based on, you know, Superman, Batman, etc. And it was just a really good night, you know. Dude was super, super excited to chat with us. So, like, I can't comment on Joe as a person. Like, I hung out with him one time. But the one thing that stayed with me is that he genuinely loves games. He has no filter, but he genuinely loves games. He got early code, and he sent me an email, it was like 2 or 3 days before the video went out, and was just like, look, I'm really sorry, you know, I love you all, but I have to review this as it is, and there's a lot of bugs, so I just wanted to give you a heads up. And I know I've said this a few times, but like, that's a level of professionalism I've always really respected, because it's actually surprisingly rare. Anyway, I bring this all up. You're not wrong, Fred, you're not wrong. I just don't have the same kind of in my soul. I'm more the drunken, I love you guys kind of enthusiasm. You can tell I've got the Hot Pepper Gaming vid up, you see the reflection. But no, the reason I bring this up is that at the time, I was not liked on the internet. Like, this was the point where I was just getting death threats, like, on the daily. And so, we recorded this video, and I've got some outtakes and aftermath of it, of poor King David. But we recorded this, and this ended up doing really, really well. And it's as twisted as it is. It's just the simple fact of, like, I put myself in a place of pain and anguish. I mean, Eagle lives. You know why. He's got that cheeky smile. Anyway, so here's me doing myself a damage. Oh, hang on. I fecked up. I fecked up! No. I fecked up. Oh, no. Oh, fecked up. There we go. And we're back. Look at that. Look at that fresh-faced bastard. Look at that twat. Oh, just as a quick TLDR, for those of you that haven't seen this before. So Vernon is literally on Skype on my phone and directing the shot and how it was all laid out. So we recorded the rushes and then sent him those raw. So this is actually me in that same studio, but with the bright yellow crepe paper slapped over the back.
Hey, welcome to Hot Pepper Gaming. My name is Will Overgard. I work on Total War Rome 2, and today I'm going to be convincing you guys to pick up a copy and play it. But first, I'm going to eat this habanero pepper. Worth mentioning, this is the first international Hot Pepper Gaming that's ever been done, so... Okay.
I'm wearing the same shirt. I actually have I had 4 of these. This is the last one left.
Oh, Jesus.
I had never eaten one of these before.
Oh, it's not going down. Oh, Christ. It's not actually going down. Oh, God. Total War Rome 2 is the late... Oh, sweet Jesus! Total War Rome 2 is the latest Total War series. And it's a mix of real time strategy battles and turn-based campaign. Conquer the world as one of the great Roman Empire. Are a bunch of different factions of the Greco-Roman, Egyptian and barbarian cultures. Build vast armies. Build vast armies and engage in diplomacy to bring your nation to victory.
This is my job.
New features for this game include customizable armies, epic combined land and sea battles.
I could not handle the heat. I didn't know it was going to do this to me.
Also includes a prologue starring Mark Strong, famous historical battles from history.
Famous historical battles from history. That is the thing I said with my people noise face.
New features include customizable
Literal
leveling
tears.
armies, epic combined land and sea battles, and great historical figures that may or may not appear in your campaign. There is also other great... I forgot because everything burns. No, I can't keep going. Please pick up a copy and buy it on Steam. I can't.
Every frame of painting.
This is the worst burning pain I've ever experienced.
And Eric, it is stupid weird that my current job is watching my last job live on twitch.television.
Oh, sweet Jesus. Everything still burns. My arms can feel the sensation of the burning.
Also, so Velo, Jeff from Relic, I had real good contact with Jeff at the time. We still chat intermittently. I saw him last time we went up to Vancouver.
Fucking actual duck on a stick.
Like, Relic and CA, I don't know how they are now, but at least during this whole thing, like, we were super tight. And I was just saying earlier on, I feel super bad because...
To like, comment and subscribe to Hot Pepper Gaming. And if you like the game, pick up a copy on Steam.
Sometimes Eagle lives, you can't beat the classics.
So, said you finish the plate?
Fuck no! However, let me go into my back cat. What happened afterwards was basically a bunch of friendos ended up. Hang on, let me. A bunch of friendos ended up coming and giving them a quick try. And one of them was, in fact, King David. So, yeah, basically, there were loads of people watching me just fucking dying in a meeting room. Because, again, it's the same place we were filming Rally Point. So it's a great big glass box. I am everyone's fucking entertainment at that point. So, hang on, if we bring this up over here. So basically, I just left the camera was rolling, left it going, and it was like Gwen, Roly Dave, and King Dave came in and all kind of like took turns. This has been up on YouTube for 1,000 years, so this is not a new video, but... also, you can't see him. Poor Roly Dave is lying on the floor, possibly having some kind of, like, gastrointestinal issues.
King David, King of North. Alright. Good luck, man. Go. Whole thing.
Yeah, none of that half-assed, like,
Don't
seeds
say
and
it
all.
now.
Okay. No, don't savor it. Savoring is your enemy. Do not let the flavors dance upon your palate.
More helping! The dance of the sugar plum, fuck you. That's
not helping.
It's got the spice pain hiccups. That's why I had to.
Do you want to do the lines?
Oh god. I tried one. You want to try one? No, you could be like this.
Oh god!
Don't touch your arms. You're firing that. Don't touch your arms.
Don't you guys? What's our game, Dave?
I don't care.
What's Rome about?
I know that's whispered, so it might never come across, but I was like, hey Dave, what's Rome about? And he just, in the most pained breath, just goes, death! It's called King David because he iconically stole the crown of the North.
Don't give Hawks a kiss.
Oh.
He's done.
Okie dokie. I don't want to revel in Dave's pain too long. That feels a little bit sadistic. Oh, so I tell you what, friends, we've hit the 3-hour mark, and I want to keep talking stories. I want to keep getting into this, but I say let's actually get Rome booted. Like, let's. I mean, shit. I don't know which campaign I'm going to play. It's been so feckin' long. But excuse me. But yeah, I think that at this point, like, it's just 1,000 tiny. Ah!
I came, I saw, I streamed.
That's usually the tagline for a very, very different type of stream, but still valid. Still valid. Oh, Velo has 1,400 hours in Rome 2. I'm glad you feckin' enjoyed it. You know? Like, obviously I was just a small piece of a very, very large team working on that game, but it still warms my heart to know how much people enjoyed it. And because the thing is, when you're so close to the paint, especially when the game comes out, and it comes out to a negative reception, like, sometimes you can't see anything but just people's, like, rage and frustration. It's really hard. And so, honestly, it wasn't until, like, Emperor Edition and later on when people started being like, no, I really enjoy this. Like, I'm genuinely a fan. And so, you know, I put literal blood, sweat, and tears into making sure people knew about this game and that it did well. But I am desperately busting for loot, so I'll be back in just a second, alright? And Jonix, I'll touch on that when I get back.
They must be punished!
Hello, hello. So Jonix was just saying that they worked on a game that got unreleased within a month. Like, I'm so sorry, friend. It's nothing worse. I wonder why I get the Spartan edition. Oh, here we go.
Really, the number means nothing.
Why are you messing with me?
Winks.
What are you up to? Okay, so Verdant Flow, obviously, thank you so much. Like, I can't work it out. To the Dark Arisen, Watto, and welcome. I'm doing good today. I'm feeling a lot of feelings. We're returning to Rome 2. Oh, I do like... You know what? I do like the Emperor Edition background, but I'm going to stick with the OG. You're all terrors. So, to those of you who have just joined us, and those of you who may not know, and Sagebell, good luck with the hunt. This is Total War Rome 2, and this is, you know, one of the largest kind of like game campaigns I worked on, or have worked on. It's been a very, very long time since I played this, so expect me to be garbage. But today we've been talking about this game, its release, the things that we did, and the process that went into making this happen. You know? This is the game that without it, I wouldn't... Without it, I wouldn't be sitting here in front of you. I know that's easy to say, it's just like... It's hard to ignore. So, if you've got any questions about Rome, like, I'm off the clock! Well, I'm on the clock for here, but basically, like, what's Rob gonna do? Yell at me? I am beyond your reach, Rob! I'ma say all the things! But no, if you've got any questions about Rome, like, we can get into the paint. Like, someone was asking my favourite... Yeah, boy! I always like the Ivani, and I don't remember why. I mean, the Iceni's fine. But I don't know why. I just always liked the Ivani. I think it was the Berserkers because they wreck face. But yeah, basically we'll. Oh, the Swaby were pretty strong. We'll start ourselves up. Dark Arisen says, "Could you do a Total War with the Arthurian legend?" I think, wasn't that what they tried to do with the Viking invasion one? Or is that... Because, I mean, Dark Arisen, there's no reason why not. Obviously, I don't work with CA, I haven't been for 1,000 years. I have no idea what they're making anymore. Like, I know literally, possibly even less than you do about upcoming Total War games. So this is just speculational stuff, alright? I think you could do Arthurian because, like, the idea of like being like the one person uniting the realms under a single sword, I think that suits a grand campaign real well. What would Willimus choose? Oh, I mean, Willimus is a traditional Roman. What's been fun, friends, is there's been a few CA friendos in chat, and a couple of them have DM'd me and been like, hey, by the way, it's me, Will. And I'm like, you winner. Because I do not remember everyone's usernames. But no, it was... Total War Saga, Thrones of Britannia, which I guess is that, like, time period, like, before, like, the founding of the Arthurian legends, right? I wish Craig was here so he could make the get a out of here pun. Ah, shit, this takes me back. But yeah, but Jonix, CA is such a strange place that, I don't know. I will say that a lot of the stress created from the environment going through Rome 2 definitely stuck with. And it did take me a few years before I could start, like, looking back on my time with just the rose tinted glasses, you know? Like, knowing what I know now, like, the amount of people we had doing that campaign was drastically understaffed. Like, we did a AAA campaign with, you know, 5 or 6 people. And by the time I finished, and by finished I mean by the time I took a break, so we'd done the Rome 2 campaign, we'd done post-launch support, and I was just basically told that I had to go home for a couple weeks because I had too much holiday accrued from, like, working events and stuff. And I still remember just, like, lying in bed for like a day and just crying. It was the worst. And to Dark Arisen, be it Unity or otherwise, or Unreal, have a mess around, because you can get a basic shooter or action game up and running pretty quickly. Just do some prototyping. Have fun with it. Vulture, what ho and welcome. Dark, in terms of, like, game engine, if your rig is fine running the UE5 dev environment, do that, because there's a lot of cool shit in there for making your life a lot easier. You know what? Fuck it. This is my show. I'm gonna play as the Iceni. I'm allowed. It'll be some cool Celtic nonsense. We can have some little fights in Britain. It's going to be great. The North remembers. Well, soon they'll all be us. It'll be fine. So do you want to place bets on how long I can survive? Because I haven't touched this in years. Yeah. And Jonix, so far as I understand, like, a lot of the UE4 tutorials semi-carry over 5. 4 is the best documented if you want to do shooty gun bang, and Unreal's pretty solid as well. I forgot how long the first time loading is. That's called compiling shaders. But yeah, the crash after I finally stopped moving after Rome 2, that stayed with me for a long time. And like, I'm not saying this to put like the opus on CA and stuff like that, but
your people are warriors.
Fuck yeah, they are.
You seek to live in harmony with your kin. The Demeter have chosen to disrupt your peace and bring harm to your people. So stopping them must be your first order of business. The Brigantes are also unreliable and should be dealt with by any means possible. Finally, the Belgic Atrebates leave you little choice but war after their many attempts to settle your lands. However, you share no bad blood with the Damnonii, so they may prove valuable allies when you cross the narrow sea. By the will of Andraste, the Iceni will never yield.
Alright, objectives. Control 8 settlements either by direct ownership or through allies! The games begin. Scotland! Fucking we! Oh, sorry, Greybeard. That was just master volume. I must have put it down a little bit too much. Also, I guess I'm just ambiently loud. There's that. Also, where was it? It was... Yeah, it was in settings. So this used to be a feature here. I was responsible for that. Not for implementing it, but I had meetings with Mr. the Twitch so that we could add a streaming client in the title. Those were good times.
Spies are subterfuge experts, recruited via the Hire Agents button when a settlement is selected.
Legasp.
They can be recruited anywhere in your empire, and are invisible to the enemy until detected. Spies are vulnerable to champions, and exceptionally effective against dignitaries.
Yeah, so Dark. Sadly, Lizzie is right, which is like I am definitely rammed because aside from this, I'm also doing some consultancy for a game studio currently out of Canada, and they are very cool. All right, I'm going to use you for just doing some classic kind of wrecking. We don't know feck about what they've got.
Warriors all ready for battle.
Yeah, I think we can wreck them in a couple turns.
How can I get moving?
This panel is used to manually merge armies or fleets in order to assemble the strongest possible force. Click on the unit or ship you wish to move, then click on the tick button.
Okay.
would walk to the other world for my tribe. Hail to the mother. I live to...
You have selected a target.
Oh my word. Okay, I forgot I'm going to have to... Sorry, I forgot I'm going to have to change... Game settings. Campaign advice. None. Battle advice. None. I can get myself killed on my own time. Thank you. Sorry, where were we? I don't know what you're talking about. It seems... Scotty, that seems fine. That is historically accurate Isle of Wight. Look at that. Look at that little chicken nugget. Look at that Britain's chicken nugget. I mean, okay, Giant, you're not wrong, but let me pretend. Let me pretend.
thirsty for battle.
We're gonna need more stuff. I don't know how to fucking do this. Can't afford any of you lot. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm now having to remember everything as we're going through. So it's things like, one of the focus points from Rome 2 was the idea that you had leaders that brought everyone together. So the idea is each banner would represent like a long history of the fight throughout. Whether or not they succeeded in that is another question altogether. Start building ourselves a nice little fighty spot. We'll just beast these dingleberries. Ow. There was me not doing anything, and I am researching nothing. Alright, there we go. More horses, more forces, more resources. Joey said that. So Velo, honestly, like... After Rome 2 shipped, I was playing... Well, I say playing. I was... Okay! Cool, I didn't even know I had a baby.
Thirsty for battle.
It's not my Willard anymore.
Is that all?
Now, can we do raiding stance out here? No. I'm gonna wait till next turn. Alright. Scandinavians are fighting again. Yeah, honestly, so like Velo, I wanted to make sure Rome 2 would run, so I ran it the other evening when I was either very, very tired or drunk or both. So I couldn't tell you... last time I played this. And again, this was never, at least in my humble opinion, this was never a bad game. But obviously, you know, I love this. You know, I was always going to be kind of... I'm saying partial. I was always going to be... For as much as I put into this, I was always going to be a fan. I was always going to be... Sorry. I don't mean to keep stalling, it's just... Like, I know I can speak freely on this one. this game could have been and remained an absolute honking pile of dog shit, and I would have loved it. It's not. It's a fucking brilliant strategy game. And with all the attention and detail that it finally got, it really did grow into something brilliant. You know? Alright, we need food so we can just grow this. But I will say is that, like, after the campaign, after everything that kind of went down, like, it was hard to come back and play this just as a fan. Like, the weird thing being is, like, Shogun 2 start to finish, I loved. But I never really did anything more than in-studio stuff. I was never a notable figure, you know? There was always the... I did run the external testing group for a while, which was real cool, and they were a great bunch. You know, I've not activated it, but I think I still have the Steam group for everybody. But, yeah, after Rome 2 closed, after I kind of had that forced break, I didn't know what to do. You know, finding my heart, finding my joy in that game was very hard. So no, I haven't played it in a long time. And also, I was never particularly good at it. I was a good tester, but I wasn't great at it. I definitely have more of an aptitude.
The gods speak through thunder and storm, but they tell us to ally with you, if you will have us.
Fuck yeah, friendos! Until I can crush you and claim you as mine. No, I definitely got on better with... We got foraging. Next we can get improved chariots, battle fury, research rate gets beasted. Need to get that like off the bat.
Warriors all!
So let's throw some sabotage at them.
I like that word.
Oh, good on you, Flatulous. And you've been spotted. Nice one. Alright, so what are they rocking? Cav, spears, bows. We've got shitloads of spears. We've got more bows than they have. Well, slingers. What do they get from the feckin'... Ah, feck it. Let's just start a scrap. Sorry, friends. I keep kind of getting lost in... Not even lost in thought, but lost in memory. One of the assets that I had to put together was like a campaign preview, and I didn't know how to film it. Because they didn't want me to do like a traditional Let's Play, and I didn't have space at my desk to record. So I ended up doing this weird one down in like the multiplayer testing region at like 10 o'clock at night. Oh, Jam, I see you played Total War before. Yeah, now that Spy has failed us, they shall only ever fail downwards. I'm just gonna... You know what? I'm just gonna scrap with them. Oh, their garrison is ridiculous. If they sally forth, they don't get their garrison, so we'll just encircle them. See how you like me now. I think I've actually fucked this campaign already, because I am too busy, like, lost in thought. Yeah, found a beast. I should be cheating. That's a good-looking henge. And they've got a henge. The other people have a henge. Why don't I have a henge? Gone henging. Okay, so he gets some of his units. I might be able to do this, but I'm going to have to pull some serious bullshit. No trees for settlement. See if I can remember how to fight. No, sorry friends, I keep going in on myself here. It's so strange to be back, and I didn't think it was going to emotionally hit me like this. Maybe I should have chosen Rome, because I'm kind of feeling stuff over here. Snow fight, snow fight. Alright, so mercenary spear band's better than our levy.
Ready!
So let's be the problem.
Flinkers! Missile warriors! Spearmen! Spearmen! Britons!
Britons!
Feelings, you say?
Hey, post! Thank you kindly. Fucking terror. Thank you for the 1,000. That's fucking cool of you. That's fucking cool of you. Sorry, for those of you that have only have refound my dumbass or don't spend too much time on this twitch.television. This is primarily where I...
Battle ready!
This is primarily where I pay my bills and fucking... J-Post, thank you. What I was trying to say is that, like, be it Verdant Flow trying to mess with my sanity or otherwise...
Fight as one! Look to your brothers! Aid them in...
Enemy reinforcements approaching.
We're from it! Oh, the blizzard's giving us the old fog of war. Where's the move as a ute? No. You know how to do this.
Follow me!
Beans.
For the mother!
Guess who forgot how to move his troops in formation? It's me. Oh, Levy, you're Freeman. Oh man, can you imagine if I started the first fight of this campaign in the fucking snow? Like an idiot. Yeah, I've definitely biffed this campaign. Also, interesting little fact, these particular kinds of villas were only brought in post Roman colonization. Who's that? I fucking see you there, mate.
You have our spears! Move it! Flinkers! Aye! Anything for the gods! Ready! Move it! Battle ready! Get running! Spearmen ready for
Oh, I have fecked up this campaign already. Oh, I have done so poorly.
Charioteers! Ancestors, honor us!
Oh, they're just levy freemen. All right.
Battle ready and eager!
What are you? Oh, there's the British scouts.
Levy freemen! Spears! Spear band!
Anytime you lads want to start, like just firing, that'd be bloody marvelous.
Spearmen ready for battle!
You'll want to just
Gotcha!
There we go.
Fire! Orders! Freemen! Heavy freemen!
Alright, we might be alright.
Deadly missiles ready! Mighty chariots! Spearband! Heavy! Slinkers!
Yeah, the chariots are getting, the scouts are getting wrecked. If we can crack their command team, then they're going to be sucking farts with a straw. Because Garrison don't get friends. Garrison don't get friends.
Slinkers! We will pierce their hearts!
The men are wavering.
No, they're not. They're fine. Ha-ha!
Follow me! Move out!
Alright, we'd like to see.
Our men flee the field of battle.
Oh, beans!
Sir, we found the Iceni. They appear to be
Our
running
general
in
is under
circles
attack.
while their leader tells stories to an invisible audience.
Levy freemen! Slinkers! Return! Attack! Warriors ready!
Okay, well, has their leader given up? Doesn't look like. Alright.
No! Slinkers! You have our spear!
Okay, maybe I ran my troops around a little bit too much.
Sons of the oak!
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Spearband!
Everything's fine. However, no, their commander has botzed off. So there is a good chance that we can just break a few units, cause a little bit of a rout. Thank you for the bits. I'm sorry. Friends, I'm so sorry. I knew today was going to be a lot. I just wasn't prepared.
Now Iceni,
Our
now
men
I
flee the
don't.
field of battle. This is a shameful display.
Don't you shameful display me.
Ready? Chariots ready! Are you men or Romans?
Our men flee the field of battle. This is a shameful display.
Getting shameful displayed on my own stream here.
Battle ready and eager! Mighty chariots!
Our general has fallen.
What? How? What are you lads doing? Alright, let's get some good old-fashioned match danims going here, friends.
More like a shameful display, am I right?
Our men flee the field of battle.
After Shogun 2, I had to hear shameful display so many times. Alright, so I fucked this campaign in one battle. Apparently, I can't feel things at the same time, and their spear units have us fucking dead to rights.
We are losing ground.
Losing your face! Why am I so... I'm not supposed to be feeling feelings playing Rome 2! It's not how it's supposed to be. Jam, I don't think anyone expected it. Because the guy did the VO for Shogun 2, that was...
Our men flee the field of battle. This is a shameful display.
Oh, piss off, Mark Strong.
Battle group disbanding!
not saving that replay. Apparently, I don't remember how to play this. No, so the guy who did the VO stuff for Shogun 2 is a famous actor.
Retreat, my warriors! Retreat!
They have the right to chase us out if they wanna. Ooh. And the Seahorse clan want to send us some new warriors. Sign me up.
How can I help?
Oh, I sent them with the wrong king. Alright, it's all fine.
To the mother. How can I help?
Let's hire some mercenaries. Ooh, hounds. How much cash have we got? Hey.
Take what you can.
Don't judge me, alright? Don't judge me. So basically, I just spent a bunch of cash hiring some mercs. I'm now stealing all their shit. Whilst Matey Boy here does a little bit the old army sabotage.
I like that word. Not quite what I intended.
And apparently, fucking Scout just keeled over again. Oh yeah, we'll get stealing. Oh yeah, I haven't even started checking people's ancillaries.
Of course.
Sorry. Was it Tokugawa? I mean, feels sounds right.
Warriors all.
I'm sorry, friends. I'm going to take a break. I apologize. Like, I understand this probably doesn't seem like a big deal. I just didn't realize kind of how long it's been since I've been back here. It feels strange. As I was saying, I once made an incredibly detailed, like, reveal video about all of the tribes based around this area. Sorry, I just... Oh, that's... Sorry, it's the fucking encyclopedia. Yeah, if you want to ask me some questions about working on this, now would be a great time. Let's take some questions from the crowd, shall we?
There is a time when warriors must sheath the sword and talk for the good of their people.
Alright. Counter. So he wants counter offer. You become my vassal. Sorry, every time someone says... if they want peace...
I offer this morsel. Now, like a wolf at the door, perhaps you will go find better hunting somewhere else.
Nope. Now I want you to pay me money and to be my vassal. Ah! Oh, fuck. I'm so sorry, friends. Your concealed agent has been found. And we now know how to make fields.
How can I assist you?
Hail to the mother.
Mate, I'm taking your faction.
Besieging settlement.
I'm going to auto-resolve the hell out of this. Oh, and C222. Welcome back, friend. Welcome back. I'm feeling things. How are you? My house now.
Ready for battle.
See, they've got a fucking gold mine? Love to see it.
Warriors all! I want hourly patrols. Making for port.
What would you have of me?
Ah, we can't steal from boats. Lame.
Own goddess, guide my steps.
I'm a jam. You're not wrong. If you live by the auto resolve, you die by it. It was always kind of. There's always war elephants. I don't know why, but it was like if you ever had units like war elephants or something along those lines, they would always keel over. So Aldous, my favorite small detail in this game. There's a lot. There's so fucking many to choose from. I'm trying to think. I mean, so there's a couple that have been in a lot of Total War games. There's a large number of ancillaries that are actually based on people in the studio who worked on this. And I know it's a bit gauche to list one of the favourite things is, oh, and my dumb face is in there, but I like how, and it was kind of adopted by some other strategy games, that each region is controlled in the same space. So rather than having to click on each region to get information about them, you just rule Britannia. And so down here, once you've claimed it, you get the whole feckin' thing to yourself. And I really like that. The detailed stories that come up from each of the different factions I love. For each of the different armies I love. Because there's this thing in Total War where you end up having, rather than a buttload of like units all over the place, you end up having like 2 or 3 like super stacks. And those units kind of develop their own personalities over time. And I always kind of enjoy that. With this, like, basically whoever's leading the forces... so this unit is the Swords of Power. We can name them whatever we want. So if you want to come up with a cool name, but like the leader may change and the units may change, but it will, like the banner, the forces will maintain their whole legacy. What units can I recruit right now? Oh, I can't recruit fuck and all. So I've got to keep them at least for a little bit longer. Took. Okay. I need cash for violence. Oh, this is the path that lets us research meat halls. So we obviously need that. Oh.
We will come for you in the night, and nothing will live. Not one creature. That is our war.
The Brigandantes want
A
to...
token, perhaps a modest gift of coin, would have my people see you in a new light.
join war against the Brigandantes.
The spirits have noticed that our treasure stores are wanting. Can you help with this small matter?
No, I don't want you to fight these guys. These guys are fucking wrecked. I own them. They declare war again. Or are they already at war? Alright. Vanderbeest, old game, and who dis feelings. Dis feelings a lot. I didn't expect this was going to hit me like such a brick, friends.
For the tribe. Fight with us. It's a good life.
So those guys are raiding, but they're dying. That's why we're not making a lot of cash up here. No, we can handle this. If they want to fight, they can come to us. Friends, I might make myself a cup of tea and just have a quick little breather. I'm sorry, I'm doing such a poor job of showing you this. Like, it's so weird. I'm just like, oh, it's easy. I'll just go back to a game I've worked on. It'll be fine. That obviously won't make me feel things. Feeling things is for fucking nerds. Am I right? Yeah, you better run.
Hail to the mother. How can I help? What would you have of me? Sabotaging. I have seen it done.
I just didn't think this would all hit me like a dump truck, you know?
Destroy the enemies of Britain.
Yeah, you better run. You better run! I'm sorry to everyone, I'm being both a terrible conversationalist and a feelsy mess.
The spirits have noticed that our treasure stores are wanting. Can you help with this small matter?
No, I want you to fight the other guy. I can't remember if this one added like what was it?
My belly crump.
Mate, I'm paying you to kick somebody's ass. Why are you a butt? I do like Brian Blessed's. Oh, good. And now we have a plague. Fucking Papa Nurgle, help me. Alright. Every day I'm auto-resolving. Oh, straight through the neck. Did I ever tell you, friends, I got to do some mocap practice with those guys?
Is that all?
Job's done. Time to work.
Ready for battle. Get to it, men.
Oh. And EXO, I'm real glad you enjoyed it. I think it was Velo earlier was saying that they have 1,400 hours in this game, and it's like I poured so much of my life into it that it's so, I guess, kind of fascinating to see it like this. More horses, more resources. Oh yes, and the Swords of Power. What was the suggestion? It was like Brian's Blessed Warband. Quite like that. Unless anyone has a better suggestion. Ooh. Oh, sorry about that, friends. Forgot to put it into. All right, fine. I'll spell it. Brian's Blessed Warband. Warban. You get a Warban. No, actually, if I delete that, then you can have a Warband, so just a Warban. So this was, on the little details, this was one that I became super obsessed with. So we get to choose our symbol for each group. So we can have, like, Angry Boar, Big Wheel, Wonky Horse, Small Boar, Crow that's going to start some shit, Chunky Boar, Surprised Horse, Long Pig, Short Horse, Two Boars, Boar Wheel, Wheel Boar. I want Surprised Horse. But then we get to choose a tradition amongst this warband. So it's like, do we choose range, melee, stealth, what have you? And the idea is that even if the commander changes, even if the soldiers change, that this one particular army has an identity, that they'll train new people in this style and in this way. And I think that's really, really feckin' cool. You know? The Parabilis Electo, the affordable choice. Ooh, I like that. Oh, God, I tell you. Yeah, I know you're exposed, mate. You're exposed and you're not really doing a lot.
How can I help?
Oh, recruiting a champion, though. That wins. Love it. I feel like you can use a champion. Sorry, Moose was just saying that as they've learnt from... you fighting the French. Iska. You scoundrel. Oh, they got a way better force than we do. Ah, beans.
We have need of talk, I'm sure. But we also need good food, a warm fire, and warm women. You haven't...
How come you don't want to trade with me? We're mates. You're my buddy. Man, everyone is devious and unreliable. What is up with that? Friends, I'm so sorry. It's so weird being back here. I keep saying I'm gonna take a break. I don't. I keep getting sucked back in. You know, there's a muscle memory to especially this particular setup. I'd probably have the same thing if we were starting any of like the big Roman campaigns. Might shift to one of those in a little bit. God, I highly doubt I can still do Teutoburg, but I think about it a whole bunch.
Warriors all!
Get a little bit more of a war chest. I will say, one thing I did learn working on this, that if you're in AAA, I hope you'll take into consideration that in the event that you are ever working on a title like this, right? That you're ever working on something that is very successful and becomes very well known.
Ready for orders.
Yeah, they got us beat just on.
Come, fight for us, lads.
Alright, it's time to Zergwave. If you do end up working on a title that is very, very well known, you will get so many job offers before the game comes out. And it's such a weird thing because in the grand scheme of things, you shouldn't take those job offers, right? You know, you should stick with the team. You should help ship the game like you're all in it together. But let me tell you, yo, if you want to starve in the winter, you are more than welcome.
I live to serve the people of Britain. We need good fighters.
If you ever get the opportunity, like... Oh, wow, I can't even hold a sentence. What is happening? Alright. I mean at this time, I'm going to take a quick break and just see if I can get my feelings under control. You know? The music, the fucking vocal lines, everything is just... It's sure as shit a lot, friends.
I am a knife in the dark, messing with the enemy. I have not succeeded.
For the tribe!
God, if we can keep him out and about.
Ready for battle.
Yeah, we might be able to catch him off.
I would walk to the other world for my tribe.
Unawares.
Your next command?
Yeah, okay, no, Vanderbeest, thank you for the reminder. Alright. I mean it this time. I'm going to take a break. Oh. It's genuinely overwhelming coming back to this. And I want to thank you all for your patience. I hoped to be telling you stories about Rome 2 and its, you know, all the stuff that I couldn't or didn't say in the past. I'm just... and Velio, thank you for saying. I absolutely loved the ship fights from Fall of Samurai. And with the... Sorry. With the combat system from that, we used to do this thing called one ship party mode, where everyone would just directly control one battleship. It was so much fun. It was so much fun. But that's another time. Friends, I'll be back in just a second. I'm just going to get some water and breathe. Yeah. Thank you for waiting, friends. I'm going to just say King, Watto, and welcome. Thank you for waiting. Hello, everybody. I had a little chat with myself in the mirror. I'm like, I'm a professional. I can do this. But I don't know. It just everything kind of came flooding back, you know. Working late nights, the weird whistling sound that the aircon would make going through the fire doors. Kaimer was joking about it earlier, but the interdepartmental wars over who had the forks. Now, I still think... I still stand that it was the console team that got the most of the forks. But... yeah, you know what? It's just it's all very overwhelming as a whole. You know what I mean? Alright, we have to defeat the Mists of Doom. Well, that's cool, because this army is about to...
None will escape.
No, Lizzie, I should be fine, I should be fine. I just gotta try and... I feel it's the same. Just gotta breathe with it.
Thirsty for battle. Death in battle. There is no finer ending.
Just gotta breathe through it, you know? Oh, they're trying to go for the old switchy grab. Like, alright. I'll play whack-a-mole.
Ready for we take this.
So we just auto-resolve. Aggressive stance. None shall live. Raise the settlements, and then go...
Ready for orders.
The old switchy glab, kinky.
You're not wrong, Jamami, you're not wrong. We talk a lot about the cost of making games. And sometimes we talk about the emotional cost of making games. But honestly, oh shit! Okay, sorry. My feelsy moment interrupted by whimsy. Okay, so for this particular general, what's their details? For the Brian's Blessed Warband, our general has now been offered something for their household, including 2 particular individuals. The Wise Man, who is either based on Tim or Chris Knight, and the Hadrian, who is based on Kate, who actually messaged me, well, actually replied to one of my posts about this stream. So obviously it's got to be Kate. Fucking yo.
Hail to the mother! How can I help?
So to King, I would say King Y. I worked on this game, and it, yeah, to Sunder, it's been 10 years. Okay, officially, the 10th anniversary is this Sunday, but this Sunday is also PAX, which I was at during the Rome campaign. So it's this whole thing is kind of like a double header of feels for myself. And Phyllis, the mod for my face is in Attila, because that was the last of the games I worked on before I left CA proper. So yeah, to the question of no, I'll just take the auto resolve. So this is the old whack-a-mole maneuver, where basically I put you onto forced march, bring you right here, and in theory, yeah, here we go.
Destroy the enemies of Britain.
Extremely aggressive stance. Mission successful. Now we go retake our little isle, and then after that we retake and rebuild. Jobs. Good one. But no, what I was getting into was kind of like, we talk a lot about the financial cost of games, but the emotional cost can definitely be something that isn't really discussed. Like, everybody's ready to talk about burnout. But it isn't always burnout. Okay, it definitely was for me during this, because, like, I was often editing Rally Point until, like, 8, 10 o'clock at night. But honestly, there's a certain amount of... Maybe it's the adrenaline of just working on things super hard, or what have you. Tribe grows fractions. 2 groups within it have been caught. Unity, mediate. We'll mediate. Let's see what else we can get in the household. Some more battle skills. I'm pretty sure it's either Tim or Chris Knight. And yeah, so I'm just going to keep saying King. I apologize. That's probably a woeful mispronunciation. But yeah, I did work on this. Obviously, I'm a bit too young to have worked on the original Rome. Hell, it was the stuff it was the stuff of legend when I started joining, because as we were saying earlier, you know, Time Commanders had been on, you know, telly in the UK. That was a big heckin' deal. That was a big heckin' deal.
The spirits tell us that we should offer you gold. We do not argue with spirits.
No, get fucked. I'll take the 800 gold from a cold dead hand. But yeah, so to those of you who've just joined us, the TLDR of my story is that basically I started out working on the tail end of Empire. No, I don't want a steadfast tannery.
Warriors all! Master, damn you all!
Go get our bloody area back.
Your next command?
No, I'm good for now. Oh, I guess technically I own this. I really did burn it down, though. Yeah, we'll handle it later when it rebels. Jam says they spent a year after watching Time Commanders with their dad just trying to find a game like. Imagine their face when they looked at the back of the box and found it in Morrison's that it was Rome Total War. Yep. I think that Empire and Nappy B could have made for some interesting, like, Time Commander-y style. I hadn't had the chance to watch the newer stuff. Because I know they did a series, I think it was after I left. Oh. But yeah, so to those of you who have just joined us, like, I'm still trying to, I guess, find my words a little. It's weird how getting back into playing this has kind of knocked the wind out of my sails just a little. No, that's the wrong way of putting it. There's, at least for me, there's so much emotional weight in this game. And I always enjoyed the Iceni campaign because... Oh, wellity, wellity, wellity! Brian Bless's warband versus the Iron Fists. Fuck it, let's fight it. And King, I have no idea, if I'm being perfectly honest. I don't know what CA's plans are. Like, oh yeah!
Humble store purchase made for 21 Canadian dollars and 99 cents.
Alright, honestly, I think we just got to break the...
Spearband! Spears ready! Spearband! Scout Riders! Scout Riders! Heavy Freeman!
Our general is under attack.
I know! Rest of you dingleberries, go!
Warriors of Britain!
We can drop their general first. Then they will have the worst time.
This is a shameful display.
Face is a shameful display.
Mounted warriors! Kill ya!
Fight or I'll kill ya!
Our men flee the field of battle. This is a shameful display.
Send in the hounds.
The mother wants blood! Scout Riders!
Kick some ass!
Fire! Scout Riders!
Kick some ass!
We'll kill them all! Slingers!
Our general has fallen.
Ah, beans. But yeah, like, feel free to, like, speculate away when it comes to, like, Total War stuff, because, like, as it currently stands, I've been away from CA for so long. I don't know what's happening next. Ah... Cowards! Go, battle puppies!
Our men flee the field of battle.
Ah!
This is a shameful display.
So for that particular fight, what happened is because I put my team in forced march, it meant we were too focused on marching to our next fight that we weren't ready. And so the enemy gets to do their full deployment, and we have to deploy in that.
This is a shameful display.
Missiles ready!
Knees weak, arms spaghetti.
Spears!
But yeah, no, sorry. Whoever that was that picked up the that particular game via Humble, I'm really feckin' grateful, alright? Because that allows me to eat. No amount of battle puppies is going to save us now, so let's feckin' go! Also, matched anims for the win. Keep fighting, you cowards! It's not going well. Never chase! That's why you've always got to be careful with your micro. Otherwise you look away and one unit is just like skirmish chasing.
Spearband! Missile armed warriors!
Okay, this is going somewhat better than expected. The puppy handlers are actually doing pretty well.
Men flee the field of battle. This is a shameful display.
Stop exploding, you cowards.
All our food keeps exploding!
Our men flee the field of battle. This is a shameful display.
A costly enemy defeat. I always find it interesting when you compare how many kills you made to how many they lost. You're like, well, we killed 774, but they lost 800. They had 20 people that just got murked. And our forces came out of it better.
Retreat, my warriors! Retreat!
Oh yeah, and there's that'll now be the scene of a great battle.
The needs of my people are simple. Some of you find...
Alright, you can have your trade detail. It's weird. So, like... A lot of people have asked over the years for Total War World War I, and it's an interesting concept to be sure. Just I often wonder, like, is it the actual concept that people want, or is it like the idea of it? Also, thank you. I hired mercenaries.
I can't go there. To travel is to be free.
Well, let's go have a look up this way, see what people are up to. So yes, the ones that people always seem to ask about is there going to be Med 3? Is there ever going to be World War 1? And is there going to be 40k? The thing I was trying to half say earlier is that I've been out of CA for so long now, I have no idea what's coming. And it's kind of nice. Like, it's nice to be able to experience it as a fan. And
Can I finish my wine?
no, you can't. For those of you who weren't in earlier, we had Joey on the line, who I worked alongside with during my time, and who was... Joey's primary focus was working on Warhammer, which is really cool. What it meant was that when Warhammer launched, I basically kind of... Oh man, civil war already. Better get my city back. No, we just occupy. It's my city.
As you request.
I don't want to raise my own city. Alright. We got our fish back. That's right, good. I forget if we can raise our own cities in this one, I forget. Because they're just super grumpy. But no, what was really cool was that when Warhammer dropped, I got to play it as a fan, and I've really come to love the Total War Warhammer games because each faction plays like a different entry into the series. Like, the reason I loved the Vampire Pirates is not because just they're Vampire Pirates, which is fucking cool as shit, but because they're also...
I live to serve my people.
Okay. Got to disband a few of the mercs that we're paying for. No offense, lads. It's alright. You know, all good dogs and all that. We're biffing way too many denarii per turn.
I am ready.
Yeah, so, I mean, I feel as I'd say more Napoleonic because of the additional mortars and special artillery, but yeah. And Napoleon was the game where I probably spent the most amount of time just straight up playing it day in, day out. Or I should say testing it day in, day out, you know? Okay. An important character or a political favour. I'm good. I've got enough fucking characters as is. So I'm about to do some bullshit diplomacy. Alright, so these are the Caledonians. And they're like, hey, what's up? It's hard being y'all. Wait, I thought that was mine. Anyway. So we're going to talk to them, and we're going to go, hey, what's up?
You are welcome.
So I'm going to
Although my
offer
ancestors
them...
and people expect talk with purpose and honesty.
Where is offer... Beans. Alright, so sometimes you can be super cheeky and give people a territory that's about to just go to shite. I guess I don't own enough?
Fight for the ancestors. Directions.
Okay, so that's cool.
Your orders.
Yeah, you're toast. Go deal with the rest of mainland Europe. So this is technically mine, but I can't give it away. Alright. God, I'm sorry, friends. I keep... It's like when I don't get absolutely destroyed. Oh, wow. They don't even care if I stop taxing them. They just do not like me. And, oh yeah, I think you've got to take over all the regions before you're allowed to rename them. I forget. Oh, my word. Yeah, I think you're right. I think we'd have to take over this region here to be able to give it away. Which is smart. I am telling all y'all it's sabotage. Woohoo! So they're sabotaged, And they're having a bad time. Love to see it. No, I think you've got to go play whack-a-mole up this way.
We love the open road. Anything else?
Oh! The Brian's Blessed Warband needs some more traditions. So they're really good at fighting, and we could definitely use Unrelenting Force, because we've got to be places. And Velo, I need to give Immortal Empires a proper run. I've still not tried it. I'm scared of it, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, you know what? Let's sally forth, garrison army. Let's feckin' do this. It's alright, we've got 8 blokes and someone named Dave. We can do this. No, I'm genuinely afraid of the Immortal Empires, but I'm intrigued by the challenge. Alright, so they've got to kill us, right? So... let's be jerks about this. Let's be jerks. Now, I can't remember if it was in this one particularly, but in previous Total War games, you had this thing which was drop-in battles. The idea being that you could create special fights. Oh no, and everyone's absolutely on skirmish mode. And the command team's going to go for a feckin' tiny hide. The idea behind skirmish battles...
Farmers! Rat curse you!
Oh yeah, no, I'm going to make them pay for every feckin' farmer they try and take out. But yeah, with drop-in battles, the idea was to make some of the campaign battles spicier, especially in late game where it's a lot of like big stack resolution. But it just inspired people to play like absolute jerks. And hi, I'm one of those jerks.
Slingers!
So yeah, with the Mortal Empires, God, I don't even know what late game's gonna even feel like. I don't know. I'd say I'll get it on the download, but Armored Core 6 has been stealing most of my time of late. Which, shocking no one, is very, very good. Why did I set the battle timer to an hour? Why am I an idiot? Alright, we'll put it to super fast forward and see how this resolves out. Don't worry, everybody. I don't think they can see us. Ah! Fidgeting in real time. Hey, look, it's a legitimate strategy, Jam. It's a legitimate strategy. Not as funny as working out how to chip shot cannons. Using direct fire artillery into small incline hills, you could do super lob arc shots in Nappy B and Empire. Sorry, Napoleon. I shouldn't call it Nappy B. Every person you take out is one less they get to bring home.
Farmers!
We might be able to pull off the infamous Tachiki flank.
Battle ready!
Aha!
Wavering.
No shit, there's like 3 of them.
Our spears are yours!
Painted ones!
Ooh. Did someone say...
Our general is under attack.
Our general's got frenzy.
Painted ones!
Charge!
Fucking wee!
Spears ready!
Let's get crunk with this.
Our men flee the field of battle. This is a shameful display.
Kill! Farmers!
There we go. Let's see if we can get a cheeky assassination going.
Britons!
This might work. Oh, this might work.
Farmers! The mother wants blood!
It would be very funny if we can assassinate their leader. Ah! Kick his ass! There they fell for the traditional ploy, never chase. Never chase. That's why skirmish units are so annoying. However, we did get the old pincer bad times.
Our men flee the field of battle.
And that's dead!
This is a shameful display.
What's a gem? I think it's this case of like the Total War team making Total War games for longer than some of the people we know have existed. And with each title, the desire to innovate is only really limited by historical authenticity. And I know I sound like I'm being a shill, but I really do believe in that. Like, these games aren't historically accurate. This isn't the tale of how it happened. But this is the best what if you're gonna get. Does that make a weird sense? Although they've taken their settlement back, which is very funny because that settlement's a piece of shit and was the reason why nobody liked us. Oh, they didn't give it back. They just sacked it. Oh, love that for us. Love that for us. Whereas, look at these cheeky bad words. It's one... You know what? No, Batenos the king. You ain't shit, and you ain't ever gonna be shit. We've got Levy Freeman. We've got farmers, painted ones, and slingers. And I don't know. Some cool shit. I wasn't really paying attention. Jam says Universal Century Total War would slap. I spent so many drunken nights in the pub trying to work out how to make Mech's Total War work. And it is much easier said than done. Much easier said than done. And why does everybody hate us? Conquest, provincial instability, Taxes. I offered to get rid of taxes and didn't stop anyone from being sad. Like, assuming that really you're just gonna keep. All right. My poor garrison just keep repeatedly getting murdered. Also, like, Total War Battletech or Total Mech Warrior could be fascinating because at that point you can add raise a fleet. I got shit to do. I'm not raising a damn thing. But I am going to wipe these people out. So, assault. Oh, no, I meant to... Oh, alright, well, we're fighting this one. Watch me biff this one. Sorry. Battletech could be interesting if you're talking about, like, the Civil War. We'll have a nice dry fight. We haven't had a good... haven't had a good clean fight in a while! I forget, where's the good angle to come in? Because if you're having to defend on this one, this little plateau here in the capture point is tasty. Alright. So, levy plus scouts in the trees there. And we make the main force here. No. And actually, we'll send in the tactical war puppies from here. Okay. The old 1-2 maneuver. So where are they?
Our prayers have been answered. The day of battle has finally come.
Why can I not remember what the command is to just move your units forward in their current formation?
We shall bring down the enemy. Make ready. By your command. At speed.
Spearmen ready for battle. We'll kill them all. Anything for the goal. Slingers. Deadly missiles ready. Move it. Warriors, move out.
Your command.
So they got a couple of dweebs.
Our horses love Levy Freeman.
Nice army you got there. Needs more Scarven and warp bombs. Just saying, smile.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Spear band. All commanders ready. Slingers. Forward.
By your command.
Wouldn't think I'd forgotten how to play this ruddy game. And Bacon, seriously. And all of you, like, thank you for the bits today. And again, so Vilu, King, any of you, if you've got any questions about this, just ask. I'm kind of... I'm going through a lot more feels than I was expecting. If that makes a weird sense.
Warriors of Britain.
I was not expecting that, so... Battle puppies! Puppies! Yeah, let's fucking go! The secret life of dogs! Kicking ass! Ha! That guy is wrecked! Mess them up, puppies. Mess them up.
Warriors eager for blood.
The battle is turning in our favor.
No shit, Mark Strong.
Slingers. At your service. Understood. Our horses. Battle ready and eager.
Man, those puppies are wrecking phase. They're having to send 5 units to deal with the dogs. Oh, look at their feckin' heavy chariots running. You're bad and you should feel bad! Actually, Jam, like...
The enemy general is dead.
Super dead! Yeah! How them chariots working out for you? Not at all. Nice work, Dingus.
Swift horsemen! Our hidden units have been discovered.
Sorry, I want to make sure we do a whole bunch of murders before accidentally capturing a capture point.
Our men flee the field of battle. This is a shameful display.
And Verdant, welcome back. Alright, let's start mopping this up. Yeah, you better run! Yay! See, I can win them when the odds are overwhelmingly in my favour. Yeah, you better run. Man, that is a good looking henge. It's our henge now. Alright. Just wanted a little bit more gloating. Just a little. Oh. But also, Velo, do you know what's fascinating is that I haven't experienced this in so long, but like, you know more about this game from a player's perspective than I do. Like, I was definitely there for the behind the scenes, obviously, but it's so different.
Can I finish my wine?
In a bit, you're gonna have to prepare the heck out of this. What's going to give us the most public order before they start getting mad at me? Yeah, let's get a well going. And sacred tree. Everyone loves sacred trees. Trees are great. Let's be tree people. Tree pullers, I like to call them.
As you request.
was one of the things that was so fascinating about working on Total War as well. It's like, because I played them back in the day, but like, no matter how much time I spent with any of the Total War games, I would never know as much as some of the most diehard fans. And Chef, how are you doing? Last time we hung out, we were looking at a game that you worked on. Now we're looking at mine. Except for this rebellion. Like, where do you even find these guys? Ah, you guys are going to be a pain in my bum.
Kill them all. Is there nothing else?
Thank you. Bye.
Get moving. Warriors, oh, I want hourly patrols.
Once again, apologies to all the mercenary companies that I keep getting killed. Chef, you cannot land on Saturn in this game, which, as we know, is the only important hallmark of a video game. God. Oh, sorry, if you haven't seen... I know we talked about this a lot, but the drama around Starfield has already begun. Now, we did predict this. Alright, this is nothing new.
I am ready.
But, yeah, the TLDR is that a particular user was complaining that they couldn't land on Saturn in Starfield, despite the fact that it is a hyper-pressurized gas giant that has no surface and would crush you, but alright, mate. Now, again, like, it's fun to do the point and laugh, but, like, the fervor around Starfield is ridiculous. I mean, Velo, if we want to take one of the fan theories that Warhammer Fantasy Battles actually takes place in a pocket dimension inside 40k,
As you request.
then it makes sense. Oh. Ebricus is... Alright, this team needs a way better name. They can't be the Ebricus Vanquishers. Alright, I need an army name for these guys. Oh, you know, Fearless, that would be kind of cool. Using a gas giant to kind of hide in would be feckin' great. Chef... sorry, Vernflow, we're not calling them the Butt Finders. However, they are going to get Disappointed Horse. Because we've got Shocked Horse and now Disappointed Horse. So our two factions. But yo, anybody doing anything with like gas planets has to step up to feckin' Outer Wilds. Oh, yeah, Jam was asking, what was the Latin for affordable choice again? But no, sorry, the reason I bring up the Starfield stuff is, as we predicted, Starfield is already absorbing all of the conversation, and by my calculations, like, the embargo drops tomorrow. I think people can start preloading it... Oh, so 5 days early, so 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's Saturday, potentially. Oh, and Paribus Electo is affordable choice in Latin. Love it. Or Electio, not Electo, but yeah. Bacon says they were able to preload it last week via Games Pass. They did say a preload was going to be well in advance, so that makes a sense, you know. It's already had one update since then. I forget which title it was recently that went to the trouble of having preloads, but then released such a massive, comprehensive day one patch as to basically result in a re-downloading. Oh, what's that? The Scourge of the Sea? King wow 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 wow. So basically what's happened is we've taken out every city they have. Their one C unit doesn't have enough mojo to take back any of our ports. So, all they can do is either sit there or die. Ooh, we can build more fancy stuff. Alright, we want... So we're good for food. We want as much public order and happiness as possible. There we go. Congratulations! The Grove of fancy-looking stuff will now be built. I hope you like fancy stuff, friends. Scourges? There's only one of them! Vela says, what do you think on Company of Heroes 3? You know, of all the Dawn of War games, the one I enjoyed most was...
This is a time for just, proud men to unite in strength. That is why I propose this.
We're just normal men. So the Caledonians want a non-aggression pact. A non-aggression pact with the Scots, who are confident and devious. It is very funny that the brigands still exist. And I'm not going to risky with the frisky over there. Not going to get pervy with the nervy. Sorry. The Dawn of War campaign I enjoyed most was the Winter Assault, that had that kind of like board game permanence, where if you built a base on a specific area and then someone attacked it, you had all of your infrastructure in place. Alright, we'll go for a non-aggression pact. Make some friends.
Bless you with wisdom, and my people will greet your acceptance with arms outstretched.
And Jam, do you mean Company of Heroes 2? Or Dawn of War 2? Because Dawn of War 2 was fascinating because it was... God, everyone's grumpy at me. I'm trying to ungrump this. Got a couple of turns to people stop being grumpy at me, so we'll just roll with it. Oh, Dawn of War 2. Yeah, I thought the move from, like, traditional RTS to squad-based was actually really fascinating. And I think it allowed it to have a lot more personality and a lot more breadth. And at least thematically it made a lot more sense. You know, you can't just build a squad of Terminators. You've got to call them in. Also, the Last Stand mode was really good to play with friends. Just, yeah, we just need a good old cash injection right about now. Alright, who can we trade with? Who likes us?
My friend, be welcome. The spirits of this...
You don't want to trade? We're buddies! Freaking jerks. Offering you free money in exchange for free money. But did you know, friends, that the Space Marine game was built with the Dawn of War engine? So there's a fun one for you. Oh wow. Sorry, Chef says that they have 95 hours in Elden Ring and just got to the snowy area. I think Elden Ring's probably going to consume me either over the winter or for next year stream-wise. Obviously, Armored Core is going to keep me going for some time. But I did get a 2024 Elden Ring calendar because it was on sale. Is that presumptuous of me to acquire a calendar for next year? Who knows? Only time will tell. So, okay, friends, I can talk about anything around Rome 2. You can ask me any questions. Like, I know it's partially my fault for not having like the spicy piping hot. I almost said something else. Nonsense available for you all. J-Post, silliest bug, aside from the boats doing wheelies through cities, was probably a return to the old Rome 2 bug of units would cavalry units could get off their horses, but if the horses got scared away, the units would run at the speed of cavalry, like these little fucking Naruto ninjas just being like, "Hoo!" at full tilt. Never stop being funny. Second silliest bug. Oh my word. I'll have to ponder on it. It'll come to me. It'll come to me. Chef says, Rome 2, huh? Did all the roads lead there, or was that just the first game? Wow. Alright. So whoever the Ebadani are, they're dead. Vulture, if you'd been in sooner, you definitely would have gotten that for, Job's done. Time to work.
Can I finish my wine?
Yeah, we need to be able to get some better troops and try and ease up on all these mercs. I'm spending a lot of money on mercenaries every turn.
To serve my people.
Dang, these guys have got us dead to rights. So... could start a fight with the French. It's a great British tradition, that. Well, so yeah, so Chef, I worked on these for donkey's years. So the idea with the Total War games was more for historical authenticity. So the idea was to create like the playing field, was designed to set up the possibility of like the ancient world. And then what you do after that is entirely up to you. So while there are some historical battles, it's not about following the footsteps of history.
What would you have of me? The mother protects travelers.
Oh wow, so those guys actually wiped out the Irish and have basically turned Ireland and Scotland to one unit. Okay. So yeah, so that was the kind of the long and short of it. So there were games like Napoleon that had kind of like a story lead up to the grand campaign, where each was like a bit of Napoleon and Napoleon's career. Apparently, I'm at Matt Berry stage. Sunder, Three Kingdoms was not in development, even the snifter of an idea when I was at CA. I did like the historical modes and romantic modes kind of being side by side. I thought that was really cool. Oh. Get that Turk. Sorry, I'm working our way up towards a meat hall. Because one of the things that I think people wanted to try for Shogun 2 and it never happened was the idea of these heroic duels. So the Shogun 2 cinematic of the two warriors dueling outside of the forces, I think was an idea that people had wanted for a good while. And wait, who had a noble death? Don't be nobly dying on me. It's been 20 minutes. So noble, so dead. Also, technically, we have the Isle of Wight. Oh yeah, so again, so Chef, this is a full-on grand strategy. So you have to take seasons into consideration, the whole kit and caboodle. The affordable choice just got its new leader. Just kill him. Honestly, it's embarrassing it took us this long to murder him. Absolutely embarrassing. Alright, faction destroyed. Thank you. Go get yourself a fucking ham and cheese toasty or something. I don't care. But no, so Sunder, I felt the idea between the story of the Romance in the Three Kingdoms and the history of it. I felt they managed to strike a nice balance. But again, I'm talking as a fan when it comes to Three Kingdoms. Because one, I don't know that era of history well. I kind of know what my buddy Chef Lubu's told me or posted about. And what little I've learnt from, you know, Dynasty Warriors and SD Gundam. I'm sorry, like, there's a lot of history to learn. And again, like, the romantic ideal of it does create this really, I mean, interesting, but ultimately very, very involved story. That's the word that I was grasping for. Jam, little from column A, a little from column B. In any game development, not just Rome 2, there's always things you want to do in a campaign, and time ends up being... Time is money, and that is your big constraint, right? The big Oh, why my population troubled? Where? We're not happy. You've got tons of food. We're making cash. Man, it's like everyone's got beef with me. But yeah, so there are always things that you don't have the option to do. I'm trying to think if there's anything... If there's anything specifically DLC-wise that I knew about that got moved about or otherwise, but unfortunately my brain's drawing a blank at the moment. But I promise you, if I knew and or remembered, I would tell you. Again, I am beyond the reach of Rob. He cannot touch me here. Do you hear me, Rob? I mock your power! You're not my real dad! Alright. Like, love you all. Alright, well, I can't disband the puppies, but I can disband this lot. Because if we're just, like, building resources over the next couple turns, there is no point having mercenaries getting paid for it. No offense, lads. So, Chef, I'm not sure what you mean. The Romance in the Three Kingdoms period is a specific period of, like, of Chinese history. And I believe it's referred to in the Romance... I believe it's referred to in that manner because I want to say it's got something to do with... Oh, take that. There was a very famous romanticized retelling of the events. God, why is my brain absolute fucking smooth jello today? You know, as opposed to all that lumpy jello. But again, so this isn't absolutely 1000% historically accurate. Oh man, keep losing these leaders. You're gonna not die on me. Oh, disease, that'll do it. Yes, I absolutely cannot pronounce that. So, I'm trying to think if there's another sphere. I mean, the Sengoku Jidai era is kind of similar because, like, so much of it was retold with, like, kabuki and things like that. This, you know, overly representational, poetic style of storytelling. You know. I don't know if we have a modern equivalent, you know, and mainly because in our lifetime we've seen the counter to the original. So, like, for a while, all World War II movies were these, like, aggrandizations of great men doing great things and being great all the time. Like, oh boy, it sure is me, John Wayne. Was it John Wayne? It was. I sure am gonna take that hill and win for everyone. Oh, I sure did do that with little to no effort. Go me. But then, you know, Saving Private Ryan was like the turning point of that specific narrative, and definitely the big one for rewriting that space. You know, I'm trying to think, because the problem is the further back you go, of course, the wibblier and wobblier the history is. So that's why I think, like, the Romance in the Three Kingdoms period is so very unique for its.
Can I finish my wine?
This area is stinky. Don't even worry about it. Yeah, good old Nobunaga's ambition. So it still cracks me up that, especially in like video games, that Nobunaga is portrayed as this like demonic villain, and that well, it's not. No one is good in a time of war, right? But with Nobunaga, the reason he was described as like a villain and a demon and all of these things was because of his style of tactics, which was not considered honourable. By which I mean he did rank by fire and he got spears that were fucking longer than everybody else's. I think that's just smart, but that's me.
Warriors all.
Yeah, these mother hobbits have bad plague. Merchant from distant lands has arrived. He wishes to trade a strange shiny material. A pill. Fuck it. Let's adopt silk. Let's get in on that. Like I haven't rechecked the intrigues map on any of this nonsense, so I haven't really had the chance to feck about with this. And I really should. But I'm currently struggling to tell you stories about the game I worked on while playing the game I worked on. You wouldn't think I fucking stream for a living, would you? Maybe we're just gonna get the old Total War Warhammer going again. I guess it makes me very happy that this is a game now very fondly remembered, because, like, the sheer amount of death threats and nonsense I got at launch, you wouldn't believe. I mean, actually, I think you would. You'll know where the internet comes from. You know where it's going.
Well met, friend.
Let's be trade friends. Fine, don't trade with me.
I am sure.
Dingus. Oh, some dirt. Wait, what? To which bit? which bit was I nattering on? Oh, no, so some dirt. It was brutal. So, yeah, so for those of you who don't know, like, I was one of the front-facing peeps. Like, basically myself and Craig and a few others of the community team were kind of consistently front-facing for this game. And yeah, when it launched, it was a rocky launch. Like, make no mistake. And yeah, if you missed the story time earlier, so the game launched as we were flying back from Seattle PAX back to the UK. And so the game was kind of out as we were taking off, and everything was fine and wonderful, and we landed and it was bad. Like, the thing that always cracks me up is that if people specifically wished me to die of cancer, it would usually be like of the genitals or the crotch or the arse. Got a lot of threats of, well, not threats, a lot of die by ass cancer requests. A lot of threats, a lot of I'll find yous. It was bad. It was real bad. And then, yeah, upon landing, we basically went into triage mode. Like, I can't speak for the programming teams and stuff, but the community team was like, they put us on 24 hour. So, like, I was working a night shift for 2 weeks. So that there would always be people about. It was messy as.
I live to serve the people.
These guys are surprisingly powerful. And these guys aren't far off either. their capital city is not very powerful. And the quickest route from them to attack us is down here. So I guess we build 2 big fat stacks and wreck face. And turn. Yeah, no, it was absolutely brutal. And, you know, they often say, like, you've not really worked in the games industry until you've gotten a fuckload of death threats. But that was how it was. And it was gnarly for... I don't know. Like, people were still mad, and randomly mad, for... like, a good few years to come. I haven't had anybody come in since I started streaming and being like, "Oh, you're the guy that worked on Rome 2! I hate you and I hate your face!" Which has been nice. Gonna be honest. It's been good. Been enjoying not being hated all the time. So Quasi, the focal excuse for the hate was that we lied. Was this idea that myself and Craig and people who've been front-facing had lied to users to try and get them to pre-order and buy the game on false promises. Warlord. 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 Man, it's just like the same guy on Tinder, but from 3 different angles.
I live to serve the people of Britain.
Yeah, you work with them now. We're having soft tacos later.
You have my sword.
But no, so Sunder, there were very obvious bugs at launch. I mean, the funny ones were stuff like, as I was saying earlier, when telling ships to dock for an amphibious attack, is that they would just suddenly lose all concept of space and time and just do fat fucking wheelies through people's cities. Be like, right, my troops, I need you to land on this beach and... Septicus, what are you doing? Why are you... You can't wheelie a fucking boat. Okay, you found out a way to do it. Stop disregarding the laws of physics. But there was also the usual kind of like... Stability issues are more pronounced if you have a rocky launch. And... Users were not happy that Sparta was a pre-order / DLC faction. Now, I don't disagree. One of the things I came to learn later on is that, like, pre-ordering games doesn't help anybody except for the higher-ups of the marketing team. So, that's why I'm vehemently anti pre-orders.
As you request.
See, I don't want to get more fish because, you know, squalor. But yeah. Oh, Velo, we were talking about it yesterday, about how Immortals of Avium just got sent out to fucking die. Like so many EA titles that have come before it. Rilu, the answer to that is fucking always. But yeah, we came off the back of that Rome 2 launch and people were so angry. I still remember being in IKEA and just checking my Twitter on my phone, and it just being this flood of hate, and just thinking like, guys, all I did was work on a video game. I'm not even. This isn't even my fucking day job. This isn't even my fucking full job, you know? So Chef, that one's a hard one to answer because development of Rome 2 continued long after I left. See, Rome 2 continued to get like DLC and updates and patches and all sorts, leading up to the Emperor Edition and beyond. I was shifted over onto Total War Attila, which was kind of like the side. It wasn't a direct sequel. It wasn't like an expansion. It was a little bit of both, and that was, of course, about like the era of Attila the Hun. The fall of the Eastern Roman Empire, the rise of the West, the steppe tribes wrecking everybody's day. Hardest mechanic implemented. God, I'd have to have a ponder on that one. Or at least so far as I was aware. I mean, the mod tools is probably... I don't know, did they do a mod pack for Rome 2, or was that just for the others? Now I stop and think about it.
I live to serve the people of Britain.
Yeah. And here's the thing, Velo, like, I don't know how the Total War team is laid out anymore. I don't know, if they've... Because there was rumblings that they were going to have, like, the Warhammer team and the historical team and how that was going to go. And then there was that... What was it? Total War Troy was, like, the tiny little side story off of... God. So, Chef, most satisfying moment was definitely when the Carthage battle, like, came together and feckin' worked. It was so good.
And pay attention.
Can I finish my wine?
No.
As you request.
Yeah, we need some martial tech. We need to start recruiting some people. I did need to feed them, though. Oh, it's tech trees we're waiting on, isn't it? Huh, feckin' lol. Yeah, so it's not a straight-up mechanic per se, but yeah, when the Battle of Carthage finally clicked, when we were doing those run-throughs pre-E3 and stuff like that, God, it was so good. It was so good! And when it worked, it was fucking brilliant. Because I think Carthage was the first hands-on battle the press got, which they played in a tent in... They played in a tent in Rome on the set of HBO's Rome. Because after that show ended, a guy out in Italy just fucking bought the place, revamped it, as has done with a few other sets, and just has it as like a for-hire space. So Chef, like, I was community mostly like video and front facing, so like I didn't have much hand in like implementation of stuff. Even my dumbass being in that fucking Sonic game, like that wasn't me. I had someone take a whole bunch of photos of my face, and then I had to do a couple of lines in the VO box, and that was it. The thing I'm kind of proudest of was I mean, aside from getting Lionheart and Macedon to the press event, because they had the best time, whilst the journos had to pretend to be all serious, we were just living our best life. We had an event, like a community pre-launch event, at the Proto Loading Bar. So in the UK, there's a series of gamer bars called the Loading Bar. There's, like, I think 2 in London, 1 in Brighton, and they're real cool. I mean, the premise is, like, if you want to go to a midnight release of, like, Magic the Gathering or a video game, why not get some bevies in and buy it there? But in the UK, it was one of the first, like, gamer bars. You know, Vegas has already had them, and I think the Manor Bar in Melbourne was one of the first. Don't quote me on that, but our good friend Guy, who runs the gig, was involved in that. And so we managed to get the space for free with a named drink, because we guaranteed to fill the place, and people drank. The drink was called the Rum 2, and it was like this very nice, sharp, tart, like 3 kinds of rum-based drink. Hell, I think I have that. Yeah, if you bear with me 2 secs, I got that ready on the drawer. Some really nice photos as well. Yeah, here we go. Battle and drinks. We ended up getting... Oh yeah, so that was when we got Heir of Carthage. We flew him out for the event. And it was so bizarre, because we were all stuck in this teeny tiny little bar trying to record an episode of Rally Point, drunk as skunks. It was a good time. Yeah, so there's a few CA faces. And I got that. I organised that, and that was real cool. Here's the fancy shot they did for us. Like, look at that! And yeah, the guy who ran that venue went on to, like, open a bunch of loading bars, and it's been real successful. And I'm proud of it because, like, we weren't the spark that, you know, started an empire, but we were part. Also, the poor people playing it were on these tiny little, like, coffee table setups. God, we crammed them in. Also, this wonderful hair flick photo of me. I'm still proud of that one. God, that was a wonderful little event. Sorry, just getting completely off topic here. The video of it is still on one of the Rally Point specials. Me and Craig pretending... We got real good at being focused and sober when we had to be for Rally Point stuff. Because let me tell you, those rum drinks kick like a mule. I've completely lost track of what we were doing in our little campaign. Oh, we're trying to decide if we should wreck the Scotirish, or if we should just take Ithaca and then complete everything. Yeah, you know what? Let's just start building some forces.
I live to serve my people.
Alright, so we definitely need another turn. I feel a little bit bad because they're about to just get straight ruffle stomped. Not my fault. Not my fault. What? I want all of Britain. Don't judge me. You can't enact edicts until you have the whole region unified. I don't make the rules. Would you like to hear one of my grumpy stories? I had a quote from... Do you remember Maker Studios? Like the YouTube multi-channel setup that was like the bees and or knees for a good long while. You'll remember them?
Hurry up! Ready for anything.
Okay, yeah, we can still burn so much cash on kicking ass. Well, one of my friendos who I'd done some work with in a previous promotional thing, we started chatting and I was like, hey, I'd really like to work with you. What could you do with Rome 2? And he pitched me Markiplier and Egoraptor doing an Iron Man challenge. They wanted 10k for that, 10,000 USD. And I pitched it to my brand manager, and the brand manager went no. And then spent that money on fecking wraparound ads, and I'm still livid. And I think that's okay. I think it's okay to be livid about that, right?
The mother protects travelers. That way is shut.
I am ready.
I'm still mad about it. And I think it's okay to be mad about that.
Hail to the mother. How can I help?
Can I finish my wine?
Yeah. Yes, Chef. 10k for the Game Grump and the Markiplier. Like, I don't think you could shake Markiplier's hand for 10k right now. Now, this is not... I don't think Mark is an egotistical person. Like, this is no hate on Marky Mark. It's just, like, he's huge now. And whatever his, like, his marketing setup would be...
I am ready.
Declare war! Yeah, we're doing this.
We take this settlement for the tribe.
Auto-resolve, because I want to continue telling my stories. Oh, you know, Jam, Mark knows his worth, and he's real feckin' cool.
I live to serve my people.
Oh, we just wiped them out in one move. It's my house now. And then, not to be a jerk, but we then fire all the mercenaries and then work upon building our own forces. Sorry. But no, like, I've never met Markiplier. I know loads of people who have. None of them have anything bad to say about him. And that's pretty rare in the space. Because, like, no NDAs... There's no NDA stopping me. If Mark was a jerk, I could tell you straight up. And he's not. So, I am, however, going to keep one unit of mercenary puppies. Because, thanks. I mean, the Scout Riders. We're going to buy our own Scout Riders in a bit. Britain Slingers. Yeah, see. We'll just buy our own.
There is a long night ahead. Making for port.
Oh, someone needs skill. Oh, yeah, we've got an entirely new edict. We've got an entirely new region, which means... Oh, look at all this. We got food, we got resources. And what do we say? More horses, more resources. And now we can do an edict. Where we can make people happy or grumpy. It's all good. Bread and games, food and public order. Love to see it. Yeah. Let's have a little Britain party. No, not a little Britain party, but yeah. What's a moose like? Even back then, there were people who... And this is naming no names because I don't want...
A token, perhaps a modest gift of coin, would have my people see you in a new light.
Oh, you itty bitty baby wants to fight. All right. Counter offer. We in your cup. See, now we've united that. The Scott Islands I'd like to start. Riot start in your capital. You suspect it was instigated by one of the other political parties. How do you react? Accuse in public. Accuse in private. Crush the riot. Crush the riot without revealing your suspicions. But no, so for that, this was one that I guess kind of still stings to this day. But I invited one person to come to the Rome 2 event, which hosted in Rome, the set of HBO's Rome, accommodation paid for, travel paid for, and I messaged this one person about it, and I think I knew him, I'd met him, and their agent kind of hopped in, went, "That'll be 20k," and I went, "Is that for video content?" They went, no, 20k for an appearance. I was just like, I'm community. That's more than my budget gone. Like, I wanted to say, sorry, I can't pay for a holiday to Italy for you. Get fucked. But definitely under the "it is what it is" vein. I was so mad at the implication of them being like, well, if so-and-so is going to be there, that's going to need to be £20,000. Sorry, what? No. So little things like that definitely led to my wanting to move from CA. Because a lot of stuff happened towards, like the post-Rome into Attila era. And I'm not blaming my co-workers, like, I was an arse in a whole bunch of reasons. So, one of our co-workers, one of our friends sadly passed away. The Simon Franco of the now notable Franco Jam. And I didn't handle that well at all. Also, the lad who came in for the Make-A-Wish thing, like, that really affected me, and there's a lot of language and terminologies I now understand. I'd probably be able to better communicate how bad the grief was affecting me, but I didn't know how. So I was just staying up later, getting drunker during the week, being grumpy and hostile. You know, I was getting frustrated with the process. Things like not getting that, like, Ego Raptor Markiplier combo and being kind of overspoken. Things like that were getting very, very frustrating. Also, yes, we are getting a meat hall. And I think you can all... actually, I need to... Alright, I'll start hiring good stuff. Fine. Yeah. Like, I think that's something that everybody can understand, though. Like, the idea of, you know, kind of like joshing up against that previous generation. Yeah, so Chef, we talked about it earlier, but there was this lad who came into CA, and that was his wish. So we just poured swag on him. He got to meet everybody, he got to go say hi, and he was made into a general for the game. He is a random Roman general that can appear if you're playing as any of the Roman factions. And sadly, he passed away, which is... I mean, that's what Make-A-Wish is all about, right? I don't remember if it was officially Make-A-Wish, though. So I just want to state that it may have been a different charity that has a similar vibe. But... I don't want to specifically say that charity if it might not have been. But a lot of those things hit me real hard, and I internalized it all entirely. And so it was that plus rubbing up against stuff, and my direct boss, who was also my friend Craig, was being put under a lot of pressure by running a whole team of community people and constantly being asked to to justify that, to validate that. If you've never been in a community team, or if you've never like interacted with community types, it can be real hard to understand that despite the fact that everybody knows that community is important now, 50% of community management as a profession is justification. You write reports that justify your existence to higher ups. You write internal things that like show off the community and prove your value and the value in what you're doing to Hey! Siri Fox, Watto and welcome. I had a little moment there where I was like, is that an in-game war horn or an out-of-game war horn? Well, then, Fox, sneak on in, sneak on in. But very quickly, how was your stream? What were you up to? Tell me your tales. But yeah, so with community management, most of your day in, day out, is spent proving your worth to people that don't understand the game's environment as much as others. Now, obviously, you know, it's much better now, right? You know, at this point, you know, there's a lot more detail and there's a lot more understanding. But back in the day, that just wasn't the case. And so Craig was being put under yet more pressure because his team had grown to, I think at peak we were 6 people, including Craig. Which, again, this is one of those things that's so annoying when dealing with, like, AAA companies. Like, 6 people to handle a multilingual community that has existed for 20 years is a stretch. When you consider that there was, like... So we had Craig, then we had... No, so it was 5 total, because it was Craig, then 3 more, 1 individual... myself, Joey as the English language, then Nico and Mateus as French and German, so 2 of the other big eFigs territories, and then we brought on Dogbert later on. Oh, Fox, I am glad you had a feckin' great time. No, raid and run, go sleep. I'm telling Rome stories. Apparently, I've recovered enough to get my.
Are you ready to do your duty to the tribe?
Apparently, I've recovered enough to get my feckin' brain power back. So.
You request. Do you have what it takes?
So Air Dragon, thank you kindly. So it was it wasn't Make-A-Wish, it was the charity was Willow as part of a special day initiative. Yeah, I'm still real proud of that. But like, you know, knowing what I know now, if someone working for myself was doing a Make-A-Wish Foundation type situation, I would definitely... Yeah, Swordman, let's go. I would definitely have some fucking grief counseling for it, because, like, maybe you're fine, but I certainly wasn't afterwards. But yeah, so Craig was put under a buttload of pressure to justify a very, very large team that was handling a lot all at once. And so Craig and I kind of shifted towards the end of my, I guess, like, post-Rome into Attila. We shifted from being, you know, friends and he was my boss, to him being my boss. And there was a big old gap between us that hadn't been there. And I don't know how not to put my whole heart into my projects. You know, hell, I think the reason why I'm handling consultancy work so well is that I can just kind of say, like, all right, well, like, that's your choice. Like, I have told you, and this isn't something I'm suffering from, you know. I would certainly tell you all if it was. But, I don't know how not to put my whole heart into my projects. Which means that when things like that happen, that kind of like inter-team friction starts happening, again, I took it very, very personally. And then again, you know, Franco's passing. I didn't feel like I had the right to experience grief when Franco passed away because I didn't know him as well as a lot of other people. Like, he was our DM, he ran the Heroes of Grolheim. Like, it was fucking great. Clone Prince, I'm not a perfectionist per se, because perfection is the enemy of done. It's more like, I can't emotionally detach, you know. It means that I put a lot of myself into my work, and I'm very proud of that, but, like, there's no separation between myself and what I do, you know. Down here. Okay, so we're going to march on Ellen and that there at the same time. But yeah, so as I got towards like the end of Attila and stuff like that, I was kind of feeling, I wouldn't say disillusioned, but feeling very distanced from the team. You know, I've since kind of reconnected with Joey and Craig and stuff like that, but for a while there was a real big old gap between us, you know. Also, Rome 2 was a success. The launch was fucking hellscape, but it was a success. And at a time when other things were struggling in the Sega ecosystem, Total War did bank. Strong. And that success comes at a cost. Oh god, that is the wankiest thing I've said out loud all day. I'm so sorry. That's the game equivalent of it is what it is. So sorry, friends. What I mean by that is that... So, when Craig brought me onto the community team, it was just Craig. And then... Then there's me. And so it meant that much closer to like the indie style, we were wearing a lot of hats. It was our job to be forum moderators, social media managers, to be front-facing video makers. Because there was a cinematics team, but the cinematics team, they're very expensive. That is to say that their time is booked out by production well in advance. You can't get them to just make a whimsical video. But Will and Craig can just do a thing. And so a lot of that happened. And it was good. As stressful as it was, there was also a level of agency. But as the team grew, it needed to be more solidified. So there was less of that creative, there was less of that expansion, you know what I mean? After a certain point in AAA, everybody's roles in the space solidify. Or hyper-specialization. So, you know, after all the stuff went down, I basically got put on primarily Rally Point and content production. So, I think I did the...
A token, perhaps a modest gift of coin. To let people see you in a new light.
Sorry. The people were about to ruffle stomp so we could unite the Britons. They would like me to pay them 3,200 gold in exchange for military access. So this is my counter offer. I'm going to demand 2,000 gold for military access. They have retorted that they want 2,000.
People a little gold. You have much, and our people do not wish to become the slaves of envy.
I demand 2,000 again. Oh, they're back up to demanding 3,000.
Our treasure stores are wanting. Can you help with this small matter?
So counter offer. No, I will not pay you any money. And you will... Oh no, I'm not marrying off my best fucking general. Eat shit and die. This is why I'm not a diplomacy specialist. You can pay me 50p. Ah! 3 rounds of get fucked. And again, like, I'm not telling these stories to diss on CA. I'm really proud of what I was able to do there, and it set me up for success. See, do they have an army there? Ah, they don't. Ah, babies.
To serve my people.
You do, but I need you to live to do some swimming. Oh no, you're still in recruitment mode. Alright, so one more turn. Sorry about that. But no, so this isn't a diss on CA. This is just like, you know, in the process of, I guess, like, after the success of Shogun 2, CA, the Creative Assembly, the team behind this,
perhaps a modest gift of coin.
Eat farts with a spoon. Shifted from being a notable PC video gaming company.
Hail to the mother! How can I help?
To being a AAA studio, you know. It's easy to think of CA as a AAA environment after Alien Isolation, but actually seeing it from the inside, like, in the process of Rome 2's, like, through to launch, they became huge. Yeah, Vanderbeest, it's an evening-based activity. I actually led the charge on the Eat Farts with a Spoon brigade. It's cheaper than Domino's. Sorry.
Online.
Hey!
Online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Yo!
41 for every ounce in my glass bottle of Old English. Just kidding. I only drink top shelf liquor in foreign countries.
How are you doing, friend? We're going to do a Wickerman on the quiet as well. So, Wheeler Dealer, it has been 10 years since Rome 2's release. So I'm playing it, I'm telling all the stories. It's been a good day. And yeah, no, that's when you and I met. So friends, Wheeler Dealer was working at Sega of America when I was at CA. And it was a good time.
Laying siege to their hovels.
Yeah, they don't have enough, but they've got good fortifications. But sorry. Oh, nice. Clone Prince was just saying that they love RTSs so much, they create an emulator so they could play Empire Earth 1 on Windows 10. Feckin' yo. I was a big fan of Warcraft 2 as a child, but the one that really, really hit me was Total Annihilation. I played Shogun, the original, because I'm a massive weeb, and kind of bounced off of Rome 1, and wouldn't really get back into the series until I was working on Empire and then Napoleon. But no, so what I will say is I was in such a unique situation in the Creative Assembly because we had all the team in-house. Now, I've talked about this before. This is no, like, super secret source, but basically the brand team, the PR team, like, all of marketing was in-house. Obviously, Sega of America and, like, the other Sega elements were involved, but, like, the decisions came from inside the house, and we were in the dev team. Although we're actually closer to Total War Battles and a few of the others after some rejigs. But that's because we were loud and people complained. We actually got banned from playing Unreal Tournament UT99 in in-house after me and Craig had a particularly vocal game. It was Hetty Wainthrop versus Bergerac, which will not translate to anyone out of the UK. And it was an event. Fools. Oh, so the Wickerman was a good shout. Alright, so we're one turn off of taking Albana.
Aidan! Kichitan!
Also, we got Mad Bank, so we can just keep sieging these poor buggers.
We take this settlement for the tribe!
Actually, do we have enough to... Oh, yeah, no, we can just auto... We can auto our way through this. Starve them out for a turn, and then when their mates show up to try and ruffle stomp us, we use their fortifications against them. Sorry. Wheeler Dealer was saying in the still room when Rob Bartholomew came over to the US to help him sell this game to GameStop. He shipped a gaming PC and worked at their house and then met GameStop at a meeting and the rig refused to boot up. Wheeler Dealer, was it by any chance full of copies of Stormrise?
Ready for orders.
Alright, we've just got a... Oh man, they've got a fucking tavern? Oh, I'd love to see it. Knees weak, arms spaghetti! Oh, character has an unassigned skill.
I live to serve the people of Britain!
I told a little bit of the Stormrise stories earlier about why, sadly, Medieval 3 never happened. And I did mention briefly that the US and UK offices would hide copies of Stormrise in PCs sent to one another, which I thought was the funniest shit ever. Oh, not researching. Oh, beans! I clicked the dumb button! Now, will they try and book it back to retake their own settlement before we steal it from them? And then we just fucking starve them out? No, they're gonna... Oh, they're gonna try and take our middle section. That might be entertaining. Because I can't remember if they're allowed to continue to survive.
Let me fight! Cut them off!
Thank you! I'll be taking the city! Oh, right in the junk! If you've never heard of Stormrise, it was meant to be the RTS on console. And it very wasn't. It was, unfortunately, a disaster. Shit, if I march you guys, can you make it to here? Yeah.
I don't care how tired you are.
Both.
Ready for orders.
I live to
Nah, nah, got your cities. Nah, nah, got your cities. Just bulking out our numbers with a few mercs.
Thirsty for battle.
Oh, technology. Okay. Yeah, God, it was so wild. But anyway, sorry. So I've talked a lot about. Actually, no, I haven't really talked about Rome and being on it. So Wheeler Dealer, when I started showing this off earlier, I kind of had a little bit of a meltdown. And I feel like I've only just kind of recovered, like, conversationally. But I've talked about both kind of like the good and bad. So here are the things that kind of came from this. So, like, because I was lucky enough to get to go to... Because I was lucky enough to get to go to PAX, I met people like, you know, Wheeler Dealer and Industry Friendos, and
As you request.
it worked out real feckin' well.
Hurry up!
Sorry, I'm just gonna do a quick murder.
Run them down!
Throughout Rome 2, we were kind of expected to deliver a lot that would have otherwise been, like, too much for a team our size.
Drinking is forbidden.
But it made... It taught me how to be able to handle a lot of stuff all at once. Do you know what I mean? I can't do edicts because it's not fighty time. How are we doing for food? Yeah, we're doing good.
For the tribe.
You know what? We're equal measure, but we've got a war chest, so we can just hire more mercenaries.
I live to serve the people of Britain.
So we can just sally out, kick his ass. Oh, it's an ambush because he's in sprint mode. Oh, I'm gonna be honest here with you, buddy. I shall be king of the Britons.
Is there nothing else? Ready for orders.
In the words of Mortal Kombat, fucking finish him. Oh, in the junk again!
Moon goddess, guide my steps.
Woo!
Call this a garrison?
As you request.
God, they've got one last little unit. Oh, who's got some goodies? Sorry, I just had to crush them quickly. So Clone Prince, you know what's fascinating is Halo Wars 2 was primarily made by CA. And that always makes me smile. But no, the whole idea of putting an RTS game on a console, like pre-MOBA and stuff like that, was like the... So for those of you too young to remember, there was a time, no joke, when the idea of an RTS on console was an impossible idea. It couldn't be done. Everyone who tried to put an RTS on Noble Death. You're all about the same. You look like you could be a Seahorse Clan. Heroic Raider. Though with them destroyed, let's give our mercenaries the winter off. They can go get drank. Yeah, 1,000 years ago, it was considered impossible to put an FPS game onto a console without it being absolute trash garbage. One of my favourite examples to discuss is not Doom 64, which you might be expecting, but instead, the Dreamcast port of... sorry, I just need to sync these buggers. Of Quake 3 that allowed people on console to play against people on PC Not even joking.
The sea beckons.
Hey friends, do you remember that time those guys tried to get us to pay them $3,000 so we could go into their house and kill them? Like, in a certain regard, I respect the hustle. But, lol. You know what, let's get some spicy cav going. Oh shit! Alright, here's the squad. So, I don't know who guy with eye patch thing over is. That is definitely Tim, the tattooed madman. It's a long... So this has been going on in a lot of CA games, but yeah. They would sneak people in the studio into the ancillaries. And when I got added as... was it like the... I'm like the crazed fisherman, because I guess my... I guess my fear of sharks outstayed me. And yeah, CA do love a good Easter egg. Oh god, I keep losing my train of thought. I'm so sorry, friends. So, okay, back. You can't put FPS on console. You can't put FPS on console. This was considered the absolute, like, hard rule. It cannot be done. You'll notice that isn't the case anymore. People don't say that anymore for very good reason. So, in... leave them over here for now while they're still getting happy. Because they're not going to be happy about being basically overtaken. Verdenfly says, what's that about saying best fishing? Alright, go get some dinner, to be continued. The thinking was that RTS was the next hardcore genre that was primarily PC that could be moved over to console, and how could it be done? And throughout the years, loads of people have tried loads of different ways. When we talk about Stormrise, Stormrise's whole thing was they came up with this thing they called Whip Select. And the idea behind Whip Select is that it was always going to allow for console maneuver because of this quick flick style as how you moved around. Unfortunately, it played like bad, terrible garbage, and I do feel for that team. You know, I know I said this earlier, but it does warrant repeating that earlier on during the Sega Demo Fest that we saw, I want to say it was last year, the Stormrise team's attempt at creating... How are we doing for food? Let's... Oh, okay, actually, people like the public order. Alright, so we'll start working on this. I'm going to demolish a couple of the buildings that people don't like and make them happy for a bit before we start bulking up. Well, so Moose, GoldenEye wasn't repeatable for other consoles. That was the big one. And the disconnect between the GoldenEye's fan base and what was happening in games like Quake and stuff like that. Jay! Watto and welcome! Fucking raid after raid. I finally got my banter powers back, and I'm currently talking about a game that I actually worked on. Clone Prince, did Black and White actually get a console release? I can't remember. Because I actually cut my teeth as a baby working on Black and White for like unpaid week beta testing. And Jay, I absolutely will. Though I realise I might need to just very quickly dash to the loo. So, Jay, it is lovely to see you. I hope you're doing fecking splendid. Tell me about your stuff, but I will be back in 2 seconds. I am so sorry. I kind of stopped chatting, then was like, man, why am I dancing in my seat? Oh, I need to piss like a monster. I'll be back in just a moment. So Jay, I'm so sorry about that. You bring in 20 people and I immediately rush to the loo. Oh, okay, so Jay had to dip. Well, to those of you that may or may not have chosen to stick around, hello. I'm Will. If we haven't met before, it's lovely to make your acquaintance. And this is a game I worked on. I put in a large amount of my life into this. So here we are, unifying the Brits, causing some trouble. The thing is, it's 30 turn. It's 18 turns to research. Fine. We'll work on some improving our people's health. But yeah, no, sorry, the thing I wanted to say was that throughout Rome 2, I had to learn how to do a lot of things. I had to learn how to do outreach, I had to learn how to make videos and stream. Like, the reason I'm not shite at this is I met Fred and Emily, or Fremley, as you may or may not have met them. Yeah, I tend this shit. I had met Fred and Emily at Gamescom at the CCP Mixer, the EVE Online party. And when we started wanting to get into streaming as a team, like I reached out to them, they helped take me through all the stuff. It was feckin' grand. And they taught me a lot about the art and craft of streaming. And all of these different skill sets, from like making things happen on a zero budget to You know, being able to produce video content on the fly, to being able to stream and stuff like that. I mean, hell, there was a rally podcast for a while. And I won't lie, it's pretty rad. It's pretty rad. Wow, more tech. Fine, fancy horses. So when I got approached by... I mean, it was Nick on behalf of Dean to work on Ion for Improbable. Like, I was pretty well equipped to be the everything guy, and that's kind of the role I fell into for, I mean, I guess the rest, you know? We don't really talk about outreach anymore. That's kind of a bit of a dead term. It's, you know, it's influencer handling, or what will you know? These days, it's very, very common for a community manager to also be the social media person. Oh, okay, so... Cavalry morale, public order, order... Oh, there we go. And then we can have cool horses over here. I just love cool horses. Shoring up for winter. Chef, I don't know. Like, I might keep going for another 20 minutes, half an hour. See how many stories I've got. I don't know. I feel there's so many tales I've forgotten to tell you that as soon as I turn the stream off, it's going to immediately pop into my brain. Oh, what's that? A Great Fire of London? Fuck it. Why are you lot like this? Good thing we're wealthy. So climb pimps, I did not, and yeah, I don't know if I would recommend Digipen these days, let me tell you. So the TLDR is I cut my teeth as a teenager doing stuff for Lionhead Studios down in Guildford. Then after a brief stint in film and television and the collapse in not this current recession, but the previous one, I ended up working for Sega Europe in their QA department, and after that, just ended up being well, I went from QA to internal QA to embedded QA, while also running some like external testing groups and things like that, to doing community stuff like the video work because I had a grounding in video production, and well, the rest is history. We've unified... I wonder, can we trade with anybody? I realise I haven't really been diploming. Oh, the Nervi don't have trade. We could fight the Nervi. Make friends with the Nanominidinids. They like the Arvani. We don't even know the Arvani. How can they don't... they don't know us. How can they hate us? Sorry. So Velo, I got to putz around with the movies very briefly, but the titles I did the most on was Black and White and Black and White Creature Isles, and then Fables, and I want to say BC, which was their like caveman exploration survivally game that got cancelled. So yeah, that was kind of my start And so, Clone Prince, the thing that I tell people these days when it comes to like choosing your education and is, if you're looking to get into video games, it is important to be honest with oneself, and you need to. I'll organize a fight. They can scrap it out. You need to be very honest with yourself and your motivations. Like, if you need to go to school to be motivated to create your portfolio, that's fine. There's no diss. No, and Chef, there will definitely come a day where we can tell some tales. I'm sorry to hear that Pardon Artifacts doesn't allow me to land on Saturn, but it's fine. I'll cope. Sorry, where was I? Oh, yes. The best thing that you can do right now is portfolio into entry-level work. So if you have the focus to be able to just work on games in your spare time and to create, that is far more valuable. Some of the schools have had some luck in getting people placements in the past, but it is no guarantee. And I think that's a very important thing. You know, gone are the days when going to a video game course is guaranteed to get you a placement, because those jobs don't exist right now, and they won't for at least another year or two. So, like, yo, the games industry is going through a fucking shitty time right now. And it's partially a self-fulfilling prophecy. I'm not happy with it. A lot of people aren't happy with it. It's frustrating, but it's understandable. Alright. And in another turn, these peeps will be very happy with us, so I can move my forces down this way. And then we can start deciding what the fuck we're gonna do to Europe! Knock knock, who's there? Britain! What are you doing? Causing problems! Actually, let's get you over here. Oh, so Velo, no, that's entirely spot on. You can work any kind of menial setup. If it, shit, especially in this day and age, if it's paying the bills and it lets you work on video games, fucking do it. A lot of the debts that you can now end up being in as a student of video games can be very aggressive. Oh, Fearless, I'm so sorry, friend. And yeah, the thing is, like, so, like, back in the day, DigiPen used to get praised because they did simulated crunch, and it would get people ready for the possibilities of what faced them when they started getting into the games industry proper. But that was taken to such a high degree, and DigiPen definitely used to pride themselves on their dropout rate, which, on the one hand, you know, if you were learning the martial arts, that's kind of cool. Like, oh man, we flunk out people that can't do the 5-point palm strike. But when you're paying someone to teach you to be good at video games, you're essentially putting yourself in debt for the purpose. You're putting yourself in debt for the purpose of what exactly? Like, video games? But it's not going well. What's happening here? Sorry. I have very strong opinions on this one. You know, it is the job of a teaching course to get you in, not to burn you out. Yeah. Now, I don't understand large proportions of the schooling system, so I don't want to apply that to the rest, but I can say in video games, it's like, what is the job of a video game course? It is to prepare you to work in the different kinds of environments that you might, and to provide you with an exceptional portfolio, so that when you go to people, you say, this is what I can make. And especially in a time of, like, standardized engines and things like that, it should be way easier. It's not, but it should be. But, yeah, Robin, I also wish a lot of things were easier. Sorry, but yeah, jumping back. It is entirely possible to make swaths in the industry without having to go the educational route, and I'm one of those people. My only formal qualification is in stage and theatre. And I'm not even joking. Chosen band! Yes! Sorry, Levy Freeman, but if you're not one of the big uns, then you're going out for a stroll. And we're not going to ask you to come back. So PVS says, is there a benefit to going to school for working on something, a software dev, while doing portfolio? Very yes. If you can maintain that without destroying yourself, right? So you can learn more dev processes and collaboration as a formal education. I mean, PVS, no, I think it's entirely valid. But again, this is where you have to sit down and be very honest with yourself. And it's okay to not have the perfect character build, right? So I met this guy. He is an artist by trade. And he's really feckin' good at it. Right? And what he ended up doing was just sitting down and deciding, like, no, this is what I want to do. Right? He wants to be a creator of video games. He wants to primarily focus on art, 2D and 3D, and that's what he wants to do. And he sat down for a feckin' year. He taught himself the tools he needed and created an exceptional portfolio. I don't know if Bethesda was the first place he started, but that's where he went. And he's gone on to... Sadly, his projects haven't hit the market, but he has created some incredible things. I am mad at the world that you all haven't been able to play his games yet. But... oh man, some of these Levy Freemen are hard as nails. So this might become our defense lot while we send King Punch a lot with the Special Forces. Sorry. I don't have that kind of mentality. I've not been able to... oh, the plague events are causing problems. Balls. I have to tank that and hope they don't rebel on me too hard. I don't have that kind of mentality. I'm not someone that can just learn. I've either got to have a focal point or something to push me onwards. Be it either like an intellectual curiosity or otherwise. But, you know, I haven't learned how to use DaVinci Resolve yet. I should learn how to do editing without having to use Adobe's nonsense, but I'm just like, there's so much going on that there needs to be a certain level of to bring that all together. I find I am better applied in a practical sense, and
I live to serve the people of Britain.
I had to be very honest with myself, you know, I'm not going to be one of those individuals that can just get it done. Ooh, lovely. And PVS, like, again, swings and roundabouts. Like, I've seen both styles in, like, studio development and indie development, like,
Can I finish my wine?
keel over in real time. Like, right now, if you're doing large-scale collaborative work, there is probably a very, very specific way in which those studios get it done. So you're going to be learning another team's build process. You're going to be learning a large amount of their... Where's the squalor coming from? Alright. Oh, good news, you're getting something happy. So when joining a big team, you're going to be learning their process. So sometimes starting from zero is better than relearning the process. Like, the time it takes to train someone from zero up to your art pipeline, for example, may be shorter than taking someone who already has an established method and bringing it in. I mean, PVS, I'm just telling you what I have literally seen in large-scale development environments. Like, I don't want to name the person, but there was one guy whose job it was to do the water. And he'd worked in these environments before. He'd done collaborative. He had the experience. And he ended up fucking it so bad that other people had to pull resources off of other places to unfuck it. Because his process was drastically different. Right. Like, I'm not arguing a theoretical here. I'm saying I've literally seen this happen. You know, the larger a studio becomes, the more the entrenched the development pipeline is. Like, if you ever wondered why certain games have certain weird, bizarre quirks that seem simple to fix from the outside, it's a combination of legacy debt and process. You know? And especially when there's a team like this, for example, that's using, like, their own in-house engine. Yeah, well, actually, so Clone Prince, what is fascinating with something like Ubisoft is that they suffer from a very, very strong managerial decision, much like EA, that can have ramifications. So, like, EA's choice to implement a specific kind of DRM across the board is probably because they signed a contract with somebody, right? Oh yeah, where's my ninja? Oh man, my ninja's dead. Stupid ninjas. Alright, let's get mutton chops here. Congratulations, you're a new ninja. Gonna go find people for us. Yo, Velo, RPG Maker is dope. You can jank that to do incredible things, and a very good friend of ours made a full 3D golf game in RPG Maker. Feck it, let's hire an important character. We haven't had one of those in ages. Alright, let's go visit some French people! So Chef was saying a lot of people look at Bethesda and frown. Their dream would be to work there as a level designer. I mean, shit, I haven't known or spoken to anybody in Bethesda in ages. But during... I can only speak during the Skyrim admission. Sorry, the Skyrim administration. Fuck, I killed my own name. I've killed my own joke. But during that specific spree, a large proportion of... a large proportion of the decision-making process was pretty much boiled down to, hey, do you know Todd? Have you met Todd? Have you spoken to Todd? Because it was very much focused and run via the Toddosphere. So, from what I heard, there were lots of like features and things that were, suggested and decided, and whether or not they made it in seemed to boil down to it. Did Todd think it was his idea first, or does Todd like you? It happens on personality-run studios. Skyrim's a great game. I'm not dissing on it at all, but especially after Fallout 76, like that workplace must have changed, right? At least I really hope it has. So what does that new Bethesda look like? It could be great. It could be genuinely great. I don't know. There were a few decisions that were made, game-wise, that I personally wouldn't have made, but yeah, well, I mean, Chef, we could spend a whole day deconstructing why 76 got so much hate. And, once again, this is why we do the old, house longship. We do not pre-order. Well, so, okay, Immortal N, with Valve, it's a different vibe. Like, everyone is equal, but Gaben is more equal. Large swaths of Valve are kind of left to their own devices, but if Gaben says, yo, do the thing, you do the thing. Ooh! Man, we get a fucking... We've got an Iceni queen now. Fucking yo. Natural leader, natural causes, love to see it. Oh no! That was our super cool queen! Beans. We didn't even know who to send her up against. Although I will say, if you want to know the details behind like Valve and stuff, like People Make Games did an incredible video on the subject, and it is absolutely worth your time. All right, let's just see what happens to our cheeky spy. Oh. I'm the Nate. I'm the Nate. I'm the Nate. I'm a little ninja. I'm the Nate.
Nothing else.
Oh. Hello, Trevorium. Maybe we can be friends. Trevoria. Yeah. I will say, having worked in flat structures as well, you couldn't fucking pay me to work in a flat structure again. That was a fresh hot nightmare. And hearing about how Valve's structure actually works, it's the kind of shit that gives me nightmares, you know? Do I have a favorite game engine? I love the GB Studio. It is the lightest weight, and you probably can't jank it in the same way you can a lot of other engines, but I love it. It does the cute little stuff, and if you have the ability to do so, you can flash a feckin' cartridge. What would I use if I was starting a project right now? Probably Unity or UE5. Oh wow, we should try and make friends with these peeps before we crush them. So, let's check that little diplomacy. What's up? What's up, diplomacy?
The gods will have me listen to you, but do not pass the day in words without merit.
I forget if it was Warhammer that added the, alright, what do we need to do to make this happen? Because our economic power is redonkulous. Offer them 5k. Alright, well, you all can get fucked then. I'm offering to pay you money so I can make you money. Chef was saying that Blueprint is a beautiful tool for people who are programming a net. Oh, yes. Like, you can get from 0 to, like, a playable prototype so quickly. Unity's edge is that there's so many different kinds of, like, assets just available for purchase. You know. Oh. Hello! Oh, man, they're having a bad time. Sucks to suck. Yeah, like one of my favorite FPS games of last year, Attica, was a Unity project, and it initially started as a reason to buy their Unity assets, and turned into like the freshest Stalker-esque game I've played in a long time. Oh yeah, no, so Shep, you're right that Unity will end up teaching you. You'll have to learn programming with Unity, but the sheer amount of tools, the sheer amount of tutorials and tools at your disposal means that it's actually pretty viable to learn through the medium of Unity. You know what I mean? So, Chef, the game is called Attica, and it is 2 games in one. The campaign mode is a Half-Life-esque title. It's alright. It's kind of fun. But the one you want is called Zone Patrol, which is a purely, like, Stalker open-world experience, and one of the best. One of the fucking best in its class. Like, without a shadow of a doubt. Woo! Getting into the Germanic spices down here. See if we can initiate contact with Rome. Just buy a fucking contract with them. It'll be great. What are we building? Oh, so we've got food. Oh, what's that? Food with no downside? Oh, beans, did you lot... Little terrors. I forgot the whole sanitation removes the downsides of farming, so you can beefcake up people's beef. God. We'll leave these islands alone for 2 seconds, I tell you. But yeah, so Chef, the great thing about the Zone Patrol is it is very Stalker, and it's not trying to hold your hand in any way, shape, or form. Oh shit, alright. Sorry friends, it looks like I've got a rogue son kicking around, you know how it is. Beans, no wise fisherman. Oh, the current rule for ancillaries is if it looks like a CA staff member, it's ours. God, I went so far off the conversational track there, friends. Alright, so I'm not saying I'm going to bring the stream to a close, but I do want to bring my feelings on Rome 2 to a close. I'm incredibly proud that I worked on this. I wonder how my life could have changed if I'd made different choices. But ultimately, you know, through good or ill, I ended up here. And if I hadn't worked on this game, I wouldn't be sitting here in front of you. I owe a huge amount to Craig. I can't believe Joey still talks to me. You know? Al and Becky and Julian and Wheeler Dealer and so many others taught me so much about different aspects of the industry, which allows me to help others now. And Clone Prince, I do believe I am. So I shall see you there. I shall see you there. I got to go pick up my my PAX badges ahead of time. Like, I've been able to do a lot in my career that many others haven't had the chance to do. You know, I've gotten to be the everything guy. And it's stressful and it's worrying, but it's incredibly rewarding. I've been able to handle things and do things that I never expected to be in the space to be able to do. And, you know, ultimately that's resulted in me being able to sit here and do this.
Nothing else.
You know? It's thanks to, you know, the help I had from so many people. I was mad for a long time with Rome 2's launch because I did feel like I got sideswiped, you know? But then again, if someone had sat down and told me, like, hey, Will, Rome 2's going to launch and it's going to be broken as butts, what would I have done? What could I have done? That's the question I've been asking myself over the years. And I would never recommend any of you do it, but, you know, because Rome 2 went hard, it then had the money and the time to be able to become what it wanted. And now it's fucking fun. Like, the other thing about playing this, it's not just the feelings, it's the experience is rad. Alright, now.
Welcome, worthy guest. I trust
trade agreement.
words that will enhance the honor of your people in Roman eyes.
I'm going to bribe you. That's the Roman way. I'm going to offer you 20k to be my friend. Yay!
So be it.
Roman friends!
And now we must honor Bacchus.
And remember, friends, Dionysus is good, Bacchus is bad. Also, because Dionysus was a god of the people, whereas Bacchus was a reworking of Dionysus to fit the Roman pantheon, and he is bad. So, but no, I can say with a clear conscience that, you know, I didn't knowingly pull bullshit on people.
An alliance would truly benefit us all and keep enemies suitably awed.
Fuck yeah. Non-aggression pact, let's go! Let that boil for a few years, and then, well, all the Romans need to do is come and bring us a bunch of good wine, and then we're set. Like, Sorry, Moose was asking a really poignant question. And Moose, I genuinely thank you for that one. Moose was saying, bit of a dark side thing, but had you known it was going to launch and done all the same stuff because it was your job, how would I have felt it about myself? I can't help but be incredibly emotionally invested. Like, that's the long and the short of it, right? There's no way I would have been able to disengage my personal feelings from the game itself, you know? In fact, one of the reasons why I hold Rami Ismail in such high regard is when I did have to knowingly sell snake oil because I needed to eat, because I have to pay my rent. Like, when I genuinely was in a position where I was doing something that I felt was detrimental, like, Rami took me aside and was just like, yo, we've all had to do it, you know? We've all had to suck eggs at some point, right? I was like, beans, you're right. And like, that stayed with me. It was definitely something I needed to hear. I'm still really grateful for that one. Velo says, can you remember your first multiplayer for Rome? Oh, the first Rome? God. Velo, I only became aware of that side of things once I joined CA and I was introduced to the TWC community. Who, I checked in on them the other day and that TWC has gone super quiet. Like, they maybe see a post once every other month. And I'm like, oh no! You were the cool kids. You were the rebels. So yeah, so Moose, I think it would have emotionally weighed on me pretty heavy if I had knowingly been going, yeah, this is the best game ever! And it had been a Sonic Boom scenario, you know what I'm saying? Hey, Chef, that sounds feckin' great. It sounds a heck of a lot like Rami, you know what I mean? I kind of like the fact that we're basically just minting a huge army up here in Britain. Just making mad bank. I'm okay with this. Oh! Syracuse would like to trade with us. Initiate diplomacy.
For the sake of friendship that has been and friendship to come, greetings.
And then you want 400 gold for a trade agreement? Fuck yeah! What's up, Syracuse?
You have shown great prudence in your choices today.
Today I shall be exporting famous British things like iron brew, deep fried Mars bar, and repressed sexual energy. Let's go! Anybody else want to be my friend? Oh yes, and a cup of tea. Although, we don't currently have tea at this point. I don't know how accurate it is now, because, again, sleep deprivation and gin has killed most of my memory, but one of the great philosophies of, Casters and Co., what welcome, of British, the Roman occupation of Britain was that they showed up and pre-mini Ice Age used, like, the south of England to grow grapes and went, hey, what if you had this instead of this horrible ale you'll have been brewing? And maybe mead if you're lucky. And I was like, the Britons were like, shit. Oh shit, that kind of works. Yeah, we definitely need to generate more food up here. They're still happy about it though. It'll be a while before they get grumpy at me. And Iron Brew is its own weird, unique taste. It looks orange, it doesn't taste orange.
Things to attend to.
It is very much its own beast. Now, the Iron Brew chew bars, those used to be awesome.
Wealth, and a place in the histories. All of these will be ours when we are united as friends.
Okay, I'm fine with a non-aggression pact there, Syracuse, but I just need you to know, I live here. You live here. I just need you to know I'm not going to be able to come bail you out. Yeah, sure, we'll be your military allies.
We will come for you in the night, and nothing will live. Not one creature. That is our war.
Alright, get fucked. The Picts apparently have got beef with me. It's the Iron Brew. Or the sexual repression. It's definitely one or t'other. Definitely one or t'other. Alright, little ninja.
How can I assist you?
I think I'm going to send a little ninja over to the Middle East.
I can't do that. Are you sure?
Hit some of the Greek city-states, you know, make some friends. Maybe make some friends. Where's the fucking beach? You know, like the Leonardo DiCaprio film, The Beach. No, it's definitely the repression. I shouldn't have exported that. That's on me. That's on me. So mad. Alright. So who are the... Do I know the Slavs? Have we met them yet? No. So they'll be around Serbia... Well, depending on, like, expansion and map change. Like, I know where the Slavs should be on the map. And they're friends with the Arverni. Oh, okay, yes, the Arverni just fucking hate everybody. And they're mates with the Picts. They don't like us fighting the Picts. But they kind of like it or leave it. It's nice. We just set up here in the UK, brewing brews. Hey, casters, like, thank you for sticking around. And Clone Prince, I think it's like the Disgruntled Fisherman is mine. And there's a few others snuck on in there. It's real good. But no, casters, thank you for sticking around. I really appreciate it. You know, this has not been the best stream that I've ever done because I keep kind of getting into the feels zone, you know? But... Oh, and Costas, thank you for the follow. Next time we hang out, it'll be post-PAX, and it'll probably involve Armored Core 6 and or weird indie nonsense. Where's Carvos? Oh, I have kind of left Carvos kind of sitting around. So... Oh, and Clone Prince, like, thank you as well. Hopefully get to meet you for realsies tomorrow. Hopefully. I'm not going to be streaming Starfield. I think that it's going to be the hotness. And I think the kind of people who are desperately waiting for Starfield aren't going to want to watch someone play it in the initial. In terms of like the content of Starfield, it's kind of take it or leave it for me. I don't think it's going to be bad in the slightest. But it is going to dominate the video games discussion from here until like... I don't know. Oh, hold that thought, friends. Sorry about that, friends. Somebody leaning on the button. I thought I thought Fiona was locked out the flat. The big girl has decided the house must be protected. Defendi. River defendi the house. River, we're okay. You have defended the house well. So Clone, we're in a very, very strange time in video games because, like, Baldur's Gate 3 has been the talk of the town. But Starfield has a power to be, like, unlike anything else, right? And that is because it is the first IP of this weight that Bethesda has put out in a while. It's been teased for 1,000 years. It has a huge AAA campaign behind it. And the thing is, people will always read about Skyrim or Fallout. Like, the click-through rate on Bethesda products is massive. So it is in all of the... Oh, they did. It is in all of the best interests for a larger portion of the games media space for people to really focus on that, right? They'll be golden in a few turns. Man, we're making so much bank. We're making so much bank. We're gonna make more bank. We're making so much bank. So it's going to dominate the space. Baldur's Gate 3 is beloved by the whole feckin' games industry. Wait, do the Avani, do they hate me? Did you wake me up? Did you rub my lamp? I think they're kind of kicking a whole bunch of ass here. Alright, so...
Your people's reputation goes before you. Find a welcome here and speak as you wish.
So how much will we have to pay them to be our military friends? Wow, they really want that to be jobs are good. And okay, they don't think we're cool enough to be military friends with. That's fine. Is there anyone we can fucking bribe? Oh yeah, the Arverni, they're mates with the people that hate us. What about the Navi? The Nervi. Oh shit, what? Oh, okay, so Namaste. I've just got to stop. I've got to stop with these fucking terrible names. So what we could do is we could basically... we could beefcake up the Nervi. Because I don't think these peeps like us. Oh, no, they might. And they're at war with the Averni. So if we initiate diplomacy, so we
Greetings,
offer...
friend. We will speak together of whatever you wish, but bring words that can warm our hearts.
We can't trade with them because they don't have... So what if we just declare a non-aggression pact, but we offer them a buttload of money? So this is basically us playing the table. So they have a non-aggression pact, but they suddenly have a huge shot in the arm of cash, and they're already fighting the Averni, who is the picked biggest friend. So we just create a little...
The gods will rejoice at the words we have spoken today. You honor us with these terms.
Yeah, so we're basically just starting shit in Europe. A great British tradition. Sorry, I apologise, I just kind of like... So Velo, did you work on Empyrean? Because I believe I might have streamed that, if that's the one I'm thinking of. I might have streamed that. God, I'd have to go back and have a look. Oh, man. Disease. That means more poo. That's bad. Got a lot of squalor going on here. A lot of squalor. We're gonna definitely need to work out a way to fix that one. Too much poo. Poo busy.
I could be of further help.
Okay. Oh, wait, cool. Well, Velo, like, congrats, yo.
There's a time when warriors must sheathe the sword and talk to people.
The pick to make a peace, because we just paid off. Who are ya? You know what? Give me 50p. You want peace? Give me money. Oh, no, you don't want peace that badly? Oh, well. Shame about the disease. Alright, so I need you to just start heading like right up into cool kid territory. See if we can maybe make some new friends. Actually, we should kind of be making friends along the sea routes, but that's another story. Yeah, that is something we could export. Give them a spot of the old British lurg. That's what we're exporting at the moment. Oh, but we do need new tech. And anything that's going to help us with the poo problem. I do like bards. But I guess we've got to go through that one to get the stuff we need. Okay. Velo, I can't take any credit for streaming Empyrean. I have played it. I haven't streamed it. Caffeine, thank you for checking. Apparently, feeling all the feelings today has removed what little brain power I once had. One of your subjects. Oh, I've gained infamy. Or it's because we left our queen kind of just not doing anything for a bit. Lazy generals develop bad habits. And if you're familiar with the Offspring song, you know how that story goes. Oh, bleeding Nuria. God, I think I'm funny. And you know what? Indie is pretty varied. What I tend to play myself is very different from stream-wise. I try and highlight games that are weird and different and interesting, you know what I mean? Oh, we are kicking ass. Alright, everybody's having a good time. Love to see it. Sadly, no Cians. Oh. Well, so I think it's easier to say like what we've been onto a lot at the moment. So Rain World is a big part of our week in, week out.
Can I finish my wine?
I don't know. Everybody's fucking dying around you, so maybe you drink less. Not to you. So yeah, Rainworld is one of our main go-tos, and I'm trying to think what has been on our main docket. The Black Watchman is another big one for like streaming-wise. What else have we been? What else have we been getting into? We do Sea of Thieves on Fridays for certain, and it's weird because that one is. Oh, that's why the Picts didn't want to fight us anymore, because the Picts started fighting Namaste, and they've been having a terrible time of it recently. All right. Is there anybody we can trade with that we're not? And I think the Lustani hate... the Lustani aren't friends with anybody. You're friends with the horsey people. And the horsey people do like us, so alright. So let's see if we can initiate some more trade.
Friend. Let us use our time together in wisdom and seek a cause. Our merchants...
Or you can be a jerk like that. Fine. I'll fit to your mate first. God.
Come, my friend. Speak. We are men of words. And
Devious
so serve our
expansionist.
peoples
Alright.
with honor.
Just bribe him off. And then where are your horse friends? Oh, there you are. Oh, so we now have a pact with the horse friends. We want to make friends with these guys. So
Welcome,
offer trade.
Let us conclude our business with good haste.
Pay him off a
and
little
then
bit.
Enjoy the pleasures of this house.
More trade means we're richer, means we can do more crimes.
My people will give...
That's the British way. Alright, so I tell you what, friends. We're coming up on like 7.5 hours, and I think I've told all the stories that sprung to mind. So I'm going to roll credits in just a second. And I will find somebody lovely for us to raid into so we can keep this going. But thank you. You know, I am the sum of the choices I have made, and Rome 2 is one of the biggest in those. And now I sit here, you know. I've not done anything on any Total War game in so long that, like, especially for Warhammer, I get to enjoy it like a fan. It's great. And I can make jokes at Rob, and he can't bully me from here. Yeah, I'm beyond your purview, Rob. Like the bad guy in Lethal Weapon 2, I've got diplomatic immunity, so Rob, you can't sue. But no, this has been a wonderful day, and I've realised I've gotten to that point in a campaign where I am going to be lazy and just use my incredible wealth and diplomacy to play puppet factions in Europe until things solidify, which will take a few hours. But yeah, I just want to say, like, thank you all. Whether you just found a little corner, whether you were stuck working with me at CA and put up with my fucking dumbass, whether you have been a long-time Longshipian or wafted through like a summer breeze. I'm sorry, I'm just getting all arty-farty. I love doing this, and I'm so grateful I get to do it with you all, alright? So thank you. Thank you. And on that, I need to thank the following people because I am entirely supported by all of your dumbasses. So for those of you new here, if you like to keep me alive like a weird, creepy little Tamagotchi, if you like this corner of the internet and want it to keep going, bits and donations are always welcome. And to that end, I need to thank the following people for exactly that. Oh, no, PVS, if you start listing all the indie games we've played lately, you're going to do yourself a damage. We're like the only people to have streamed the E-Cheese Zone. That's how fucking indie we are. So first up, to Clone Prince, And to Casters and Co, thank you for the follows. I hope we get to hang out and talk video games more than once. To Joey, Rally Point, and Wheeler Dealer, that's a triple threat of Sega references, and I'm extremely grateful. To Verdant Flow, what is your end game? Explain it to me, you're breaking my brain. And to Catastros, J-Post, Fearless Sun, Vanderbeast, Jamami, Akira Zero, Bacon Avenger, Favor 6, Eriman, Shitaro, Legend of Morad, all of you, thank you so much. Like, bits and donations, that's keeps us going another day. No! I'm doing a thing!
So, this is the feed long ship HQ button. I thought this was just for cheering.
Psh. Thank you to the whole mod team for being fucking great this week. And Jetman J, the Rakami, Syria Fox, and Hamsonator for that quadra threat from that attack from all sides realm divide of raids. Friends, thank you so much. Thank you. And Velo, I don't have Twitch partner because I stream too long, I vary my games, and I don't play... We did actually do a heist where I managed to get the numbers to partner status, but Twitch said, no. Because that's what Mr. Twitch sounds like. Alrighty. So I can offer you Valhalla, the Cyberpunk bartender, Shadowrun Dragonfall, or art. Because I figure at this point, for those of you that are into Dungeons and Dragons, you are already watching it. Caffeine would like art. Any other requests? 1 for Shadowrun, 2 for art, 3 for art. That's a win for art. Alright, so Josh Foreman is a fellow games industry individual and has worked in a multitude of studios, so do ask him about it. And they do gigantic sculptures. Sorry, they do gigantic miniatures. So recently they finished up doing a Shadow of the Colossus mini. So miniature scale, but it's Shadow of the Colossus, so it's still like nearly a whole person in size. Fucking brilliant. Friends, just again, thank you so much for a great day of stories and mischief and whatnot. I do have to buy Lizzie a bevy because placeholder did not show, but thank you again to Joey for joining us for a little swaft, a little banter, a little catch up. It was really good. It was really good. Right. Now is where I tell you where all the bodies are buried from that time that Rob had to beat several lycanthropes to death with a shoe during a dangerous full moon. I don't know why that's the first thing that popped into my head of like crimes Rob could have done that are just weird enough to not be libel. Alright, friends, just thank you for putting up with me today. Thank you for coming with me on a fucking 10 years of Rome 2. Right, you won't see me tomorrow. Friday, I'm on PAX. So the stream will be posted here if you're not attending PAX. If you are, Friday, 7 o'clock, make a game in an hour, come see it. Otherwise, seriously, love to you all. See you soon, and fucking thank you. Good night, friends.